a function within the instrument, which would be the sextant, that corrects for refraction, right? Now, only thing he could be talking about is the micrometer, right? Something like that, simply because what Ruhiff is doing, I read the comment John put into Master B or one of the Skype groups, and Ruhiff is equivocating between actual celestial refraction that happens when a celestial body is below 15 degrees. You have to then account for the refractive element because it's going into the horizontal, the denser air and the horizontal, right? That makes it a lot more difficult to pinpoint where it actually is within that 15 degrees.
Hold on, I just want to get something clear. Fine-tuning the angle that you measure, that isn't an account for refraction. You can take what you fine-tuned with an angle measuring device and then say you've made an account with the fine-tuning that you've done. But that's just an angle measuring device. It's got no account for refraction. What are you talking about? What's he talking about?
That's what Ruhiff is trying to claim. He's trying to claim. Now, he's not stating what part. He's trying to claim that there's an accounting for refraction within the it's actually worse than that, right? Just let me finish what I'm saying first, right? And I'll go back to that part, and I'll really make it really bad for him. He's equivocating, first of all, with refraction between celestial refraction, which is when the stars or sun or whatever goes below 15 degrees for the observer, right? So below 15 degrees above the horizon. Between that and the dip correction, which is a mathematical 7/6 OR correction. So when Ruhiff is talking about there's a correction within the instrument for refraction, he's also talking about turning an obtuse angle into a right angle triangle.
Okay. Can I just just one second, Brian, because I think at this stage there is something that needs to be added, because John was discussing this with Ruhiff directly recently, and he got to this stage where he was asking what he was correcting from. Did you not, John? And you got the answer, didn't you, John?
No, I never got the answer.
And maybe you can let us know in the comments.
But that's what I'm trying to clear up. Ruhiff is begging the question, when someone's on the deck of a boat, right? Listen to what I'm saying now. This is what's going on here. When you're standing on the deck of a boat with a sextant and you have an obtuse angle because you have a line from the sextant down to the horizon and then another one up to the celestial body, that has to be corrected from obtuse to a right angle triangle, right? For your elevation angle to be correct.
Oh, sorry. Just one sec.
Please don't stop.
Well, it's because I'm confused. You say from an obtuse angle? Well, why would it be obtuse? Where's that coming from?
The obtuse angle is because you're standing on the deck of the boat. That's what I'm trying to get to.
But no, for Ruhiff. No.
Hang on.
Ruhiff's got an obtuse angle to something, though, hasn't he? He's correcting from something else.
That's what I'm trying to get to. That's what I'm trying to get to, Nathan.
My bad. I'm stealing your thunder. I'm sorry. I'm just excited.
Yeah. Ruhiff is begging the question that when you have an obtuse angle, because your horizon mirror is pointed towards the horizon, which is lower than your eye line, and the index mirror has light coming in from a star that's up above you, that because that angle is obtuse, Ruhiff is trying to equivocate between that and the line that's going to the visible horizon. He's trying to somehow claim that that's the geometric horizon, and when you correct that angle, listen, this is where it gets really tricky. When you correct that angle from obtuse to right angle, that is a correction. That is his dip correction. Whereas technically that was correct at one time, but now the dip correction is not that. What he's not doing is he's not labeling it the height of void correction. See, it's really, really low. It's really low life stuff he's doing.
Okay, hold on. I'm glad I asked in the interim then, because it's still relevant. So you're saying that when he looks at the horizon, he does what he calls dip correction, but that would be a correction from the geometric horizon, wouldn't it?
That's what he's doing. He's trying to hijack the actual horizon and call it a geometric horizon.
Oh, right, I see. So he's looking at the horizon that we see and calling it the geometric... What is it, no Atmo Day? We are not going to see the geometric horizon, end quote, AB Science. Nobody's claiming we see physical geometry, end quote, Planar Walk. The geometric horizon only exists in the maths, end quote. The rumpus. What the hell are you doing, Rufy, thinking that you're looking at the geometric horizon to correct from? No. Refraction. Nobody's claiming the horizon's Earth curve, end quote. Tim Osman. So no, that's not what you're correcting for, Rufy. No, you haven't got a straight line to a geometric tangent point anymore. We debunked that, didn't we, mate? Yeah?
Well, hold on.
I also did read those comments. The bit I liked was Rufy saying he didn't want to come here to discuss that. I wonder why. I wonder why he wouldn't want to come here to talk about this. Correction. From a geometric horizon. I wonder, Rufy. Maybe it's because I mute people. Or that you'd absolutely, without question, get annihilated the moment you came in and tried to impose a straight line to a geometric horizon. Do you disagree with all of your anti-flat earthers as well as the globe? What, all of those idiots barking refraction, you're going to just ignore every last one of them, Rufy? I think we'll find you are one of them, barking out, it's not no Atmo day, refraction, obviously, Rufy. Yeah? Are you scared that we might play those quotes to you, Rufy, if you were to come here and start telling us how you got a straight line to the geometric horizon? Is that why you don't want to come here, matey? Yeah, I think so. Bless him. Maybe if you had a neutral platform, they wouldn't understand that you're drawing a straight line to a geometric horizon on no Atmo day. Maybe they wouldn't understand that and you'd win. Hey? Yeah, nice try, Rufy. Yeah, let us know in the comments why it is you don't want to come here. Maybe it's the mute button.
Well, the correction from a geometric horizon is irrelevant. He's correcting to a flat plane. And then you're going to apply the angle in the celestial sphere model. So why is there a horizon in the celestial sphere model if you corrected from it?
Yeah, but you're missing something else here. Sorry.
No, I'm not. That's my premise of the debate.
Yeah, no,
I'm not missing anything.
The point I'm making is that what Ruhif is avoiding, what he's trying to avoid, he's trying to equivocate between the old version of dip correction, which was height of void correction, and the new version of dip correction, which is a correction from a geometric mathematical horizon up to the actual horizon we actually see. But all the time, what he's actually doing is he's avoiding height of void correction. Now, I know it doesn't matter to you because you're going to be holding the task on the celestial sphere model, but he is avoiding height of void correction. Look,
tell him that's the old and busted.
Yeah.
Not the new hotness that he's doing.
Well, see, it's not. See, it's not just because technically the height of void correction is the dip correction, but they changed it. So now there's two things. There's height of void correction and dip correction. Dip correction is a mathematical globe correction, right? And height of void correction is a real world correction. So dip correction means nothing. Whether you do it or don't do it, it's only a maths equation. Whereas height of void correction has to be done. Otherwise, you're going to have an obtuse angle and not a right angle triangle. And that he's avoiding height of void correction because that is described as using the surface of Earth, basically mean sea level as a zero, as the baseline, the adjacent side of your elevation angle, your right angle triangle. He's avoiding that like a plague. He wants to equivocate around between different types of refraction and different types of dip corrections, and then go past that and start talking about site reduction and God knows what other nonsense he wants to talk about.
Well, I'm not saying that he has an argument with the horizon being geometric. I'm not saying that. I'm saying even if he does that, celestial sphere is still waiting for him to run into, even in that. That was my whole point. Because I'm only going to use two responses. That requires straight lines, or that contradicts the celestial sphere model, and why.
As we have a moment of silence
What the
for
hell
our
happened
dearly
over here?
departed globe.
I'm waiting for a Glober to butt in and like tell us we don't understand, but it just doesn't seem to happen anymore these days.
Yeah, we're taking a moment of silence for the dearly departed globe.
I got to go, guys, though. It's great talking to y'all.
All right, see you later, John.
See you, John.
Later, bro.
Next time, just drop. Don't say bye-bye. Just disappear subtly. Talk about killing the mood. No, my subtle hint is going to lead to a dead air outro for me to say, obviously, super exciting. You must stay tuned because it's that exciting. You're all going to want to stay tuned if you're watching one of the premiering streams. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Why do things fall? Like everyone else, I was told as a child that no one had properly answered that question until an apple unfortunately fell on the brilliant head of Sir Isaac Newton in the 17th century. The explanation is known all too well, given that it is repeatedly told to us from an early age. Why do things rise? I was not academically introduced to the man who answered that question until much later in life. His name was Archimedes, and he answered why things rise close to 300 years BC. The Archimedes principle is an extremely essential concept for more applications than you can imagine. The applications of this concept can range from estimating the composition of metal alloys to even lighter-than-air flight. A critical thinker should be perplexed by the fact that the answers to those two very similar questions are nearly 2,000 years apart. History seems to be the most unreliable of sources. I always found it very difficult to believe that the answer to those two very similar questions is not one and the same. I believe that Archimedes' work has been corrupted over the years, just like this work will inevitably be corrupted also. I believe Archimedes also answered the question of why things fall nearly 250 years BC, but most of his work has been lost or changed, probably during the burning of Alexandria. Regardless of whether or not he answered that question, the fact is I do in this video. I have successfully engineered the perfect answer to why things fall and rise, based largely on Archimedes' remaining works and my advanced understanding of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. I can confidently say that Sir Isaac Newton was so incredibly wrong on his answer to why things fall that I can only think of one word, and that is fraud. I hope that after watching this video, you can come to the same conclusion. Archimedes, when asked why things rise, he would simply answer, density. For that is the correct answer to that question. The Archimedes principle is that which governs the motion of helium balloons, hot air balloons, submarines, etc. The principle states that the upward force of an object immersed in a fluid is equal to that of the weight of the fluid it displaces. Simply put, if an object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. The force at which it will rise is mathematically expressed as the following. For a fully submerged object, for example humans, or any other physical object in air, the amount of volume the object displaces is equal to the volume of the object. V displacement equals V object. Also, floating objects are partially submerged, and therefore the resultant force is practically zero at floating rest. The previous explanation has been good enough for everybody so far, kids and academics alike. This explanation of why things rise being solely based on the density of the object, and the density of the medium it is in, has always been sufficient for everyone. Yet, when asked why things fall, Isaac Newton came up with a much more elaborate answer, one that required the assumption of the mass of the Earth and the creation of a constant which conveniently cannot be measured in a lab and can only be measured at the most massive of scales, the cosmic scale, rendering the constant as purely theoretical and impossible to measure on a repeatable laboratory scale as science has always demanded. In a way, Isaac Newton was a pioneer in turning science into the faith-based phenomenon that it is now. Newton was the first to come up with theories that necessitated having faith in him and could not simply be tested by anybody. It is a common misconception that Isaac Newton is credited with finding g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. The truth is, long before the times of Newton, people knew about the fall rate of objects. That is why the constant g is included on the formula for the Archimedes principle, which was a known concept thousands of years before Newton. Thanks to the knowledge of the fall rate of solid objects, which is easily observable, humans have been able to build infrastructure such as cathedrals, bridges, aqueducts, and other infrastructure for thousands of years. The study of static forces and dynamic forces is much older than the times of Isaac Newton. What Isaac Newton is truly credited with discovering is the reason as to why things fall, for which he came up with the most intricate and peculiar of explanations. He said that matter attracts matter, but only if matter is heavy enough to be significant. Basically, he said that unlike your everyday objects, the Earth is the only object big enough within our range to affect us in any noticeable manner. He invented, fabricated, and imagined the following equation and constant in much the same manner that J.K. Rowling dreamt up the wizarding world of Harry Potter. F equals G m1 m2 over r squared. He quite literally manufactured the G constant and assumed the mass of the Earth, which still today is not proven, in order to get a G equals 9.81 meters per second squared equals G times the mass of the Earth over r squared, where r equals the radii of the Earth. This sort of science can only be compared to that of science fiction and fantasy writers. The truth is, the only factor which governs the vertical motion of matter is density. Both Newton and Archimedes think of mass wrongly, and not at all as it truly behaves in nature. We have often been taught to think of density as mass over volume. Although this is mathematically correct, the proper way to express the relationship between density, volume, and mass is the following. Expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer, that mass is a variable dependent on the volume of an object. The true constant in an element or compound is density. Expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer, that mass is a variable dependent on the volume of an object. The true constant in an element or compound is density. In other words, if we were observing and plotting the mass of a 1 meter cubed sphere, we would integrate its density over its volume and plot the mass as we go from the center of the sphere, which is at 0% volume integration, to the outer shell of the sphere, which is at 100% volume integration. Mass would be on the left axis, y-axis, and volume on the right axis, x-axis. Both would change, but the density of the object will be the slope of the curve and will remain constant, if the sphere is made out of a uniform material. For example, assuming a 1 meter cubed water sphere, it would look a bit like the following graph. The slope would equal the density, which is the only thing that truly remains constant. Understanding this statement is crucial to fully understanding how matter behaves, mainly because how matter behaves in a vertical direction is solely dictated by the density value of the object and the density value of the medium it is in, nothing else. Density is the only value constant in every element or stable chemical compound, meaning, under the same conditions, a single hydrogen molecule has the same density as a balloon holding 1,000,000 hydrogen molecules, but they do not have the same mass, nor volume, yet they both rise in air. The law of matter. If the object is denser than the medium it is in, it will fall. If the object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. In this video, I will prove without room for doubt that what we think of as the force of gravity and buoyancy force are actually one single force. A density force is the name of the force that determines and dictates the vertical motion of any physical object at free fall. This force governs the vertical interaction between different forms of matter, and the direction of the force is solely dictated by the difference in density between the object and the surrounding medium. The resultant vertical force of an object at free fall is what I call the force of density, and is written as such. Where V equals the volume of the object, G equals 9.81 meters per second squared, Pm equals the density of the medium, and Po equals the density of the object. Equation 1 is not only mathematically true and applicable to real life, but also the direction is self-determinant. If the density value of the object is greater than the density value of the medium it is in, the term inside the brackets will be negative, and if the density value of the object is lesser than the density value of the medium it is in, the term inside the bracket will be positive. If the difference between the densities is negative, then the value of the resultant force will be a negative term, indicating the direction of the force is downwards. This is consistent with real-life observations, such as a stone in either air or water, where the stone density would be heavier than the medium, and thus it falls. If the difference between the densities is positive, then the resultant force will be also positive, indicating the direction of the force is upwards. This is also consistent with real-life observation, such as a helium balloon in either air or water, where the helium balloon is much lighter than air, mostly nitrogen, and thus it rises. Therefore, using this formula is not just the proper mathematical description of the vertical force experienced by matter, but it is also a more convenient method than the traditional method, which unnecessarily separates the force of density into two forces, the force of buoyancy and the force of gravity. Equation 1 is just as accurate as the traditional method, because it is mathematically equivalent to the traditional method, but simplified, and displayed in the manner in which it should be displayed. The following is the mathematical proof of their equivalency. The traditional method equation for an object at free fall is the following. Assuming up is positive and down is negative, Fr equals the resultant force. But we know that the volume displaced for a fully immersed object is V displaced equals V object. Similarly, we also know it to be true that the mass of the object is equal to. Therefore, we substitute into the equation and we get which by grouping like terms equals equation 1. Similarly, equation 1 can be simplified further to obtain only the acceleration of the observed object, and this is how it is obtained. This equation will be called equation 2, and it is instrumental in the experiments needed to prove that the constant g is indeed the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, and not the constant acceleration due to the gravitational pull of the Earth, as Isaac Newton claimed. Equation 2 shows that the rate and direction at which a material either rises or falls is solely dependent on a difference between the density of the medium and the density of the object. Therefore, answering the question asked on the title page, according to equation 2, the rate at which a material rises or falls is independent of its volume or the amount of material, mass, meaning that helium rises at a certain rate in water and another in air, whether it is a single helium atom or whether it is millions of helium atoms occupying the shape of a balloon. In other words, matter rises or falls by virtue of its own innate physical properties, and not because of dimensions such as volume, radius, or overall mass, like Newton proposed. A simple plug-in experiment into equation 2 shows that it is true for all observable phenomena, such as an air balloon in the air, a helium balloon in the air, rocks in the air, lead in water, etc. It also explains why feathers and exhaled air balloons do not fall as quickly as a stone, given they are much closer in density to the air than a stone. A stone, since it is far denser than air, it falls at such a rate as to nearly render the density of the medium, air, negligible, and thus a stone falls at a rate relatively close to g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. On the other hand, an exhaled air balloon, given that it is mostly air with a higher CO2 content, falls slowly in air because it is only a little bit denser as a whole than the air around it. Humans are very close in density to water, thus they make a great example of my principle. Most humans sink relatively slow in water, but some babies and people with relatively high body fat ratios can float with relative ease. There are also floating techniques that can help a human float in water. The material humans are made of sinks slowly in water, and the center of mass for that material is at the belly button, which is where we experience the sinking. However, when we take lots of air into our lungs change density and become less dense than the water, and thus start pulling us up. There are floating techniques that help us align the pull from our belly button with the pull of our lungs and help us float. Other techniques help us float by grouping the pulls close together and using a slight kicking motion to keep our legs afloat. Similarly, you may have noticed that if we take in a lot of air into our lungs, descending becomes very difficult, but if we purposely exhale all the air in our lungs, we start to descend quite rapidly. The most misunderstood yet most important experiment on the subject is the Brian Cox experiment. It is an experiment where he drops a bowling ball and a feather from the same height and records it using a high-speed camera, slow-motion capture. As repeatable observed phenomena shows, in air, the bowling ball falls much faster than the feather, but in a vacuum, as demonstrated by the experiment, they fall at the same rate. The biggest fallacy of the experiment is the assumption that Brian Cox makes. He believes that this experiment proves gravity because since the air is removed and the medium is now a vacuum, empty space, thus there is no resistance from the medium, and thus no buoyancy force, and the only observable force left should be gravity, and thus they both fall at the same rate. But, and a big but, if you notice my formulas can precisely and mathematically explain without failure the observable phenomena in the vacuum, because in a vacuum, the medium is nothing. The medium is empty space, and the density of empty space is zero. Then think of matter as occupied space. If we plug in a density of 0 for the medium into equation 2, the equation becomes the following mathematical limit question. Therefore, density cancels out, and this means that according to the math of equation 2, all matter falls at the constant acceleration g in empty space regardless of the object's density. The limit evaluations show us that as the density of the medium approaches 0 in a vacuum, then the observed object's rate of fall approaches g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. Therefore, since both the feather and the bowling ball are infinitely denser than empty space, which has a density of 0, then they both fall at the constant fall rate of matter in empty space. Matter is infinitely denser than empty space. Therefore, the vacuum experiment is proving without a doubt that g equals 9.81 meters per second squared is the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, as proven by the equal fall rate of a feather and bowling ball in empty space. There are two ways to obtain the value of the constant g according to equation 2. One is using multiple runs of an object or various objects which densities are known, and observing and recording their fall rate or rising rate in different mediums which densities are also known. In the experiment, the observed acceleration and direction must be recorded, and by plugging the observed acceleration into a y-axis and the densities into the x-axis, then simple data analysis can be used to obtain the constant g, which would be the only value constant throughout all the experiments with different densities. The other way to obtain the constant g is the Brian Cox's vacuum experiment, given that by making the medium in the experiment empty space, then the constant g becomes the observed acceleration. Thank you, Brian Cox. I would have never secured the funds for such an experiment, but I have your blessed naive ignorance to thank for proving my equations to be mathematically true with your experiment. In conclusion, here is where I ask the reader to reconsider their previous beliefs. I do not know why something so simple has been purposely hidden in plain sight for all these years, but the fact remains that it has. The world we live in has rules, and the rule that determines whether an object falls or rises is not the size of the earth, or how much it weighs. It is, clearly, the density of the object and the density of the medium it is in, nothing more. I sometimes wonder if the apple had not fallen on Newton's head, and instead had fallen in a bucket of water, if he would have then figured out the reason why the apple truly fell, and then never would have come up with such an absurd theory such as the theory of gravity. Maybe he would have wondered how the apple's gravity was magically turned off as soon as it hit the water, given that apples float and all. Maybe then he would have noticed that what made the apple fall was not gravity, but the density differential between the air and the apple, nothing else.
Good morning. What we doing in here? Playing the quiet game?
Good day, my friends.
How's it going, QE?
Very good, my brother. How are you?
About to go get hot, like usual.
Yeah, what's the call today for you guys?
Me, I get to go play in a couple attics, do a little bit of duck work.
Yeah, but how hot is it gonna get today?
Oh, how hot? I don't know.
Damn. Well, I just want to say good morning to you, my guy. I'm gonna hop off. Gotta go do an interview right quick with Chris. You're on the channel.
Oh, that's cool.
All
All
right.
right, well, y'all have a good one.
I'll share the link with you if you want. I can. I'll PM it to you.
Yeah. Definitely do that.
All right, brother. We'll talk soon. Thank you again for saying good morning. We'll talk soon, my guy.
All right, dude. Later.
Later.
What's happening on the flat plane? Helioskeptic. What's up, bro? Yo, yo.
How's it going, Sonny?
Hey there. How you doing?
You know what I'm doing. Playing in an attic like usual.
Playing what?
Playing in an attic.
Hold on, I have background noise. Let me.
You know how a house can have a basement or an attic?
I'm sorry. What did you say you were doing? I apologize.
Oh, good. Working in an attic. Instead of a basement, you know?
All
Yeah.
right. Kind of quiet.
Yeah, I know. Normally listen to y'all while I'm working, which makes it go by easier.
Glad Flobe, are you there? Not yet.
But if you could, if no one's talking, you put that bot going or whatever.
Yeah, let me put some sounds on.
Thank you so much.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Get done with it. Say the sky's not the limit. If I to the moon.
sun is the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do
into
they typically
space.
mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right,
No,
anyone who has
that's
ever
not what
been in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right. If the road were pointing straight up. So
Right.
so NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still
that.
low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
Damn.
And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right, listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys. And the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. Out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. So after 90 years, we're still only able to go in the same spot Auguste Piccard went in 1931. And that's because you can't go any further.
This is a story about legacy. People who know they were put here to do something different, something that would change the world.
And action!
You have August Picard, and he goes into space and do something that's never been done. My wild rabbit is to inspire everybody. I can see that in August Picard and Jacques Picard, because they represent never stop, never settle more than anything I've seen.
Professor Picard, the Belgian scientist, started the serious game of searching for the world's roof, searching for the world's roof, searching for the world's roof.
Professor Picard, the Belgian scientist, has ascended to heights never before reached by man to study the stratosphere, that unknown region which surrounds the Earth at a distance of more than 7 miles. The preparations for the flight began at midnight, but thousands of people had made the journey from Zurich in special trains, whilst a battalion of Swiss troops held down the guy ropes. Professor Picard himself superintended the arrangement, and then, when all was ready, he clambered inside the gondola which contained a mass of scientific instruments and gave the signal to let go. The balloon rose quickly and eventually climbed to over 10.5 miles above the Earth. Just imagine, whilst we were sweltering in the heat wave, he was nearly frozen to death in 15 degrees centigrade below zero. After being aloft for over 12 hours, he eventually landed near Lake Garda in Italy.
We were on the scene as soon as the Austrian Alpine troops you now see on their way to the glacier to recover the envelope and gondola in which the intrepid professors had made a perfect landing.
And that capsule still sits at the Brussels Air Museum to this day from 1931. This professor was on coins, he was on stamps, he was in Popular Science magazine, and you got to ask yourself, well, why haven't we heard about this guy in history? Well, because he made a statement right here in Popular Science magazine 1931 about the shape of the Earth, what he seen when he went up, and it says, it seemed a flat disc with an upturned edge. And that is why he's not in the history books. And this was the very first man ever up there, and he told what he saw in Popular Science 1931, Professor August Picard. 90 years later, and NASA's capsule still looks like August Picard's capsule from 1931. The technology still looks the same, and it is still the same because we can't get past the firmament. There's no place to go.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah. I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and like Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's two of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'll let my friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right. So, yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's 3 questions that I'd like to ask. And the 3 questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong answer. It's just, you know, knowing what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number 1. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number 2 is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number 3, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by like the center of Earth. And they're showing like how if you were to go like around, like if you were to go across the world, you would be able to like go from like Europe, or like you would be able to go to Europe to like Asia, not Europe, but like UK to Asia, or like you would be able to go to from like Florida to like, let's say like California, if you're like just going around. That's just like a bad example, but like, you know what I mean.
Okay. So you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Like, do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
No.
Okay. Okay. So,
Many hundreds of years.
as far, hang on, S1. Yeah, just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that you know that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, like Christopher Columbus, like those people who like traveled in ships. There is one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was,
Like
but
the Indians back like in BC and shit like that. Because, you know, they used to travel the world on ships, and I believe they believed that the world was flat back then. But I think, I just did like 30-second search up, and it said that they used like calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the Earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah. Parmesan, 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either like it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how I guess they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed he didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow. Now I'm going to ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Like, let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go like 10 miles away and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, like it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
because the shadow just goes forward. So like, technically, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but like if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not. You know?
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, Eratosthenes, he didn't figure out that the Earth was a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did, and then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. It just reified what he already thought before.
Yeah, can I say one?
So it wasn't. Just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify. Just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that?
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
Can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do, or in theory?
No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I
there's
nothing about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you could do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what the information that you know about the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That is actually spinning. Is there any way that you could tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
The sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sun goes, sun. The sun comes,
Yeah. What does the sun? What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. So moving to like the top left, and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe you want to look it up or something, but how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the earth is actually moving.
Wait, what
That's
was that?
true. That's he said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because
Sure,
I don't know
sure.
much about that.
No,
you know?
you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now. And, as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the earth is spinning right now. It's just a belief right now. So we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the earth spinning on its axis, point number 2. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number 3. Point number 3 is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? Either by you verifying it or by information that how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
So some shit.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there's no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire and you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside? When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah. It's like a bike tire.
So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to is not possible, because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth. So
but doesn't that like pressure stay in because of like gravity and the like the center of the Earth? Doesn't that have like a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. There's nothing that you could tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, like a high pressure. But it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
So you know how if you go like deeper into the water in the ocean, how is the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at like a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean, even. Everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of wherever you're at on the beach or whatever. But that water is contained.
What does it contain?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that everywhere that you see water.
The sea floor is the basin.
So like, well, think about it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline. You have a shoreline all the way around the lake, right? That's easy to see. You guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have 2 questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
Like, this is the last one, right?
Yeah. Let me wrap up these points. Okay. So
Right.
if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system, that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. This is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it is contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. All 3 of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence and whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like?
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right. So flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. And it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, splayed out. That is.
So with the ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like.
Yeah, I'm about to finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. People would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the flat Earth look like? And the flat earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the Earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that. And I wouldn't want anybody in flat Earth to as well, because once they do, it becomes a positive claim. And then you can ask questions about it. Like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know. And then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole Earth. There's nothing that we can do that you can see everything. Okay. We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but Flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right. So what you're saying, you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So
Then can't you just walk off the Earth? If the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
My bad.
All right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you'll be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica, and also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add, but you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So that would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one after.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round? How did that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is gonna probably throw you for a loop, but Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that when it's summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are in the south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have what they would consider their summers, right? So
They're
when it's summer,
opposite. The north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe, they would be expected to be kind of the same.
yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable as far as that goes. But it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence. So it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, look at it right now.
All right. Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west and almost in almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. You follow me?
Yeah.
So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime. When it's summer, it's closer to the north. And in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. You know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma, where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position, wherever it's showing you right there. But at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say is actually happening, right? With assurance, because we could see that and we could do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly. Just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this. Okay. What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second laws of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing though. when we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, if it
Yeah.
is if it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy,
Well-
rather than physical?
Well, here's the thing: we can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very like structurally saying it to be something super strong to hold it.
So, can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Oberico. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm gonna answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're gonna show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel. That people can travel into the vacuum of space. Because all gas pressure needs to be contained. Needs to be.
So if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum without any physical divide between them.
That's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden.
Okay.
That's the golden.
And the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, because
Please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're
Yeah.
thinking of gravity, gravity is not strong enough
Well,
to do that.
We'll just
Not
wait till
even
we'll wait till he comes back because I think he's gonna bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes, and matter cannot travel beyond the contained system because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now, I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now, this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, all right, this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you. With the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple 100 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's already showing curvature. So it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now. It's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah,
cool,
12.
here.
You go to 12 seconds in there. It looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
The Clumsily Clueless Cockamamie Clown Show Co-Show, April 2021.
This is where Jeremy gets it wrong. You don't leave an F frame and enter another reference frame.
So you're saying I can't leave a reference frame and enter another? So I can't jump off a swing onto the ground and enter a reference frame that's not swinging? Do you reminisce with complete strangers? You're an imbecile!
You're always in all reference frames.
Village idiot.
So when I jump off the swing, I'm still in the swinging reference frame? And in the Hunt for Red October cavitating reference frame? And in the Felix Baumgartner Planet New Mexico reference frame? And Auntie M's Twister reference frame? And in Xanax Spinning Hot Tub Torpedo reference frame? Ad infinitum. All at the same time? Eh?
You big dummy!
You're an imbecile!
A reference frame is simply where something's being observed from.
Wrong. From isaacphysics.org, in cooperation with the University of Cambridge. A frame of reference is a set of coordinates that can be used to determine positions and velocities of objects in that frame. Different frames of reference move relative to one another. You're an imbecile!
So, if you throw the bottle, across the merry-go-round, then only from the inertial reference frame, outside of the rotating system, only in that reference frame do you see the true motion. I wouldn't even call it true motion.
I would call it that.
But you see the motion of the bottle going in a straight line. But from that rotating reference frame, you're going to see the bottle have a curved path. And both of those are correct. They're both correct.
They're both correct. So the bottle is following a curved path and moving straight at the same time? Clown show. Doofus law of non-contradiction violation. The person on the rotating reference frame throwing the bottle will see the bottle appear to curve. But the bottle's not actually curving. It only appears to curve because the person on the rotating merry-go-round is rotating. I.e., he's curving, not the bottle. You're an imbecile.
Because it's not, you're explaining what you're explaining, Jeremy, from the context of two different, totally different things. One, we'll call one thing the object and one thing the observer. No, the observer is the person jumping off the rotating thing and viewing it again or whatever. The observer is the one viewing what's happening. Okay? The object is the thing that you're describing the path or the motion of or whatever.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
You need to be institutionalized. 'Cause you're an imbecile.
So, you right.
You right.
You right. The observer can change reference frames.
That's not what you said a few minutes ago. You said
you don't leave an reference frame and enter another reference frame. So, you right.
You right.
You right. The observer can change reference frames. You don't leave an reference frame and enter another reference frame.
So you're not only an imbecile, you're a fork-tongued double speaker.
You're actually just describing different reference frames at that point. This is what everybody understands.
Reductio ad absurdum. Reductio ad absurdum is employed to reduce your claim down using correct reasoning to expose logical fallacies. In this case, it's two fallacies. Flailing generalized baseless bare assertion fallacy and an ad populum fallacy. You said, this is what everybody understands. I'm going to head across the street and ask 5-year-old Maverick if he understands your imbecilic reference frame horse shit. How much you want to bet he starts laughing or runs away? Or both? Then I'm going to head next door and ask Granny Wilkerson. She'll most likely call the cops. The really scary part, Clown Show Kosho? This is the least of your dumpster fire train wreck imbecilleries.
This is what reference frames are describing. Describing observations made from these reference frames. So the object, though, is not going to change reference frames.
What the f***, kid? So I'm holding on to a ball on a spinning merry-go-round. Then I throw the ball off the merry-go-round. Your conclusion. The ball didn't change reference frames. It's still spinning with me on the merry-go-round. You big imbecile!
It's the observer that can change reference frames, not an object.
Dear Lord, save us.
There's a person on the merry-go-round, and there's another observer off the merry-go-round. One of them is going to appear to see the same bottle go in a straight path, and one of them is going to appear to see the bottle go in a curved path.
Correct, because the observers are in two different reference frames.
Okay, from both of their observations, they're making observations of the same bottle in two different reference frames.
Correct, because the observers are in two different reference frames.
Bottle exists in both reference frames.
Boom! No, sunshine. The observers exist in two different reference frames, not the bottle.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
You're an imbecile.
Otherwise, they wouldn't both be witnessing it.
What on earth? They're both witnessing it, Crayon Muncher, because they have eyeballs and they're looking at it. Not because the bottle's in two different reference frames. You think this magic genie bottle is in superposition of itself?
No, that's what I'm saying. But you saying, does it leave one reference frame and go to another one? Doesn't make sense. The bottle exists in infinite reference frames.
Yeah, right. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse-hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy reference frame. Your belly-laughing childlike ignorance exists in infinite reference frames.
In the context of the ball, Jeremy, when you throw it off of the merry-go-round, what reference frame is it in?
The inertial reference frame.
So it just switched reference frames?
Yes.
Now, how come when you view that ball, a person on the rotating frame, the person viewing it sees it go in a curved path?
It's an apparent deflection, as in not actual curve.
And the person in the inertial reference frame sees it going in a straight path.
Correct.
So it's obviously not just in one reference frame.
Nah, Mr. Magoo. You just have two people in different reference frames observing the ball in a single reference frame. You are one dizzy motherfucker. You need to be subdued forcefully by the authorities, horse and elephant tranquilized without cessation, straight-jacketed, secured to a one reference frame padded room, then emergency lobotomized. Now, you're a danger to yourself and others.
It still exists in both reference frames.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real troopers. Troopers on the beach. I don't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. there's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Uno, uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to throw it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in VC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CD. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
The earth is flat. Oh, yeah.
Running through the cities in the last of days. Gotta face the truth, this is the masquerade. Waking up the public, time to liberate. No, you're doing great when they start to hate. In a world, yeah.
Stockholm Syndrome got me fighting with the slaves. But how they about to face the truth when they can't show their face? Now the system don't control me, yeah, the beast is getting slayed. Austin got the pout, they look sour, oh behave. But I'm about my father business, witness, he gon' get this praise. I ignore you cause of Torah, only thing that I obey. I ain't with the social distancing, but I'ma need my space. They be boring me with quarantine, so stay up in your place.
The masquerade, waking up the public, time to liberate. No, you're doing great when they start to hate. In a world, yeah.
I'm sorry we didn't go to the moon, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't lie to you, bro. I'm sorry. I think it'd be cool if we went to the moon too, dude. It was a cool story. I'm sorry you got triggered.
activation.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, a formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield, the Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them! This is where we fight! This is where they die! And these shield boys! This is Sparta!
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims unsubstantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated, not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated with science invigorated. Its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this. Let each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
Welcome to Flat Earth Discord Live 24/7 Flat Earth. Anyone new in here? Hookie, are you new? Do you have any questions, Hookie?
Flat Earth is in the building.
Kiwi.
What's cracking, Sonny? How are you, my guy?
I'm busy this morning. Yeah.
What you been doing with yourself, man?
I distill water every day, so I have to keep an eye on that and make sure it's not the cooling water is not overflowing. I have to make sure that's flowing well, and then I'm hanging out here with you guys, drinking some coffee.
The water move. I got my coffee right here. Cheers, my guy.
Yeah, just got done making some olive oil cannabis extract. So I was double boiling that to get the excess water out.
What's your extraction process? Are you using alcohol or are you just using oil?
Just oil.
Nice.
And
so you're running it at what, on the stovetop at a certain
No,
temperature?
in a slow cooker. I have a small crock pot. I use that.
Very good. Very good.
Mm-hmm. It turned out really well. I thought I was going to be disappointed with the olive oil process because it's different than coconut oil. Like coconut oil, you can separate in the fridge, but the olive oil doesn't separate. The water just stays down at the bottom. Because you need to, when you're cooking it, you need to have water in it, because if the water boils out, then the temperature can go too high. So you want to make sure there's still some water in it while you're boiling it. Yeah, it's kind of a trip.
The water's the buffer, if you will.
Yeah, it's taken. I've done this for about 6 years. I learned how to do it from a friend of mine. Then I started doing it on my own. It's really good because I grew the plant myself. So it's producing some really great medicine for me, which I freaking need really badly.
That's fantastic. Root cut. Yes, root cutting is one of the fallen secrets of heaven.
Yeah, it's all good. It's funny because my plant. I mean, I'm inside of an apartment, right? Where I have a tent, and for the plant that is grow tent. But I mean, I don't understand how, but like when I harvested, it was actually starting to produce seeds. It's my understanding that it has to have a male plant around. So unless because of the way the grow went, I don't recall seeing any hermaphrodite signs, like where a plant is producing male and female properties at the same time.
That was hilarious.
I didn't see any of that. But yet, like when I harvested, there's some seeds. I'm like, how the hell did they get there? Unless I brought in male pollen from a hemp plant, I don't know how that's possible. Unless like the weed I get that I buy, that's possible, I guess. I don't know how it would have got into my tent though.
Well, as they say, life finds a way.
It sure does. Pretty amazing. Like I never heard of a plant just producing the seeds without being pollinated. So I don't know.
Well, there had to have been a little bit of the old pollen there, just like, sometimes you got to make sure that your swimmers aren't getting on things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's neither here nor there. How y'all doing today?
Very good, my brother. How are you?
I'm also pretty good.
I'm good. Driving in the country on a shitty mic and you can't hear, so I'll shut up.
I love it, Dave. Par for the
We love
course.
the same way, Dave. No stress. Gives you a distinct flavor, Dave.
Yep, like stale chips.
I was actually thinking like the old school mics, the analog mics. Like a record almost.
Oh, sure. Sounds like a CB radio from 1978.
I said, pin this here's rubber duck. You back off with them hogs.
No idea what you just said.
I think he said
Something about a rubber ducky and hogs.
I thought he said hose. Oh my god. Right.
Yeah, Dave. Dave and his anyway. Dave, I don't think I've ever heard you worked up about anything.
I just don't do it online. There's no reason to get worked up amongst strangers that are friends or whatever it is. I don't know. Anyway.
Very well stated.
Have you tried to talk to Miss Sue, my Sue, me Sue? We all Sue. Must be a bunch of J's, well, never mind. Did my mic work for any of that?
Yeah, you had asked if anybody spoke to My Soup or something. My Soup.
There's someone on the panel here named MISU. Pronounce it how you will. They need to have roles and BC verified and all that shit. I'm not the base here to do it. Since I'm currently operating a motor vehicle, I won't be doing it.
I have something for us to throw around, a ball for consideration. The term luminaries. What does that mean to you?
Lit up sky dots.
Intangible objects in the sky, correct.
Yeah, lit up sky dots.
I love it. Lit up sky dots. Well said.
Not much else I can say about them. They seem to be constantly doing something, moving around. You know, yeah. They twinkle. Apparently, they twinkle because of it's just the action, the activity that's going on. It's blinking and flashing in certain funny ways.
So the defined term is archaic, or the archaic definition of it is a natural light giving body, especially the sun or moon. So here's my question. If we're in, or if gas needs a container, which is the firmament, I'm wondering about the sun and the moon being something that lights up a room, if you will. Does that make sense?
No, not to me. But why are you thinking about these things?
Just because I got up with the term on my mind this morning, luminaries. I started pondering it all day, because I looked up in the Bible. Just obviously it was placed in the sky, and then I started thinking about the whole aspect of gas, and I thought, well, Glad, let me ask you this: what are you of the opinion? Does the sun and the moon project light, or do they light light? If that makes sense.
No clue, man. No clue. Not gonna make any claims.
Sky science, I like it. No, that's cool. I appreciate that, man.
Like I could give you. Let me see what kind of opinion I can form real quick. The sun emits heat, which is interesting. I haven't tested the moon to be one temperature or another in shade and in moonlight and all that stuff, so I can't believe any of that right now. So it seems like the moon doesn't put out heat, but it is lit up. I don't know if it's self-illuminating, because at night it's lit up, but then during the day you can see like a white gray thing that looks translucent. Like the moon changes a lot, so I'm not sure about it. And then of course, yeah, the sun is, I don't know what it is, obviously, but there's heat and it gives life to things, and that's really interesting to me. And that's it. That's all I can say.
All I can say real quick to quote Journey, the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Don't know why.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
Dead Air Dave strikes again. No one else wants to speculate about the luminaries. Good. Anybody new here? Anybody old here? Anybody in between? This has been Dead Air Dave at Flat Earth 24/7 Discord.
We got that.
I think it's birds. Did I hear that? Anyone else hear a belch? Somebody might be hot, Mike. I will.
D3.
Busted.
Number games are fun, but we're going to move on.
Listen,
We're
I
going to move
just
on because I just
yeah.
wanted to ask quickly,
I
Matthew.
wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
Yeah, I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because
well, I
I just
was
want
going
to
to
check
take it
with
back to the
Matthew.
Earth, but yeah, don't worry.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know
Okay,
that the Earth is a
so
globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
so you say you know the
What
Earth
is
is
knowing
globe, but you
Wait, so
can't
what's the
prove
difference
it?
between belief
That's
and knowing?
funny.
Believes that he knows that the
Yeah,
Earth is
he
a globe.
believes the Earth is a
Guys,
globe.
let
It
me
is
get an answer.
Earth religion.
Right,
Okay, let's let Wolf take
what
it.
does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one
But
sentence.
just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure.
what does knowing mean? Or
Yeah,
knowledge
having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without
What defines a logical
Give
truth?
me an
What
example.
defines a logical truth?
Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based
Well, no, you don't.
a whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. I believe him. Like a bunch of
I
evidence.
liked it better
So
with the
you could
Canada example.
experience. So you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say
He
that you
told me.
believe.
What is something that you can't experience It's something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of.
Where are they recording this?
What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
What?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
What, like
Right,
the
but you
flat
don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
You can't experience anything spinning ball
Oh,
because
you're
we're not
talking
on a
about the
ball.
senses, like what I sense.
No, I'm
Well, what
talking
you
about.
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the
Proof
constant
of the Earth
size
is a
of the
globe.
sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Oh, you can't use that. You
Says
can't.
all-
No, you can't use those
So
as
we're talking
examples.
about the
That's
Earth.
not how that works.
No, talking about
It's not
all
up to the
of
side. It's
reality,
not
the
up
whole
to
realm
us
of
to
reality.
decide why that's the case for them.
No, but
Or
we're talking about what you
acknowledge
stand
that
on.
Earth isn't the case. Like,
Huh?
really, dude? Come on.
What you stand on.
You
know what's
the
below your
ground.
feet.
Like I go to the
Yeah.
ocean.
We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to
Other
the ocean.
planets
It's flat. That's
don't
what I'm
matter.
say. It
Yeah.
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One
that's
second,
right.
I just want to
experience
say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
Yeah.
Let me
Exactly.
respond to what Crack
That's a
said.
good point, right?
Let me
So
respond to what he said.
exactly, you're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is X
Good.
amount, 93
Run a
million
little
miles away.
slow.
The moon is 250. You know all that.
You will be
but you
hearing
don't
from
know
me
if
when I'm
seawater is salty.
got the
You're missing
half-hour
the
warning
I
you need.
know that the sun
You know?
is the. I do think that the ocean
Where
is
are they
made of salt
recording
water.
this?
I do think that. I do know that.
Is that okay?
Just said that I
But you
cannot.
just said you
prove
don't
it.
know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
Yeah, that's.
I was
being ambitious.
talking about that.
I thought you just said
You said the
don't know
sun
the
in your
distance of the sun.
experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you
Are
live
you
on
at-
the globe.
Ah,
Oh,
yes.
Because
Are
reality
you
Other
at the
bodies
house?
that we
your
cannot see.
experiences
Ah,
made
yes.
it.
Oh, okay. I
thus
thought you were
that
going to be in
know
Haley.
that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a
Okay.
globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in
All
the
right,
sky called the
that's good.
sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the
So
salt
there's
water
what
in the
about
sea,
12
that you can
locks? Is
clearly
that
know is
right?
salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on? In relation, when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable, and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other.
And you've got the old keys.
Yeah, I hear what
Flawed.
I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove
I'll just
the
need,
ocean
you
is
know,
salt water.
I
So
would
I was
like
just
the
saying I
old
don't like the
keys,
word
and then you
can't prove
wanted
the
like
globe on
6
that,
new
right?
keys. Is
No,
that
sorry,
correct?
I can't
To
prove.
this, we said we can't
I
prove the
think
globe, and then now
I
you say
think
you can prove
that's
the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again.
I
So
think that's the
okay,
whole
Okay.
point. It's
And you
like
want the
it's hard to
Baldwins
fucking
or
prove
something
something
like
that
that?
crazy, right?
no,
Well,
but
like
It's
this
hard
is
to
it.
prove
Okay.
Yeah,
anything in the physical world.
All right.
Sorry,
We're not
that
doing
was
anything.
so bad.
This is it.
You
This
can
is
go to
it.
the
This is the
ocean,
logic we're
prove
talking about, right?
that there's salt in it, but you can't
Okay.
go to the sun
Perfect.
and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it.
We're not doing
We
anything
know a
weird
lot
like
about the
Mini
ocean
Master or anything, right?
but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just
Okay.
barked like a radioactive
Alrighty.
dog. That was funny.
Someone go on
Just to
YouTube
lighten
see
the
that
mood.
one.
But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as
Okay.
your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not
Okay.
enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim
All right.
was false already.
It'll be
One
all
thing,
on the main
one thing
house
as
key,
well, we just spoke
basically,
a
is
few
what
minutes
you're
ago,
saying.
and you agreed
Yeah.
with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we
Okay.
live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball.
All right,
That's
Eric.
just their
Thanks
belief.
for calling.
And that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No,
Well,
but you
that's
kind of
not
said it
just
was like their best guess.
as a ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's
Yeah,
what
I
NASA
don't
does.
think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over
Matthew,
Okay.
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of
Is it
five.
your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say one, and when you say one, we mean the same thing, and we're using it in the same way.
Yeah. Oh, great.
But Matthew, you're not saying you're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do like can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word prove. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word prove.
Okay.
We'll have
Okay.
different ways of
Because
talking.
I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
Is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
if you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number 1 and number 1. You know, we are speaking now about number 1. That means that proof in this moment means number 1 for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number 1?
He wants to be
like 1 apple.
specific, not
1
colloquial.
apple. Okay, so we put 1 apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is 1 apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number 1. You know that I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. You know, but I
Set
want
a
to
bar, yeah. Let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof, the word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
Holy fuck! I think he was asking you if he says.
Question: Is it a proof? Is it a proof?
Well, yeah.
If we add the heat to the water, that water will boil. Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
Yeah, that's
what is that?
He's saying, wait, Sasha, he's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
That's
so
what
we
he's-
can
yeah.
I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
And I thought he was
Okay,
asking if
they
I
need
say
to use three
one.
proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school. Okay, like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof. Right,
Right.
Matthew?
So,
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth, and you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So, what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. It would just say that
Would the
none
water
of
be
them,
boiling then?
but I don't think any of them ever reaches the with our physical senses. I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof the same way that mathematics. and
Okay,
logic
could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained
Yeah.
upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time? How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think no matter how many physical senses you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
No, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
The way I understood the original question was that if Sasha said 1, you're going to picture the number 1, not number 5, right?
It's not provable, yeah.
Sure,
Hello?
I just make a difference between
Mic check.
99.99 and 100. I think.
Dude, hey, Flatman, we're listening to a recording right now.
Oh, fuck. I'm stoned.
No, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical. Listen, no. Wait. Matthew, you just said you're skeptical of reality.
No.
Because reality is
Let
what
me
we
explain the difference.
experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early.
Right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof, evidence, or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example: you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that you could.
No, we're not talking about
Mathematics isn't a
mathematics.
realm.
We're not talking
By the
about
way,
mathematics. Wait.
can we just
Wait.
state this as well?
I need to know.
Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's
Sure.
just get that clear.
Yeah,
It's not a
okay.
realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
Right. So then the flat Earth is true.
wow. I cannot believe
Then
the
you're
one
saying,
man.
wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true, if true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait. So what does
Well,
true
that-
mean then? If it's not reality, because reality is
True is
flat
what
and motionless.
true is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
The
true.
real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
So you don't know it
You don't
then.
know
So
that
you
it's
definitely
true.
don't know it then.
You don't know that it's
Yeah.
true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say
How
that you
how
know
would you
it.
know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the
You
while
can't know salt water. You can't
you
know pot. You can't know
you
apples.
cannot know the earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got
Correct.
something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the
On the one hand, you can't
oxymoronic
know
statement
anything.
of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know, and well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple, but he knows that he
I said
never
I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word
No,
proof.
because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things. Because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
But you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven. I
No,
can't say
there's
it's
a
true.
difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed. Can
So,
you?
crack your example of the boiling pot's an example, a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I
not
get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists.
Canada.
You know
Canada.
for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do you not see where your logic seems like double speak
Yeah.
almost? Where
So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada.
No, I'm
exists.
sure about saltwater.
Okay,
I'm
does
100%
Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the
Hey,
ocean.
hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm gonna mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that,
Now
like
show the
all,
strong evidence for the curvature of the earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no,
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no, I would say that I don't use
Right.
the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe to
Exactly
begin
right.
with. So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've
Now,
just
knowledge
said
is a
the
separate
globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that
can't
there's
prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you
how-
asked me about proof, and I said I
Okay. Let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then?
All
Since you
kinds
can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would be
Maybe I
better.
can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Yeah, crypto.
He was
crypto,
talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get in the
Yeah.
weeds. Sorry about
Are you
that.
saying,
Yeah, maybe I can.
question, please. Are you
No.
saying
Yes. No.
that you
Hello.
can prove?
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go.
We hear you.
Go for it.
Quick
Cool.
question. One question for Matthew.
Crypto, go.
One question. Can you? So you're saying you can
I'll just
prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
Yeah. So
saying
you're just
you
asking
can
the same
prove
question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like
But
2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got three elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you speak of epistemology, but there are even problems with epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of
so,
course.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, that's what you spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs, as were, will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? Just, and you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle, right? Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily, right? Okay. So truth.
Holy
is
shit.
the right leg. Okay. It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg. Okay.
This is a family
In the
show.
middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole. Okay. Poorly justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is.
Well, nobody's going to learn anything now.
But the issue is
Only crack villain
know
could
things,
say this.
first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things, in fact, are fundamental and fundamental.
He had less than zero reason to bring up female body parts. I'm just saying.
Anyway, in order for you to have
That dude's
true
obsessed.
belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No,
It's just-
you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary. And I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
Are you gonna use
I don't know. I
the
don't know of
vagina
any
example with your
arguments.
students, Matthew?
Am I gonna what?
Are you gonna use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
Good
one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just
Damn.
To justify true belief, crypto. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry,
Love the
Matthew.
high-
I
Yeah,
just,
no, it's fine.
sorry, Matthew.
No, you know
Yeah,
what?
no, you're all
I
right,
know
Matthew.
that there are
Honestly,
problems with
I
this
can mix it up right now,
justified
yeah.
true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
kind of metal.
thing and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not even gonna apologize. I'm just pissed.
can
What are
you
you
one
pissed about,
question?
EC?
One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixing.
Okay, go ahead. Can you explain?
Whoa,
it?
how
Now
can
he
you do
can't.
that?
Now he
No.
can't
Were you
prove it again.
expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah, give
What,
the guy
yes?
some credit.
After everything you just said, you expected him to say yeah?
He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, like, you know, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should
etc.
ask there, man.
I think the
So,
main
you know
point
what,
that we
you're-
need to
you're
point
right
out
about that.
here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which
All right, go right ahead and ask.
So I have a question for both, for the flat earth community. I ask this question many times and I stress it, and I don't think I can stress it enough. This question is, if you go in a straight line, and many people say, oh, you cannot go in a straight line, compass or whatever, but let's assume you just follow the sun. It's dawn time, and then it's gonna set. So you just follow the sun as an indicator for a straight line. You know the east. It always goes to the east, goes from the east and goes to the west. So following it for 1 million kilometers or miles or whatever, what would be your surroundings? Like, what land would you be on? And would there be animals? Would there be, what's the temperature? Would there be a 24-hour day? What's the time perception? Does time stretch when you go in a straight line?
Okay, you got to do one question at a time, brother.
Okay.
So first of all, the sun does not travel in a straight line in reality, so we have to start there. Now, what was the second question?
Well, just if you go in a straight line, what would happen?
Yeah, well, that's theoretical. The sun, you're talking about the sun does not travel in a straight line.
Okay. So it goes in circles.
I didn't make a claim. You made the claim.
No, I asked the question. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it appears to travel in a circuit above us in a clock-like fashion, just like all the other luminaries. So,
okay.
So, what was the other question?
So if you go on a straight line, what would happen? Basically, this is the main question.
If what goes in a straight line?
You.
If you go in a straight line?
Yes.
Like on Earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you
do
saying,
you have in your mind a ball? Do you have in your mind a ball? Or a sphere?
No. Because
okay. If you're
then
on
you would-
land, there's no such thing as going in a straight line because you have elevation changes.
And you cannot go in a straight line. Doesn't work.
If you go in a straight line on Earth as it is, you're going to end up going to the ice.
Oh my God! Why are we entertaining
You're going to be
this?
in the south.
So many ifs. So many ifs.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way to answer that question.
Yeah, but
Any of the questions.
It's not possible anyways. Like there will be at some point, regardless of where you're going to in a straight line, a limitation, regardless of what vehicle you use to go in a straight line. Period. Even if you use a plane and you go in a straight line, you will have the problem with fuel, which then will lead you to go off the line. Or there will be no fly zones and so forth. So there is no possible way to go just in a straight line to prove or look at anything. It's just a hypothetical question, if that's the right term.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, on a globe, Earth, there's no such thing as a straight line on a globe.
Exactly.
Anywhere. And actually on Earth as it is, flat, the way it actually is, there's no such thing as a straight line either. Even if you're following a compass course, you're just making a circuit around the north.
There's no way you can go in a straight line, right?
No. Not possible.
Really?
Who knows? That's come on, guys.
I'm going to say it's not possible.
Wow.
Well, but not empirically.
So if your hypothetical question implies going in a straight line to prove something about the Earth, no, you cannot. If that answers your question. You cannot go in a straight line to prove that you end up at the same position like we have been told as kids. You go in a straight line and you end up at the same point where you begin.
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, so what's the question about? What is the... Like, don't get me wrong, I just want to understand what is the fruit, what is the thing that we can eat after we come to the conclusion of whatever the question should apply as an outcome. What is the outcome that is fruitful?
It's just the curiosity, man. It's just the curiosity. Like, I imagine, because the Earth is flat, if I go in a straight line for 500,000 kilometers or miles, like, imagine that distance. That's way beyond Russia or Australia or any of these continents that are on the edges of our map currently. And I want to imagine our surrounding in that position. Like, if they put me in a gun and then they shoot me, I want to see.
Holy fuck! What are you talking about?
Honestly.
Listen, we can't speculate on any of that. That's all speculation. Like, we could sit here all day and do best guesses, but none of us have traveled to the places where you want to speculate about. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to get worked up. I'm going to calm down on it.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, that none of us can make claims one way or the other. Like, I can't answer any of those questions.
I'm not looking for answers necessarily. I'm just trying to provoke the question, because I think we should think about this specific question.
Why?
Because the normal guy that believes the Earth is a ball that is spinning, if he thinks about this question, his whole reality would shatter.
Do you want to shatter realities, or do you want people to to know that the Earth measures flat against the globe math?
Well, I don't want anything.
Oh. Nothing? You don't want like pizza or?
No, just water, man.
Well, I mean, okay. I don't want to come down on it fully. It does spark critical thinking to say, okay, first, I don't know the makeup of the Earth. At least, I don't know if it matches up with reality that what we've been told. And so it sparks critical thinking that way, in my opinion.
Okay.
But it's still just fantastic because it's unfalsifiable. Like, we can measure the Earth and go, okay, globe math doesn't work. Boom, done. None of us can go in what you would consider a straight line completely south from north and just keep going and going and going. Eventually, you know what? I don't know eventually because I've never done it, but go and give it a shot first and then tell me what happens, right?
I don't have the
But
money
don't
to
shoot
do
yourself
so.
out of a cannon. Whatever you do, don't do
Yeah.
that.
No, because I wanted to draw an image in the listener's mind. I want to see. It's the curiosity of what's beyond the continents that we know. Is it just you hit an invisible wall, or is it whatever
One
it is?
second. That's also hypothetical. Continents beyond, no one knows if or what
I know.
is beyond. So, yeah, we can only assume. And I don't see any.
I didn't say continents. I said what's beyond. It could be anything. It could be.
But what's beyond? What if the end is the end? Do you know? We don't know, right?
What do you mean? The end is the end.
Yeah. What if there is an end, which maybe is the Antarctic Circle, and that's it. That's your container that you live in. Why do we always think there's more to anything? I certainly don't support this.
Oh, so you mean you mean like an aquarium, where the sky meets the ground, and
Yes.
you touch. Oh, okay. This is what I believe in, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe that whole thousands of continents beyond BS. I think that's unlogical.
There's no way to know that.
There's no way to know that, but I don't believe it because
It could be both. It could be both. It could be continents, and then when you go further, the sky meets the ground. But I mean, in the book Encyclopedia Britannica, there is the flight documented. He said that the glass ceiling, that they touched it with a flight in the parallel, I think the circle down in Antarctica.
I can witness that. That was the 59 definition of the firmament in the encyclopedia. Thank you for sharing that, my friend.
Oh, you know about this, right?
Yes, my friend, I said I just witnessed it, 100%.
Okay.
Did you witness it in reality or in a book?
I took the share and uploaded it on my channel.
So it's just information, it's not data?
Well, what I'm saying, somebody reading from the encyclopedia.
Oh boy.
59
It's
stating
like third
what?
hand.
It's the definition again. But Glat, it's the definition of the firmament, dude. Right? It's the cap,
dude.
The enclosure that we need. Right? I'm
So
agreeing.
go up there and prove that, man.
No.
That's fair. Yeah, no, it's sky science, right? That's fair. It's sky science.
A firmament is, yes, a firm barrier, but prove that's what's above us.
You know what's funny about this whole thing that is now lately being very popularized in the flat earth movement regarding these continents that are being hidden? I think it's funny because it reminds me a bit of that childish idea that we have been all implemented into with the heliocentric model saying, oh, space, outer space, there's millions of other planets that we can someday fly to or whatnot. And it's like a little bit of a compression or compromisation of a mental idea that then was stolen because we understood the heliocentric model is false, and now people in the flat earth movement want to somehow come up with this new idea, even though it's, I personally think it's not real because it's against what the Bible teaches regarding the cosmology that we live in. But anyways, I think it's just a compromisation of childhood dreams, and also to hide again from the creator. Because it then opens up to, there must be some crazy civilization on other continents that left us and blah blah bloop. Just hiding material.
The guy is saying the truth, honestly, yeah. They say space is infinite because, different civilizations and other peoples are aliens. And now they said, other civilizations, if you go in a straight line, whatever. But regardless if it's other continents and other peoples and other nations or not, I want to know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I want to know. I honestly, what I believe, what I imagine from years of research is the sky meets with the ground, and then that's the firmament. Honestly, this is what I believe because I am a Muslim, and this is in my book, in the Quran, in many verses. And we all saw The Simpsons episode where they shatter the sky.
Yeah,
and
like
they
I
bring
say,
the ocean down.
Oh my god, dude, it doesn't mean
They are
anything.
playing.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a compromisation of a childhood dream. It's like, turning the same thing that was once an idea of the or is an idea of the heliocentric model, that you have outer space and much more places to go, now implementing it into a geocentric enclosed system to tell you that there's way more about history and blah blah bloop, to give you hiding material so you can still go on into that nonsensical assuming state of mind where everything is just, this is not real, that is not real, this contradicts that, and actually we don't really know anything about our creator and about whatnot. It's just hiding.
Well, not only that, I wanted to talk about I agree with that. You're hiding from reality, but it also, I got to get out of here, but I wanted to mention the Simpsons thing. So many people out there are using that against conspiracy theorists because, listen, let me put it to you in context. You go up to someone and you say, "Hey, man, what do you think about what's going on right now in the world?" And then the person the person immediately says, "Well, the Simpsons predicted it, so that's." Come on. There's just because a cartoon had some shit going on, that's just the same as saying, well, NASA took photos from space, so it's real. And that's even worse because The Simpsons is just a humor show cartoon. I think that shit's put out there to make people distract them from anything, just to be distracted. They shattered the reality, this dream's reality wide open, and then the ocean and fish and shit come in, drop down. That's just that's so ridiculous. It's like if that's a real truth drop, then man, we got some work to do.
No, it's in SpongeBob as well. There's a trippy episode.
It doesn't mean anything. It's a Simpsons episode, brother.
No, it means a lot, man. It means a lot. Trust me.
No, it's just the Simpsons. I understand what you mean, but they're throwing breadcrumbs out there so that you latch on and you say, "Oh, this is important," and it doesn't fucking mean a thing.
I'm not using it as a proof, honestly, but.
Okay. You don't, because that's, at best it should make people think about looking into, well, why would they say they shattered the glass? But even still, that's just sky stuff. I don't know. I don't mean to be a dick. I really don't. I don't want to hear people stumbling over assumptions just to be, skeptical of the narrative. If we keep it simple, it measures flat against the globe math, then people can go to other channels and other stuff and talk about and think about whatever they want. If people come here, I'll end it here. If people come here and learn about why the globe math doesn't work, that opens up so many doors of awakening, because the flat earth is the hard one to admit to oneself, is it not? Oh, Kennedy this and Federal Reserve that, and that's fine, I can do all that, but Earth is flat? Ooh, I don't think I can admit that. You know what I mean? Once
No,
you
yeah, of
get
course.
past the point of that, then all the other things open up.
Yeah, of course. It's the mother of all red pills.
It's
This is what they call it.
It's a big one. Yeah. It's one of the big ones for sure. So anyway, I just don't take Simpsons as any kind of proof for anything. Not even like
No, I don't.
truth drops, because it's just a cartoon, and they're going to use it against us. They're going to say, "Oh, these flat earthers, conspiracy theorists, they think Simpsons is causing shit." Like they'll say, "Oh, Simpsons is a real show, and like it's real footage." They just go off on us, and rightfully so, because if we at all say, "Well, this Simpsons episode is compelling," they'll just say, "These idiots think Simpsons is real deal for real." I don't know. I'm just trying to think of, the tactics that people will use so that they either don't have to consider the truth, they can mock the truth, that kind of thing. People will do anything not to think about the truth, and they'll make fun of everything, and I just feel like the Simpsons saying they predicted, like Back to the Future and all that shit. It's like, dude, just drop it. That makes us look retarded.
You want to keep the credibility of the measurements we did, right? And the things that anyone else can, redo. Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's not interesting. My favorite Simpsons thing is when they showed like the two Saudi Arabian kings and Trump putting their hands on the globe. And if that episode was years and years ago, like that prediction there, it's crazy. I mean, crazy, right?
Yeah,
but at the same time, it's inconsequential to the main truth, at least in here.
Right.
Everywhere else, let's go there. But
it's nothing
anyway.
for normie. It's only something for people who already have the background knowledge. As, for example, knowing that the guy who creates The Simpsons, is a certain degree of, and so forth. So it's not a good argument for normies. You just don't go up to a dude that has no clue about flat and just say, "No, look at The Simpsons." And yeah, I understand that.
Exactly. It's just a weird thing to talk about, but I do get it. I totally get it. So So anyway, I don't mean to be a dick about it. That's just my opinion.
So can I ask a question since I'm new here? So do you guys like to keep like the spirituality and all of that stuff out of this and like stick to straight facts here? Like, about that stuff?
For the most part. Because, listen, we have a lot of other channels and offshoots inside of this server that are for that, right? If you scroll just down a little bit, we got chill text, learning curve text, politics, religion, spirituality, philosophy, Quran, debate, biblical, general conversation, all kinds of stuff like that, where just in the server, you can go and talk about it. But this right here, this live stream, is special because the more we just stick with the globe math being bunk, and it measuring flat, people could just show up at any time and start learning about that, and I think that's great.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, I love you guys. I'll be back later.
The Earth is flat.
So, Jackie, are you?
What?
I don't label myself as anything. I just don't like labels. I don't believe it's a globe. That's for sure. That I do know.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
I'm not denying that it's not. I think I don't know. I said it the first time I was here. What I saw was something a little different than like it looked to me. I saw more like a snow globe in a meditation, but like I said, it's that's a more spiritual thing. So you know. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'm more of a spiritual person, and when I connect with God, I asked because I came across this like probably a year and a half ago, something like that. And like at first, of course, it was the same. Like, you know, you get the reaction like, there's no way the earth is flat, right? Like, what are people talking about? And I watched, I decided to watch the videos just to see what they were talking about. And then I was like, holy crap, wait, all that stuff is true. All that stuff is real. And I just kept digging. And I can't find proof that it's a globe. I find the opposite proof all the time. So I asked God myself, and what I saw was more of something that looked like a snow globe that you can kind of stick a picture up in the middle of. So I don't know what I prescribe to per se. So you know, I'm on the fence about everything. I know it's not a globe, but I just don't know what the heck it really is, like truly. And I'm just trying to find it myself.
Yeah. And like a lot of us here, we don't claim to know exactly like, the shape or.
You're kind of roboting, Flat Flobus. You're roboting pretty bad there.
Yeah.
I can't understand you. Give it a few seconds and try again.
Yeah, I'll be. Is that any better?
A little bit, yeah.
Good for me, KJ.
Okay. So yeah, I was just saying, like, none of us claim to know, like, what the Earth looks like exactly or the shape, but we do know that there isn't any 8 inches per mile squared or really any bigger than that for curve. But I do like that you were in meditation and you saw the Earth that way. I find that interesting because I'd say I was on that type of a spiritual journey before where I was really in deep connection, I'd say, with the universe, because that's how I view it. I view it as just the universe, and I don't believe in a God. But yeah, that is really interesting. And yeah.
Well, I don't believe in God as a, you know, more of an energy. I don't know exactly.
Sure.
You know, how to explain. I think God is many things, right? So that's just how I see it. And I think that it all stems from an energy. And then I think there might be a hierarchy in some respects because I do connect with angels and things like that. So I think there may have been an original, you know, an original being that is just more powerful than other things, and maybe people view that as a god or gods or whatever. But you know, and they could be in a respect to the universe, so to speak. You know, like I was just talking about. Actually, it's funny because I was having a conversation that might fit into this. Whereas, you know, like at work when you have seniority, right? It's like, don't ask me to do that. I put my time in. Like you guys go do that, and I have seniority. Like when if no one else can do the job, then call me, type of thing. And I kind of feel like, there might be some of that going on here. The originals are just, more powerful and they know more because they've been around longer. It's that simple, But hey, who knows, really, right?
Right. Yeah, I would say like I wouldn't oppose to an energy source, but I don't claim creation like there was a beginning to the earth and at one point nothing existed and then all of a sudden stuff existed. And I don't claim like a god who's like a person. I don't claim any of that and I don't care to, but everyone has their beliefs and believe what you want.
Absolutely, I agree. So, I'm sorry, where are you from?
I'm in Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Okay. I'm in Jersey. It's nice to meet you. What was your name again?
Nice to meet you too. I'm KJ.
KJ. Okay, Jackie.
So, Jackie, it's good to see you back today.
Thanks. Nice to see you.
Yeah, it sounds like you may have had a bit of a epiphany in the last 12 hours. Would that be accurate?
Maybe not an epiphany, but just a little bit of a, thought process, I guess, that I'm traveling down.
And I use the word epiphany. Maybe I should use the words new awareness.
In what aspect would you are you referring that to? Do you think are you
Just from the conversation last night we had with you, and then kind of a change I hear in you today.
Well, I didn't want to get too. I think I was a little spiritual yesterday, so I didn't. I was being a little spiritual yesterday, so I was like, I'm gonna pull back on that if that's not what you guys. It seems like it's not the cup of tea for here. So I just kind of change up my way of speaking, so to speak.
Well, yeah. So here's the thing. A lot of us in here are very spiritual, including myself.
Okay.
Very spiritual. So, but here I tend to stick with what we try to stick with is the empirical facts of the nature of Earth that we live in. So that's why the live stream is kind of like more strict in that sense. But a lot of us do talk in terms of empirical reality, and then also there's this another subjective part of it, which is kind of the spiritual part of it. And I think a lot of us have that. What we choose to call that may differ greatly. But I'm just curious. So did you watch what video did you watch or videos did you watch?
Well, I've been watching stuff for over a year and a half, so
okay.
I've watched a lot of things. I don't know. I can't even remember at this point. I think I've watched so much stuff. I kind of dove in, and when I dive in, I kind of go deep for a little while and watch as much as I can, and then I come up for air, So
yeah.
I did a lot of the Flat Earth Clock app, like the YouTube channel. and the stuff that was on the flat Earth clock.
Yes, that's supposedly it's really good. I'm not able to access the app at all, unfortunately, but
Okay, yeah, I have the app. So I bought the app and then I did like all of those videos that they suggest kind of like every day. So they are pretty good. They do have a lot of demonstration and like they show you how the math doesn't work and this like so it's really good. And then they have a lot of the stuff about, the fake astronauts and things like that. So
excellent. Shout out to Dave Weiss and the Flat Earth Clock, Moon, and Sun app. When are you going to get that Linux version?
oh yeah. So is it not available in like the Google Play Store or that's just
Yeah, it's fine. I just have a really old device, my phone. I can't
Gotcha.
basically I can't download any apps that are new because the phone's too old and I just can't afford a new one. But I use a computer like I'm on now, and it's a Linux operating system, and I can't get the app in Linux.
Oh, okay. I see. That sucks.
Yeah, it does, because I know there's probably people around me that I could access if I was able to, but I'm not able to. So it's like strangers in the night, exchanging glances. Stop.
Wasn't horrible, so that's okay.
Shout out to Frank Sinatra. Rest in peace.
Absolutely. Old blue eyes. My grandfather. Actually, my grandfather looked a little like Frank Sinatra. But and he
Interesting.
was in the Elvis.
What's that?
And my grandfather was in the Elvis.
All right. So I'm just wondering if you had a chance to watch in all of your research so far. Have you seen 200 Proofs by Eric eBay? Have you watched that one?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, I would suggest that to everyone. Now, a lot of people don't like Eric eBay for whatever reasons. Doesn't matter. I just choose to look at the information itself and leave personalities out of everything. And so, yeah, the information is very good, and I would suggest watching it and try to see if you can falsify any of the claims made.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, some of them, of course, we're not going to be able to falsify because, like, you and I are not railroad engineers. Like, we haven't actually measured and leveled out the land for railroads to be put in. But if we listen to their testimony, it's very revealing. So, yeah. Remember,
Is it
in
on
100. Go ahead.
YouTube or no? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. 200 Proofs. I posted it last night. I could post it again. Let's see here. I should be able to find it. It was fairly recent. Oh. Except I put so much music on. Hold on 1 second. One moment. I'll be right back. This one I'm about to post is about surveys and surveyors and engineers. I think that's actually part of the original, but there's that one. I've also got a YouTube channel. I have over 200 videos from different people. I have a couple of my own on there. Let's see, where is this?
Okay. What is your?
Flat Earth 2017 consciousness.
Oh, okay. So this is your. Oh, so the what you just posted came from your page.
Yeah, that's a mirror. That's the mirrors. Those are mirrors of my of videos that I have on my channel. Here's 200 proofs, and I'll post a link for my channel if you want to look around in there as well. A lot of good information there. I've been able to get a lot of the older videos that a lot of them have been deleted or from deleted channels, but I've managed to like save them, and I'm surprised they haven't been taken down. But they have my channel pushed back into some dark, dusty corner of the internet where you cannot even find it. If you type the name of my channel in, you'll never find it. They won't allow it. Unless you type the exact IRL internet address, you will not find it.
Yeah, I've seen that happen to people. Yeah.
I can't even type my own channel and find it. Unless I have, well, it's my channel, but if I just did an anonymous search, you won't be able to find it. So I'm stuck after 5 years with 514 subs. Oops.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. So most of the subscribers I've gotten in the last 2 years are from here.
So you literally have to, yeah. That's well, Killing You's channel was getting subscribers too, and then
Yeah, you got one last night. Good.
and then all of a sudden, like his just froze up, like, and like his subscribers started dropping off, and it just didn't keep going. It was like I think they did the same thing to him.
Yeah. That's because we're so free. And the
only thing we get now, new people are trolls. Like he'll be like playing something, and we'll all be chatting in the live stream or whatever, and then the trolls will just start coming in, and those are the new people. Like that's it. Like we don't get no new people like really that are like into what he's saying. It seems like the new people that come on are always like kind of like against what he's saying, so they'll come in and start stuff in the chat.
Yeah, because if something is not true, then they have to censor the shit out of it, right?
Of course. They just like they censor all the other not true stuff on the internet, right? Funny how they pick and choose. That's why I don't even find myself on. I find myself just. I don't even like to get on Facebook or anything. All of that stuff. I feel like I do. If it wasn't for like having to have Facebook Messenger.
All of those social medias are just surveillance tools, right? You know that, right?
Absolutely, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, and the CIA is involved, and NSA, to look at all of our information.
Yep. At this point, they have all of my crap already.
Yeah, a lot of us, and
right, because we gave it to them all for years and years and years, right?
It's kind of sad.
It is. We unlocked every single door and let everyone in, just anyone to just come in and traipse through our subconscious mind, our home, our thoughts, our everything. We opened up every single door and are just letting everybody in.
It's both like the song
and physically.
It's like the song, have you heard the ODD song, We Want Your Soul?
No.
Oh shoot, I should play it for you then. Hold on. Unless anyone objects.
Go ahead. I mean, I don't, unless anybody objects, but I'll listen.
Music time. Yeah, I'm still in the attic, so I want some music.
Sounds like they want you to play it.
All right, coming right up here. I think you'll like it. Wait a minute. It's saying this track not available. Hold on 1 second. This is part of the censorship problem. Hold on just a moment. Okay, the track's been removed from SoundCloud. I'll have to search it out. 1 sec. Okay, 1 second. Coming right up. Sorry about the wait.
OTT TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll front that cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want rock, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's patty bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk show, here's video game, here's Cola Light, here's Tin Morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night ball, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone, we want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul,
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
We want your soul. 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 Your house, your phone, 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 we want your soul.
'Cause ignorance was bliss, but now I must adjust. These animals, they operate on jealousy and lust. I'm taking.
Okay.
Yeah, that was, well, that pretty much says it all, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah, that was a good one. That's a good one. Thanks for sharing that.
I was definitely vibing. Well done. Well done.
And shout out to ODD TV. If it wasn't for ODD, this server probably wouldn't be here. ODD Live is where everyone, most of the beginners or the ones that first started this server came from ODD, the live chat. And so ODD started this server, or the first one. This is
Oh, does he
2.0.
have Discord?
No, he used to. That's where everyone here came from, basically.
Oh, I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, ODD started the Flat Earth, the 24/7 Flat Earth server.
That's cool.
Hmm. So thank you, ODD. And I know they're listening because all of the major players in Flat Earth listen to us. The reason I know that is because they use every single argument that we come up with here, they talk about. So congratulations, 24/7. Everyone listens to us. Must be our logic.
Guess I came to the right place then.
Yeah. And once again, welcome to server. I need to back off for a little while and do some other things, but yeah, awesome.
No problem. Thank you. I'll be back a little later, guys. Killian's gonna go live soon. Watch his show and then I'll jump back on.
Cool.
Ready? Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Still no Globers. I guess I'll play another one.
What up, Sonny?
Not much. I'm trying to get my day started, but it's been really quiet in here, so I find it hard to like pull away from the live stream.
Oh, so what you got planned for the day?
I don't know. I'm considering maybe going to the beach.
Yeah.
It's going to be hot, so it might be a good day to just ride out there and jump in the ocean.
What's the water temperature like there in the ocean?
You know what? I don't really even know. Let me take a look. I'll check. I went in over by where the harbor is, where there's like a couple of places where the water comes in, over by the Naval Training Center. It was warm there, but it's just, it's like an enclosed kind of bay kind of situation. Let's see. See what they're saying.
They.
Yeah, they. What did they say? Like they really know.
I just watched this thing on YouTube about these two brothers that are looking for giant bones, and they got all these accounts, old newspaper clippings, and this and that. Yeah, other people that have reported seeing them or finding them, and blah blah blah. And apparently, there was 8'6" tall skeleton exhumed in Provo, Utah. This is just not very far from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, about, I don't know, about 60 miles probably.
How long ago?
He didn't say.
The water temperature is 68 degrees. Woohoo! That's
Wow.
warm.
That
That's
is warm.
man.
Holy moly.
The warmest recorded history was in 2015. Ocean temperature was 69.3 degrees in 2015. I remember that. It was super warm. I could have sworn it was over 70 though at some point.
See, don't you pesky flat earthers understand now global warming is going to destroy the world?
Well, on the globe that doesn't exist, that's all right for me. That's great. Let's see that fake globe get destroyed. Nice. Doesn't exist in reality, so there's that. Couple more from ODD.
Schmee back, huh?
Yep. What'd they do?
Oh! Give her fucking a whole bunch of antibiotics because this fucking infection all throughout her body. It's fucking exactly what I said.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
It's where we live in, control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically as entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed, we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep,
is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Couple of more.
Outer space ain't a real thing, face it. NASA made it in a lab and they faked it. Flat Earth came out, they made the SpaceX. All they got is CGI animation. Implementing mass indoctrination. Controlling cattle through bad name nation. watch it as space station. Magellan in the chemtrails that they spraying. All they're doing is switching and baiting. Want you locked in your house, masturbating. Order DoorDash, Pornhub, and PlayStation. Now your forearm's gonna be aching. Fry your brains with some eggs and some bacon. The Quran, a complete revelation. Word of God revealed for every nation. There's only one God, so be patient. Yo, NASA lies, 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 NASA lies. I got more drip than a faucet. Other rappers just stuck in the closet. Top down and I'm rolling a ganja. Shot into the ocean by the rockets. I'm at the Flat Earth Convention, let's meet up. John Podesta cooks excellent pizza. In the backseat rolling that weed up. I got silica, let's eat up. Unseen parasites, ethereal monsters. The sky's the ceiling, out of space, an imposter. 1,000 years wasn't added to the roster. Flying over my house with helicopters. 1666, they rewrote the Bible. Now the Quran remains unrivaled. God's word they cannot defile. Even though they try, they can't change the file.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon. That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one. It is an optic phenomenon. So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, the can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic to see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
That was our boy Elijah ripping shit apart.
Tearing the globe up by the heart.
Dang, I didn't know that was him. That's awesome. I've been listening to that song for a while now.
Yep, Elijah.
Heck yeah. I don't know if y'all remember a puppy I put in the chat about a couple weeks back, but we finally got her sold today.
Sorry, what was that?
We had a little multi-poo that we were trying to get sold. And someone finally nutted up and bought her today, which is nice.
I'm sorry, one more time. What was it you were trying to get sold?
A dog, a puppy.
Oh, a dog. Got it. Got it. What kind of dog?
I got a crappy Bluetooth. Multi-poo.
Wow. I don't know what
A
that looks like.
Maltese and a poodle put together.
Multi-poo. Okay. Or like a Poodies.
Poodies.
Cool.
Sounds like a
What was
disease.
his or her name?
My kids named her Waffle.
Waffle. That's cute.
Yeah. Actually,
Well, neat. Then you finally got her sold. That's good. She going to a good home or what?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. 2 little girls. They seem excited. $2,000. So
that's not bad at all. How old is she?
9 weeks, 10 weeks, something like that.
Perfect. Oh, that's great. Well, good for you. Good for her. Good for the kids.
Yeah, my 13-year-old ain't happy about it.
Well, I'll bet you just get another puppy, you'll be fine. Or
Well,
was
we
that
got a
the point?
Maltese and a poodle.
Okay.
Yeah, so but that was her. Cute little thing, boy.
Ooh, that is one adorable pup.
Hey. But I'm tired of my house being 80 degrees, so I'm installing another return in my house right now. But yeah, no, that's awesome, man. Elijah did that 'cause I never knew. I just enjoyed it.
Yeah, he's a complete badass when it comes to hip-hop. And Flat Earth.
The Earth is flat.
Huh?
Yes, that's right. Water farms and... No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat. No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat.
Okay, I like what I'm hearing. What else, Matthew?
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
The Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm. That's like bread and butter right there. That's meat and potatoes.
The Black Swan. Ballers run away a pouting.
QE's maniacal laugh. It's great. Shit. Just the first. It's like a. It's like a bully on the playground. Well, anyway, it's kind of like reminds me of what's his name, the bully in Simpsons.
If I could stop it, I can't even make my cup of coffee. Shit.
Sorry.
I start cracking up. I'm like, holy shit, I can't even finish this.
Well, that's the point now. If you're going to make someone laugh, you do it.
Until it like starts to get thick, like all those juices in there. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I don't know how much of that y'all caught, but I'm not going to repeat it. Perfect.
flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan and I'm in second grade and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan and I'm in second grade and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
tipo de distancia. Esses 4 ligeros de miséria e
The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain. Yes, that's right.
Something that absorbs water on the back of your head. Hey, let's use a diaper. I thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
Yeah, pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too, you know.
Unexpected turn. The astronauts doing the spacewalks will now be wearing snorkels after the last astronaut who performed the spacewalk nearly drowned when his helmet filled with water.
Just my gut inside me said, that's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy. That's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy.
Snorkel cut from rubber tubing.
This snorkel is now installed inside the suit.
Each of these spacewalks is scheduled for 6.5 hours. Come on, man.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, boy.
Yes, the Earth is. Yes, that's the Earth is flat. Yes, the Earth is flat.
Nice.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by the go. You know the thing.
Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat.
Blah, 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 blah. You know the thing. Blah, blah, blah.
Yes, that's right.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
And he actually said that. And the hairs would stand up and I would feel joy, and it's like, what are you fucking saying?
What a numpty.
You pedophile.
Oh, shit.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. You know the thing. Shit. Earth is flat. Holy shoot.
You know, folks, that's the America that George Bush has left us. And that's the America we'll continue to get if John McCain is elected president of the United States of America. Come on, man. We could inject some bleach in.
And where?
We could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would.
Oh. Sounds like a good weekend. In the emergency room.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
I bet you are.
Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
Where's the one where he was talking about liberty and he started saying, and you know that thing, that was that the one where he kind of like jibber jabbered, like he's got so many, it's unbelievable.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who runs the brings out the carts on a forklift.
No.
What the fuck?
I don't understand. Like, literally, these things that he says are just so amazing.
Yeah, and all those other people, you know which ones. They're all going, ooh, goo, goo, gaga. Oh, he's fantastic.
Do you need another pacifier? Here's
Yeah.
one that's laced with God knows what.
Put the pacifier in and then freaking cover that mouth up with
No,
something.
that's what they used to do. They used to stick in the pacifier like medicine. So when the baby's sitting there sucking on it, the medicine goes in.
Yeah, dip
Poor
that
kids are
pacifier.
just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
And I don't believe he fucking said that. That is just so wrong. Like, why would you ever say something like that and to be a president?
I think they dipped the pacifier in heroin for his son there.
I'm telling you.
Crack and heroin at the same time.
We choose truth over facts. Prescription jugs. That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
I mean, he just promotes himself so badly. Like, he doesn't know who he is at all.
Thank you.
I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Thank you.
Don't you have that one? I'm Joe Biden's husband.
I got to the Senate 180 years ago.
Yeah, he said that to you. I'm like, what?
You know, the message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake. Oh.
You have the fish.
What fish?
Hold on. Shit. I forget the fish's name now. It was right on my tongue, and then now it's gone. But they have a video of it, and they like stick into like one of those sticks a doctor uses to see down your throat, and they stick it in his mouth, and it goes like a real person. It's so funny.
No, I don't have that one.
It's a fish, though. It's like a blowfish. Hold on, blowfish.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches.
All of it.
What?
That's a puffer fish eating.
Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a puffer fish, yeah. I've seen these videos. They sound pretty weird.
So funny, dude.
Also,
it's real. I mean, that's how they feed them.
Also, these frogs, there are like certain frogs that make me laugh. I don't know which video, but there's like a video of a frog that makes a weird sound.
Oh, yes.
And he puts them into water.
Oh. It's real. It's like, holy cow, I never knew that. But, yep, it's real.
Yeah, this one.
You find out so much stuff when you actually do some research.
This is so funny. This is absolutely my most favorite video about a frog. I always need to laugh about that. It's so stupid. I don't know why it's so funny. It's just.
Because it's a fish.
No, have you seen this? Have you ever seen this frog video I posted?
Let's see.
Need to watch it.
Just send it to me.
Oh, it's in the live stream. What's text?
Oh, never mind. I'll get it. Oh, okay. He's like freaking out. Oh my god, I never seen that.
The ending is
so freaking out.
Yeah, but the ending, you know, that's so
and then
yeah. Man, frogs are something else. Frogs are so funny. Literally, there's so many animals that are just funny.
My mother believed and my father believed that if I wanted to be president of the United States, I could be vice president. My mother and father believed
I could be vice president.
Emotional damage.
Yep.
This video is haunting my brain forever. It's so funny. He's like so pissed at the guy grabbing
And then he's
him.
like so calm, like right after.
Yeah.
Houston, we have a problem.
Houston.
The Earth is flat.
Hey, we need more. I really need to use my spare time and make some more soundboard clips of Mr. Matthew.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know. Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls. So what is pushing this? Why does that fall? Newton didn't know. We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it, to come up with reasons why. So what is pushing this? Nobody knows why. So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Mm-hmm. Man, it's good to be a flat earther. Anyways, I'm gonna continue watching a video where an ex-Muslim makes fun of their religion. It's pretty funny. So crazy what these people believe. Actually, I wish he would say it in English, but it's all German videos. But trust me, man, that's just the craziest things that these people believe in.
What up?
What up, man?
They say I'm crazy, but I don't give a damn. Flat Earth is the way that I live. It's my prerogative.
Yeah, man. Flat all the way. Every day.
Once you go flat,
you never go back. Funny how the globe is used of make use of fake flat earthers, people that pretend that they were flat earthers at one point, but we all know it's just pretender clowns.
Right?
I have the feeling there's a lot of pretender clowns on the flat earth debate Discord. Like some people literally. Yeah, they say flat earth stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that just sounds like as if they are paid to sound ridiculous and fill their server with content or something. Like, it's really weird what some flat earthers on the flat earth debate channel Discord are talking about. It almost sounds like as if they're blatantly trying to discredit other flat earthers by, making up stupid things.
They are for sure, bro. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do get paid.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, I've even talked to flat earthers about this. A lot of them are like, no, they're not getting paid. They're just idiots or something. But I'm like, if you really think about the time, effort, and finances put into the globe for hundreds of years to protect it, why wouldn't they throw a couple jackasses in here simply to wait for a flat earther to say something incorrect on accident, trip them up, or like get little sound bites, or just collect the algorithm on us to try to figure out what makes somebody switch over.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I mean, the list of possibilities is endless, and it wouldn't cost very much to just. I mean, they wouldn't even have to pay them. They could give them, scholarship or like help pay for their school. Like, there's so many different ways of payment. They may even think they're doing a research project or something. That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm just saying there's a lot of intruders trying to destroy the whole thing from the inside.
Oh, really? Yeah, I believe that too. Most definitely.
Anyways, I need to go to the house where you have a white thing where you sit on.
Yeah. All right. I ate your sandwich. Sorry. I didn't think you were going to eat it. We were just sitting here and it looked so good. I had to eat it.
You bastard.
My lady bought a sandwich last night and I ate half of it. And then I saw the other half sitting there when I woke up and I'm like, Homer Simpson, that shit. So nobody's on here right now. Light bulb. Light bulbs over my head when I get an idea. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages, prepare yourself for them 12 gauges.
Talking about stupid people, let's introduce our guest for this evening, Flatterday Saints. Flatterday Saints, would you like to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to the audience? Over to you.
Craig, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm absolutely honored to be here. It's quite a privilege, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you the definition of illegitimate. Being against or not in accordance with established rules and standards, incorrectly decided against or breaking the law, born out of wedlock, the bastard, persons born to unmarried parents. That's me. When it comes to this rap, nothing appears between us. Chewing gum when I rap, pure lyrical genius. You come when I ask, thanks to my miracle penis. Always up to the task of severe innovators. You hear what I'm saying? You adhere to my language? Allow me to entertain where your brain is. No need hitting the main vein, don't need no drainage. Bitch, I'm so insane, I need a lyrical chamber. Insane asylums wildin' out with lyrical gangs. The serial killer, going for that spherical strangle. I adhere for no man, I got some serious anger. Making jokes till the day they place them blankets over my face so I can face my maker. I can almost taste death, do a taste test later. Mandela effect, man, that ain't Darth Vader. Skeleton collections, collecting our data. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FIFA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the state cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make the song the best today. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. Lit up a cigarette and went on a killing spree. These freaking idiots, yo, I'ma start spilling the beans. It's ridiculous how much shit you're willing to eat. And willingly think that NASA is legit. 60 million a day, how much is actually spent? How much of what they say is actually scripted? Probably 99.9% kid. My mind is hell-bent on exposing the tricks. More bubbles in space, yo, floating again. When they open up the hatch, yo, it blows in the wind. Congrats on every time you foiled a kid. Mightier than the sword I destroyed with a pen. It's one big game and we're all just toys to them. In sync on the block and Backstreet Boys to men. Paris Agreement, going green, soiling again. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FIFA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. You're such an idiot, but still, yo, I'm killing the beat. Please stand up and no one better be still in this seat. Except Steven, leave him alone, he's chilling his seat. How far am I willing to go? Are you willing to see? Chilling at the Goodwill, yo, when will I leave? When I'm good and ready, bitch, so kiss my feet. I'm illiterate, I don't mean that literally. I'm just a figment, shit you wasn't meant to see. Look at my pigment, this is what I'm meant to be. Branch Davidian, I'm in it, and we in too deep. I'm a degenerate, even more than Ellen DeGeneres. Hotter than ice, and fire ain't chiller than me. Got a lot of advice, while I'm still on my feet. You got a lot of advice, while you're still on your feet. So many come and go, but I'm still in the sea. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. Yo, so when they're still being discriminate and calling you illegitimate, just don't forget this shit. Remember, Flatterday was something that you witnessed, kid. Haha, you just got done witnessing this. Flatterday Saints, aka Flat Nasty. Haha. Peace.
Use your normal stupid voice, not an extra stupid one.
I thought maybe you could relate to me, but if I spoke your native language.
Yeah. Cool. On you go, just without the fake accent.
Let me change the settings here. Okay, settings changed. Okay, back to the normal voice. Anyways, this is me. This is my voice. If you guys haven't noticed, this thing's deluxe.
You know that fight the flat Earth guy is he's so cringe every time. Like I just get cringe when I watch his videos. This cringe feeling.
Yeah. Mine's triple cringe then.
No, you was totally funny, you know.
Yeah, no, I know.
Nothing nothing about this guy is to be taken serious, you know. Fight the flat Earth. He's just he's such a paid shit, so obvious. Well, I mean, maybe. Huh?
I mean, if there's either one or two things, either obviously he gets paid to represent the globe and try to make. I think more than representing the globe, because he doesn't even do that well, is just he's tried to make flat earthers look stupid, and you know what I mean.
Oh, by the way, hey man, you just reminded me again. I'm just eating an apple right now, and because I watched your videos in the past, I also now eat my whole apple all the time.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's just like I never thought about it. Why waste the inner parts with the good seeds and stuff, and not just eat the whole thing, except the stem. You know, I don't eat the stem. It's just has no taste. But yeah.
Well, if you ate a stem cell, then you aced a mate.
No. It's kind of crazy how organic apples, you know, like they have this ability of creating fat around their skin, and so you can like keep them for up to 1 year or so without them, you know, getting any what is it called, decomposition effect or something.
Really?
Like, yeah, when you have a very much organic non genetically modified apple, it will naturally have a fatty skin layer. I don't know if you can find that stuff in America still, but here in Germany we have a lot of organic stuff, and yeah, it feels like fat, but it doesn't really, like when you go over it with your hand, it doesn't, like, it's not like very annoying or so. It just, I don't know, it's just interesting how the apple is doing that. That just shows you that's a living organism, right? When it produces a fat layer to protect itself from, you know, anyways, you know what I mean.
Yeah, from the environment and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's farmer markets right here where I live. They say they're straight from the people's farms and stuff. They charge so much for their stuff, though. I mean, it's not really. I don't know. Even the grocery stores are charge more for like oranges now and certain types of fruit. I usually squeeze orange juice every day, and then I'll take a cheese grater and I'll grade the skin into the orange juice. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you told me that 2 days ago.
So good, dude.
I can imagine. I need to try that.
Yeah. I've even made cleaning products like soaps and stuff where I shred the orange peels into my cleaning product or my soap and stuff like that. I was making soaps like a couple years ago, and I made this one soap that this one girl was like, she swore it was like the best soap she's ever used, and I couldn't remember the ingredients I'd put in it, dude. I was like, damn, because I was making so many different concoctions a couple years ago. I was like a mad scientist, bro. I was doing all these experiments on myself and stuff. One time I almost went blind. Oh my god, I couldn't see for like almost 24 hours, dude. I thought seriously, my eyes were not gonna work again. I was so scared. The next day when I woke up, my eyes were like crusted shut. They had like all this crust around them. I couldn't open them. I had to peel it off my eyelashes.
What did you do to it? What did you put on them?
I just made this soap concoction, and I didn't realize that the concoction had some actually laundry detergent in it, because I had these. I didn't realize that at the time, and so I was trying to make these different concoctions of like different body washes and stuff, because that's when I was really finding out about the nanofibers, and so I accidentally put some of that whisk in there, and I used it, and it didn't. What was it? It was something like Woolite. Yeah. Woolite. And I didn't realize it was in there. And I was washing my face with it. Or I was in the shower. Or actually, no, where'd I go? No,
face with it because you had water and whatever all over your face. You took that clean, thought it was dry and clean, and you thought it wasn't.
Oh yeah. So it was on a towel, and I had just wiped my face with a towel. It was on the towel, and it was like 15 or 16 minutes later. I was driving on the freeway, and all of a sudden my vision started to go out. So I pulled off the freeway and just pulled up in front of somebody's house, and I couldn't see anything. I called my girl, and I just called her by like touching the phone and like doing it by memory where the numbers were. And I didn't know where I was or anything. I just kind of described the area, and I was just in so much pain, and she came and helped me. So she brought my friend to drive my car back, and then we went to my mom's house.
Yeah, so. you really do have to be careful.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you can use lemon peel, also lemon peel, orange peel. All of those. Citrus is good for that.
Can you tell me what you did by accident so I don't do it myself?
Just don't use any type of laundry detergent ever near your eyes.
How did
laundry detergent in your eyes?
Yeah, like liquid soap. The laundry detergent's not good. See, I got it confused because I was using Dr. Bronner's. It's like it's Dr. Bronner's, and you can use it for laundry or body wash. And so I had confused that with the other thing because I was mixing different soaps in different bottles and stuff, and I had it on a towel and I just wiped my face with it. So I didn't realize it at the time. But
did you try to create? What did you try to? Why did you mix that stuff?
So this is gonna sound crazy, but everybody has layers on their skin that. Well, I can't say everybody, but I could speak for myself that I had layers of stuff on my skin that wasn't my skin, and it was covering my whole body. And it took me like 3.5 hours, maybe 3 hours around that time to peel the majority of this stuff off. And they were these giant gray balls. Like after, like, you know, if you get like Elmer's glue on your hand and you can, after a while, you could like peel it off and it turns into like these little like balls.
Sounds like goddamn
it's like
these aliens.
Yeah, it's like these gray ball. Like if you peel it all off and you have to like roll it off your skin. And so I started to do that on my legs and my arms, and I'm like, dude, what is this? And so the only way it would come off is by using my own, like, I think it's like the friction of my own fingerprints, but with this concoction of this stuff I made, and it was taking it all off. And by the time I was done, I got a ball like probably the size of like a cherry, maybe. And it was just like, I looked at it under the microscope, and I could tell it had like the nanofiber pattern in it when I looked at it under the high power microscope. So it's like, but after I did that, my skin was like I could feel such a difference in my skin, you know. So yeah, it was just like, because you know the stuff like when like now if you like try to wipe your like clean your windshield or something, there's always these like residual like little white spots on it. I don't know if anybody's taken note of that.
Man, that sounds like some reptilian stuff right there.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
I don't know, but I just know that this stuff was all over my body. But anyway, it sounds weird, but you would have had to been there to see it. I experienced a lot of weird stuff in 2019, though. It was when I was really starting to find out, like really digging deep in all this stuff. I'd been a flat earther for like a year. So maybe a year and a half. And I just like went deep into it. Found out about how like the borax and everything what borax like. So I took a borax bath for the first time and sat in the bath for like 2 or 3 hours, and all the stuff that came off my skin, I was like, whoa. It was pretty crazy. And then I had a couple different people do it, and they like, I would scrape the bathtub afterwards and look at all the different things that came off people's skin. It wasn't nothing nice, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that really makes me wonder, Splatter Day, when you say that you look at all these different things in your microscope and you see these little nanofibers, and wow, I mean, we all know they've been spraying Lord knows what for years on end, probably in everything, probably our food, probably everything.
Bro, I found some. I was looking through my storage unit, and I found an old hard drive of mine, right? And I was able to pull a video off that I took in 2019. And what I did was, on certain parts of the video, I slowed it down and enlarged it. And it's only a couple minutes long. I posted it on my channel. I'll post it in the live stream right now, though. And watch the video, and you'll see these things that are on the spider web. They're not spiders, bro. Watch. I'll post the video right now. You decide for yourself what they are. Hold on. All right, I just posted it right now.
The same stuff that's in the blood vessels of the people who got the juice.
This is not medical advice, Floyd. We're prohibited.
Yeah, talking about the, orange juice. Man, have you seen the videos about the new analyzations of people who died from drinking too much orange juice and what they found in them after they drank too much orange juice? Have you seen the videos? What they found in their blood?
No, I haven't. I had it mic because my dogs are barking like crazy.
Oh, okay. Man, you gotta see
I can still hear you.
What?
Did you just say that people die from drinking oranges?
I can't hear you. You're like, it's like very weird. Your voice is very quiet. But to be honest, man, that stuff could be everything, right? I mean, it's very hard to tell if that's not just a piece of cotton or whatever.
Wait, did you watch the video?
Yeah.
Okay, do you see that white thing that has legs? It has like 6 legs. That's definitely not a spider. I zoomed in on it. The thing was so tiny. It's like made out of like, it looks like it's made out of like white string.
Oh yeah, but it could be a spider larva or something.
No, it wasn't no spider, bro. This thing was that thing was pure white. It was the same color as all the other little white things. They're like little white things.
I have seen it. I have seen something equal lately when I was laying in the sun gazing, and then something on my black pants looked exactly the same actually, but I just thought it was a spider, just a white spider. I mean, I think they are like white spiders exist. That's like the thing that I thought in my mind.
Yeah,
But on the other hand, it didn't move. It was just as if it's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing was moving, and it was like I was zoomed in on it. That was with a P1000. I did that video, so I had to stand a ways away from it and zoom in on it to get it to focus. But that thing definitely wasn't no spider, bro. It was weird. It was like I was watching all these little things come off the web. That I don't know. It's hard to describe, bro. They were like all moving, and it was like that little. It was like they were all part of that one thing. That you know that thing that's like it looks like a white piece of cotton or something on there. Like the fibers were like coming off of that thing. I don't know. It's hard to describe.
Yeah,
it sounds crazy.
But like spiders are crazy, man. Literally.
Or I don't think those are organic though. The things I had in the video.
Oh yeah. But I mean, in general, real spiders, crazy.
Yeah. I think what they've done is they've been able to imitate the way spiders spin.
Man, you gotta watch this. This is just crazy.
It's a trip though, huh?
Yeah, I mean how spiders create their spider web is just crazy.
Yeah. So in the video you see a regular spider web behind that nano spider web that's in front of it.
So crazy. It's so crazy. Man, yeah, Fleddy, you really gotta watch that video that is in the last one. It's crazy.
Yeah, I tried freezing the screen on that little white spider thing. I couldn't get my screen to freeze on it. Yeah, that was weird looking.
Right? I'll post a picture of that thing frozen. I have a picture of it. I'll post right now.
All right.
I was just so fortunate. You like being fast birth, healthy baby. I didn't have that problem.
Yeah, have you ever seen one that do spiders ever shed their shell, or and leave it like a skeleton behind or anything?
I don't think so, because they have an exoskeleton on them. Their skeletons on the outside. Yeah, that thing was moving though. It was like crawling. Yeah, but it's weird because it's the same exact color as like that looks like cotton ball.
That was really weird. Almost looked like so perfectly symmetrical, but it was weird.
Yeah, it looks like it's made out of like string, huh?
I don't know what it looks like it's made of, but it's something weird. I don't know if it's string. It looks more like I don't know, some sort of synthetic fiber or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, like some type of fiber.
Definitely weird. It seems weird to me around here, right? The last few days, like today, it's clear skies. I mean, not a cloud in the sky nowhere. And I don't see any spray lines either. And you usually see those at least somewhere.
Weird, it's been unusually clear right here too.
two questions. Given that you admit and accept that you were muting Jin for being rude,
Right.
isn't that the very same criticism that you criticised Nathan for why you guys don't go in there because of Nathan's mute button? Wouldn't that therefore be hypocritical, Jeremy?
I do criticize Nathan for that, but well, I mean, you could look at it like that. Yes, you could just say I'm a hypocrite.
No, what he'll do is he'll do what he always does, which is he'll get mad, he'll mute us.
That's two of you gone. I'm just muting people.
Mute.
Until I get this finished. So you are gonna let me finish it if I have to mute.
Mute.
The fucking lot of you. What I do is I facilitate a conversation.
Okay, dude. So please stop muting me.
Mute.
Dude, it's getting really old. Listen, dude. I was going to thoroughly explain my position, and then what you did was you muted and strawmanned it.
Mute.
For a fucking full minute, dude. It's ridiculous.
What I do is I facilitate a conversation. You're going to sit in a room. Are you really seriously going to sit in a room of other adults when you've been in this conversation?
Making some emotional arguments.
All right, we'll do it the hard. We'll do it the hard way. You are muted.
Mute.
Typical Gem with a mute, and monologue method. Fantastic.
He deploys his mute button just so he can preach.
Mute.
I actually only realized I was muted.
Mute.
10 seconds ago when I looked at my screen. Before that, I was letting you talk. I was letting you spiel for 2 minutes.
He deploys his mute button just so he can preach. I announced the mute.
Mute.
I told you I was.
No, you haven't been
you.
announcing it. Don't lie.
I absolutely did announce the mute.
Mute.
How many
Talking
times
over
did you
me.
mute?
I
How many
muted
times
you.
did you mute?
Mute.
Twice.
Mute.
And how many times did you announce it?
What?
And that's a lie, actually. That's a fucking lie. Because you
No, it's not.
at least 3 times I saw it.
Mute.
After you muted me
Mute.
to monologue about remedial babbling
I'm sorry,
nonsense.
but yes, he deploys his mute button just so he can preach.
Wow, dude. You just always got to mute me so you can just like.
So when I find you in the list, I'm going to mute you.
Mute.
You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. What I do is I facilitate a conversation. Oh, sorry, I left SE muted.
Mute.
Go ahead, SE. Sorry.
You're a coward, Jem. You're a coward, bro.
That's why I'm
Mute.
No, I wasn't kicked. So I left because I tried to explain the same point about 4 times, and I couldn't even get in past like the first 5 words of the point because moderators and non-moderators were muting me and talking over me. And Kosho, for you to pretend that it was the other way around just shows how dishonest you are. Hopefully, if we meet in person, you won't be this dishonest.
Do you want to be that strict? We can do that, Witsit. You'll be muted.
Mute.
You look crazy, though.
What I do is I facilitate a conversation. Right, I'm going to ask you a question. I've muted you again.
Mute.
You can just stay muted.
Mute.
If that's what we're doing.
It's just stupid. It's just not.
You got to fix this guy, Spurs.
You can't engage with me, so you stay muted.
Mute.
Okay, so you're just going to keep muting me.
Mute.
Because you're scared to get exposed.
You could just say I'm a hypocrite. What I do is I facilitate a conversation. And then so he got muted.
Mute.
All right, I will mute you.
Mute.
You could just say I'm a hypocrite. The last log is I muted him.
Mute.
At 23:53. That's why I keep asking
You had to mute him, of course.
Mute.
Yes, because he keeps interrupting.
He just makes up some reason that sounds kind of vaguely like it'd be a decent reason, except for it isn't because he's just asserting it. There's no reason for it. And literally will just mute people and then starts going on, then starts making up things that you were going to say or making up things that you did say.
Listen, dude. I was going to thoroughly explain my position, and then what you did was you muted and strawmanned it.
Mute.
For a fucking full minute, dude. It's ridiculous.
What I do is I facilitate a conversation. That's 2 of you gone. I'm just muting people.
Mute.
Until I get this finished. He deploys his mute button just so he can preach. So you are going to let me finish it if I have to mute.
Mute.
The fucking lot of you. He deploys his mute button just so he can preach.
I respect you a lot.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, the can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes, so with that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Hello? ¿Qué pasó? No. Mic check. Is everybody busted or something? Or TBD? Oh, I see how it is then. Yo, what's up in here? You wonder.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, depending where you are in this world.
Who are you? What's up, NBC? How you doing?
Tell me, is the world flat?
Depends on how you look at it. The ocean's definitely flat. The dirt is not flat, but it's on a level plane. So, but technically, the dirt isn't flat. No. Thanks for sticking around to get the answer. I guess I'm back on my own again, huh? Well, I guess this is the crew of people who don't talk but listen, and the people who. Why you would mute yourself and the fact that you can listen and not just exit the program. I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand that part of it. To me, it makes sense to just disconnect and to mute and deafen yourself. But I do tell you one thing: it is getting real boring just talking to myself here.
Someone just blessed me with the autopilot map. If you guys want to take a look at it, that's the map that all autopilots get loaded with on planes for their navigation.
Hello. Where's everybody at?
Hello. What's going on, my friend? How are you?
You sound like a witch, man.
You know I do what I can. Gotta make myself sound screechy as well. Good to see you, man.
Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
Happiest of Saturdays to you. Hey, check out that video. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Apparently, that's the autopilot map that planes get loaded with.
Yeah. Interesting that map with the two globes up there. Whatever, circles. Reminds me of the shape of the Mickey Mouse. You know, the head with two ears.
Are you talking about the video? The video.
Yeah, the map video.
It literally does. I totally see it. Yeah. That's amazing.
I was watching a video of from the station from the station space, and you could clearly see the Mickey Mouse, the Disney logo on the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Amazing.
NASA and Disney are, collaborating,
Like brothers and sisters.
Could say. Man, that was really hot today. How was it over there? Weather like?
Here in Spain, we have we have like a really, really good weather at the moment. It's not too hot or too cold.
That's nice.
What you guys up to?
Nothing much.
I am doing laundry and waiting for my dinner to show up.
What are you expecting for dinner?
I got a shrimp burrito.
Unexpected.
Shrimp burrito, man. Okay.
I've been eating a lot of fish lately. So, not to say that shrimp is a fish, but stuff from the sea, if you will.
So have you done any type of research or anything lately, Leonardo? Anything out there that convinces you?
Not lately. Not lately. Spending time, at the flat Earth debate server, and but no, I'm a little saturated with information at the moment.
I forgot that you were hanging around that server.
Yeah, it's quite fun sometimes. A lot of characters, and it gets really crazy.
Yeah.
Jim, Jim from Japan. He's always there.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess it's just, collecting whatever information he needs to battle the.
Yeah, the debates haven't. It's I'm looking forward, to listening to the debates, but they haven't been doing. I mean, the times that I've been showing up, they're just like having really, like, not really good arguments, in my opinion. Yeah, haven't been participating a lot either, but arguing with like just calling each other's name and stuff,
Yeah, I think we heard a recording last week or something.
Where?
With them. Oh, someone recorded a Jimpan.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And they were calling names, everything afterwards, after the guy left.
Oh.
Was funny. But yeah, clearly they don't know how to debate. They don't have anything.
Yeah. Yeah. People with very strong British accents.
I don't think I've heard him present anything viable. Like, they only argue from our point of view, like things we talk about, and they're just trying to twist it around. That's what I noticed. That's not really a debate, guys.
There's a lack of interest also for knowing, like, genuine interest to get to like learn from each other's argument. Another thing that I observed, it's that it seems like, okay, the server, it's called Flat Earth Debate. I mean, you expect people to know about the flat Earth, right, before they start arguing against it.
Yeah.
People don't really show like an interest to learn about the flat Earth. That's what I find kind of
over there.
Yeah.
Well, no wonder, because
I mean, I understand they want to debate against it, but you want to also, know about your opponent's perspective, but they don't seem to have any interest whatsoever about the flat Earth. I'm not saying that you should believe, about the Earth being flat, but you should. I mean, definitely you shouldn't, like, most of the people see it as something stupid.
They do, because they don't have any evidence of curvature, which is the fundamental piece of their sphere. To begin with, that's one major flaw in their model that doesn't conform to the reality.
Like, for example, I'm interested.
Have you ever heard them present anything of such high degree of standard of evidence that supports their model?
Yeah, I mean, like,
they only argue about stuff.
I ask questions. I mean, I want to learn about, I show interest in learning about the globe, and they Yeah. So I learned about gravity. I learned about air pressure. I learned about all these things, and I can kind of sense a logic behind what they're talking sometimes. What they,
Well, of course, it sounds logical because it's just stories behind them. It's models and stories. It sounds nice.
I mean, like, I mean, there has to be a logic behind
anything in real life.
But it always gets to a point where you're just like, okay, what comes after that? You know, it's kind of like it gets really. You start following logic. Okay, I understand like how you can think about that, and so I keep on asking. I start digging in more, and then things start getting really weird. You know.
I mean, it's good that you understand their point of view, like the globe model and everything, because then you know what is false and what is, not true in reality when it doesn't support any of their claims to begin with. That's a lack of evidence, I would say. I don't know. If you could, maybe from all the time you've been there, maybe you've heard anything that validates out there in reality based off their model?
No.
I don't think so. I never. Not even one.
No.
Not a single one.
Not even a single one. Not even a single one, man. That's like, yeah. I mean, like, I don't even.
No, they never present anything. That's the problem. From their own side, they only argue from our point of view. Then when we debunk their stuff, then they twist it around and come up with some ad hoc stuff, and this and that. Oh, this is how it's supposed to be. No, this is. They talk from out of, with models and everything else, math basically. Models and math. That's their explanations behind the so-called phenomena. Nothing that supports in real life.
Yeah.
Basically.
And yeah. There were some interesting conversations the other day. They were talking about the North Star, and I was asking them about what their perspective was, and they started telling me that the North Star apparently changes location after 100 years and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. I'll take note of that. But
After
then, like, there's a lot of
okay.
Yeah.
And how much does it change? Did they tell you the number or anything? Like, how much does it move? Did they give you anything more specific?
Yeah.
Any data?
If they told me, I don't remember it, to be honest. But I think I've heard them mention that it gets replaced by another star. So the North Star becomes replaced, I think, if I'm not kind of. I think that's what they told me. I mean, that's what I've heard them mention. There's quite a lot of debate about it also. So, but
yeah.
But they're not too sure about it because, I mean, then they brought the conversation back, I think, the next day. And so, yeah. What was another like really weird fact that I heard in that server? Somebody was telling me that you can find curvature in water in any type of so for example, let's say you have a pool. Just a pool in your house. Like, let's just say that you have a pool in your house. And like, there is curvature in the water curves.
Where exactly does it curve? Which side of it?
In the pool.
Whoa. Where?
I mean,
I've never seen curve in the pool.
You never seen it?
I've never seen a curvy water in pool. Are you talking about surface tension, like from the edges?
The surface, yeah.
Yeah, that's the edges. That's something else. That's not curve.
Yeah, well, it's not curved because
it's leveled. It's if you look into the micro stuff.
Yeah.
Like the very tiny. If you're gonna look into the details and that's such, at that level, that's not reality, man. I mean, we don't live in that scale,
Yeah. Well, that's what they claim. So they claim that you just can't see it.
Right? So we can't see it, but it's there. Okay, that's another nice story.
But it doesn't mean But so it stays there.
It's like a Harry Potter movie. You must believe in magic, but you don't see it. Almost like that.
It's there, but you can't see it.
It's there, yes.
You can't see it. But apparently, that's what I heard. Like, oh yeah, there's like curvature in every body of water. I was like, okay, let's.
I mean, if he claims that, we'll love to see that as well.
I mean, that's a crazy claim, dude.
Crazy.
There's curvature in a cup of water. Probably. Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe it's just one person who actually makes such a claim. Maybe that's, you never know.
Yeah, that's why we're trying to be careful with what we claim, so we can actually provide evidence or back it up at least, with something of substance, data, whatever, evidence. But yeah, I don't know. This is the kind of stuff you hear from their side. I mean, it's not that interesting for me, to be honest. I mean, sure, you learn their arguments, but their arguments are based off of no foundation, to be honest. They hold no ground. Mostly stories and reifications and models.
I'm becoming like a little bit like I'm starting losing my motivation to show interest on, like, I don't know what other questions to ask. Like, and I don't get like satisfactory. Them, yeah. Like,
I don't know what other. I don't know. Take whatever we have here, like the stuff we talk about here. And hear their answers and write it down or whatever you use, which way you do it to to keep the record of it, and go through it, see what does that make sense. Okay, that sounded interesting. I have to look it up. That's our hold. Could be a lot of things.
You know what okay, there's a really topic that I found really interesting. And actually it's something that I wrote down yesterday, and I'm like, okay, I need to check this out. Because like, for example, it would be interesting to, well, in my opinion, it would be kind of interesting to take a look at, to find some sort of company where you can, like airline company or something like that online, where you can actually measure, finding a way of like measuring flights.
Measuring flights? What do you mean?
Yeah, like I want to do something. I would like to do something like measuring flights, measuring the road that the flights do when they travel from one country. Let's say, for example, from Europe to America, from one country to the other. Let's say, and looking at measuring, for example, taking a look at the roads, measuring, because there's something, when you find, like, for example, videos on YouTube that they talk about how the roads that the planes do, they don't. I mean, they're supposed to go in a straight line, but for example, in certain maps, they're like distorted and they're shown like with a curve and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, what is the map, in your opinion, that actually? So we do agree that planes, for example, travel in a straight line, right? When they do journeys from one point to the other, from A to B, for example.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the planes usually do. I mean, they don't dip down. They don't account for curvature. The gyroscope in their planes don't account for curvature. It's always leveled, no matter what. that little gyro, the mechanical one that's showing on the display on the instrument.
Yeah, what's the name of that instrument again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the gyroscope. That's the one I'm talking about. It's always leveled. It's not going to go anywhere.
Okay, and they do travel in a straight line, right?
They need to have a reference frame that needs to be always leveled. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to understand where they're going.
They rely on that.
Well, that shows you if you're leveled or not. That's the way they show if they go down and up.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's simple.
Wow,
simple mechanic stuff. I mean, it has one purpose and nothing else. It doesn't account for curvature, nothing else. It just shows you if your plane is leveled or not. Basically,
no way. So that's what planes rely on to actually make sure that they're in the right altitude.
Well, yeah. Imagine if they're flying through a storm or something, they don't see anything, or bad visual visibility. Like you need to be able to, to trust on something.
I have one good experiment with swimming pool.
With what?
With swimming pool.
Swimming pool? What about it?
You take the swimming pool, and it must be water, flat. That means it will be good if it's not big. And then you take small things to make, like, let's say, to improvise islands and to make continents to be on that swimming pool, And then you ask yourself, can I measure now elevation or all these islands if I put it there on that? Is that possible or is it difficult? For example, put the cube 3 centimeter, but no, put the cube, whatever big it is. Then put the pyramid, put some shapes on that water. Can we measure that? How high is that object?
Yeah.
Can we do that the same with the mountains on the air?
Yeah.
Maybe we did that in the first place, like that. When I have perception about oceans and water and need container, that's it. You don't need to speak about globe, anything. Water itself is enough. And then you have something what is land. And then you measure that land. And how you will measure that land? You will measure because of that water. You cannot measure because of curving stuff. Imagine yourself that you are in Scotland and you have a car and you start to go from the point of the beach and you're on the level, on sea level, but you're going to the east, to the coast, to the other coast, where is the England and where is the London, France. How much curvature we have from the Scotland to the London, let's say?
A lot. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think I would think so. Yeah. I would think.
Yeah, but we will measure all that elevation through the land, But if you go left or right, all that sea will curve, That means if that sea is curving from the left and right, that means that also land is curving.
Yeah.
That's the all logic what I have in my mind. I don't need to go outside to check anything else. That's for me the last logic.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Very interesting. So even if the land would remain closely to the sea level, let's imagine that the land, let's say that the whole country, the whole island was flat and was just pretty much very close to the sea level. You're saying that it would be really, really, really high, in the center of the country. It would be something like that.
Yeah, but I'm telling you for example, I'm telling you now, Glasgow, London. You can measure. Maybe it's 500 miles. I don't know the distance. You can find on Google, and you can say, okay, now the curvature will be, and you will find I don't know what number, but it will be so big that it's incredible, you know. And in between you will have hills and everything, and roads and everything gets measured, you know. This is 500 meters high. High from where? Because on the left side, on the right side of England, you have water, it's curving. That means that land, it's also curving. But it cannot curve through the land. You need to have some imaginary line going through the land that you have height. You cannot have straight line through the land, because then it's flat.
Yes, I like that observation. I really like that observation.
Flat. We have. I think it's sea level because we call it because of that. Because that is our our base point. This is like our nature. Because of that, we have mountains, and because of that, we can measure. We cannot measure anything if we don't have that reference. The reference 0, it's water. You are not going 100 meters under the water and saying this is the sea level. You know.
And when you're measuring something like under, it's like below the sea level. Like when you're measuring, like for example,
like a Poland.
Lionel, sun and moon.
What's going on? What's going on?
I like that, sun and moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the song Sun and Moon?
Pardon?
If I'm not mistaken, there's a song named Sun and Moon. If I'm not mistaken, it's by Above and Beyond. You should listen to it. It's really good.
Above and Beyond. Okay, I'll take note of that.
Take a note, buddy. So is the Earth flat?
No.
The way you said flat.
Water is flat, and mostly Earth is made with water. That means mostly it's flat, yeah. But yeah, the Earth, ground, it's not flat. Somewhere it's flat also.
So the Earth is round. It's not flat. It's a sphere of some kind. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I don't know what Earth it is.
He is telling you we don't claim a shape. We just know by measurements that what we can observe and measure, it measures flat.
You know what? That's very well said, Tim. I like that. I could agree with that.
We spoke before, like for example, how you think that we measure mountains?
I'm not sure. Educate me. Tell me.
Any elevation.
I'm not sure. How do we measure?
Okay, so sea level. Reference is sea level. That is 0 point. And then you have, I don't know, whatever it is. Hill, it's 500 meters. Mount Everest is 8,000 meters above the sea level.
Right.
Which sea level? Atlantic, Pacific, Indian?
Are they all at different levels, or?
No, it's only one. It's only one.
Are they different levels? That's a good question.
I don't know, man. Seriously, I'm uneducated on this stuff. I'm not educated.
I'm telling you, it's only one.
Just think about it.
Because everybody is calling one sea level everywhere. I don't know if in Italy saying this is our sea level. This is not American sea level, but this is Italian sea level.
Then again, so we've been lied to all of our existence. I mean, since NASA's been claiming a round globe, right? A globe, essentially, right? So what is it that they have to hide from us? That's what I don't understand.
That's the question. What everybody wants to know.
So sea level. So sea level. So we all agree, right? Everybody should agree. Everybody should agree that the sea level, you're going to find the same sea level
from the Indian to the Caribbean, or right.
The one is problem. The problem is only this one. You cannot have one sea level on the globe.
Where are you from, Sasha?
I'm from Croatia.
Oh, you're Croatian. Nice, man. Nice. I'm Portuguese.
Well, okay, I'm Croatian because that's my passport saying.
Okay. You speak Croatian?
Yeah.
I have many Croatian friends. I love your cuisine. You guys make some fantastic cuisine.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm both. I'm ex-Yugoslavian if you want.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
Serbian and Croatian and everything, and Bosnian. I'm everything, you know.
You're from Serbia, my friend.
I am from Croatia, really.
Okay,
But
okay. Wait, where do you
but
reside
I'm
now? In
telling you,
Croatia or the United States?
now I'm in UK, but I lived also 12 years in Italy.
Oh, really? You lived in Italy? Beautiful. Where'd you live in Italy?
In North Italy, it's a town called Udine.
Udinese.
Yeah, Udinese, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I know Udinese. Yes, of course. They have a horrible soccer team. Or football, European football, I should say.
They have good team. This is small team that was in the last 20 years always there, 6, 7, something like they played in Champions League.
They played Champions League when? This year? Not this year.
Not this year, like let's say
Yeah, in the past.
10 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, the real Italian team, it's from Turin, Juventus. Or from Rome, Roma.
Well, Inter.
Yeah, Inter too. Inter is very good. Absolutely. Milan too. Milan is a very good team.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you're in the UK now, so you're in the capital of European football.
Yeah. But now I'm not anymore in London. I'm in the middle of UK in some small town.
Oh, you're in the middle of UK?
Yeah.
What's the point that you've just mentioned about I find it really interesting about the altitude. I mean, the sea level thing.
Any point for me was interesting. I never thought about that, you know, and people was discussing about the sea level, and that in my mind came, oh my God, mountains, you know, we have that elevation because of sea level. And then how we can have sea level if it's level everywhere, you know?
How would you? Let me ask you a question, okay? Like,
how we can have globe if it's level everywhere?
If you're talking to a glober, like, how do you articulate the question to? How would you articulate the question about sea level? Like, is there one single sea level, or are there multiples? Like, how do you? I mean, because like they're gonna like how would you articulate the question?
Leo, I don't know how you living this information about what is going on with with flat Earth and globe Earth. I'm not interested to speak with that people anymore, especially there. Especially there where you are.
I understand you.
Because it
gets you nowhere, no?
Especially with that people, because
it depends. Sorry to cut you off, but it depends on the person you're speaking to, right? I mean, I grew up my whole entire life believing the world was an actual globe because of what.
And you see, if I can only shortly, I'm speaking about some people. I'm not speaking about some. He knows. Leo knows about. He's going on Jump on the server or so like that. If he wants to go there, he will not reach that. they will sacrifice him. How to say? They will. On the end, they will tell him, "Shut the fuck up." That will be on the end.
No. I mean, yeah, probably, yeah. Depending. No, but normally, normally they're quite.
But normally, Leo, it's this: be you and say that what you understand, what I understand in my life. It's this. I find it. I posted on TikTok now definitions about curve, about gas pressure, about level and elevation, and they are saying in that definition, when you hear the definition, you don't need to listen anybody else. It's there. Everybody can change it. But listen, this is a little bit complicated because it's water is flat, but it's water it's sea level, everything is flat. But there is a story now because this is the Earth, gravity, whatever, blah blah blah. Yeah, but you have your. That's for me. I don't want to argue anymore with people. Convince them even this is the information, this is in my mind. I can tell you what I think. In other case I'm stupid and I'm retarded. My logic is wrong. If other person is looking my logic differently, but if I see, and I know that is not true, because I know that some other people are thinking like me because they're normal. They're not going in some kind of nuclear or atomic science, because you don't need to go in that conversation about, oh, let's go there, let's find out now this or that on this, and
But
maybe
ideally, ideally, it would be everyone should keep an open mind, no matter whether you believe in a round Earth or a flat Earth or what you believe in. Everyone should keep an open
No
mind.
one believes in a flat Earth.
Well, ideally will be this. I am 50 years old now. If somebody is like 20 years old with all this time, 2022, go to Google, tack, and say rotation of the Earth. It must be like this, if you write this, it will be John Smith, 1973.
Yeah, right. They have the information that states that the Earth is flat. Earth is round, right? It states the Earth is round, so they'll run with it. But then again, I mean,
there's Cavendish, that Cavendish stuff, that must be in first grade of education for any student in any country, because he's fucking important. He proved everything, and we don't have it. Nobody
the
knows.
education system it's a fraud. It's a scam. I mean, they're feeding our kids what they want to feed them, right? It's if the education system was actually how I should say concrete in a way, they would teach us how to do our own taxes in school.
Hey,
right.
I have a question.
Listen the story about Aristophanes. And people will think, when you are listening to the story, you will think about shadows and sun. You will not think about that guy could not go 500 miles straight through the desert 1 month and to have information how he stick there and how he stick here. Do you understand that point, for example? But people don't think about that. That was if you want to do that now, you cannot go even, I don't know, one mile straight. You cannot go. You will be off.
I have a question. Hey, Mike Delta Charlie, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Why did you leave last time I played Mr. Elon Musk telling you how full of hot air he is?
Well, I must have been busy, man. I didn't leave on any purpose. I must have had something going on the side. Right now it's Saturday. Well, I'm from Montreal, Canada, so it's currently it's 6 p.m. I have nothing to do right now, so I won't be going anywhere for the next while.
No, okay.
I probably had something to do, man. That's why I hopped out. No disrespect to you, but
no, it's okay. I understand. I believe you. So my question is: have you understand that SpaceX flights and video footage proves nothing regarding the shape of the Earth?
Well, yeah. Essentially, it's all computerized, right? I mean, today they could computerize so much. I mean, back in the day, they couldn't do much with computerized visuals, right? But today they could do a lot.
What's even more interesting is that every rocket levels out SpaceX rockets, every rocket levels out. Okay? They never go straight up in space. They always level out, and the only reason they tell you why they need to do this is to get into orbit. Which is absolutely retarded. It makes no sense in my mind, but, you know, they come up with a mathematical equation and some cool CGI animation to show you why it's so necessary to level out the rocket over the ball.
Right.
It just looks like if it's going up and coming down again and loses speed and velocity. But they tell you it's to get into space, you know? That's the logic behind it.
It's to get a natural path into orbit or something like that.
Yeah, it's completely you know, I'm not gonna even say that.
Even though we can't measure it with our eyes, it doesn't look like it's going the distance that they claim it should go. It seems like it's going up some, and then it turns really drastic.
Right, but we just said it seems like that. The fact of the matter is we don't have the substantial data. We only have the data they give us, right? So that's the data we run with. But essentially, we don't really know what's going on behind the closed doors, right?
But if you check these videos where they send up rockets and stuff like that, when you look at the speedometer, the speeds that it's getting in such a short time, it's insane. It just keeps accelerating. It never levels out. It just keeps, and then we're in space, and then they pan out to some other, like, it's never a straight video either. If they have a camera on the rocket, there is always clips in it. There is no, they never show that natural, what's it called, transition from pressurized system to vacuum, you know?
Yeah, there's not one. Why is it so hard to have a other camera facing upwards, making a time lapse to see without any cuts, just raw footage time lapse from the rocket going up until docking onto the space station? Wouldn't that be the greatest footage you want to see?
Yeah, you would have cameras in all direction if you were a real scientist, you know, like.
Would we have like a whole documentary of showing different camera angles?
They must have this data. They must have this footage. It's just they don't share it with us, the public, right? Essentially, I don't know if you know Elon's story, but SpaceX has tried, and they continuously failed. And with the way they were able to actually successfully shoot their rocket to space to actually go to the space station, it's an astounding story. I'm not sure if you're familiar.
You should watch less Netflix, my friend. That's not reality.
It's actually not Netflix. I'm actually very fond of Elon Musk. I've read.
Oh, you watched the Netflix documentary. Come on, be honest, man.
A Netflix
I like some actors too. I'm a fan of some actors, you know.
I almost watch no TV, man. My schedule doesn't allow me to have time to watch TV.
Man,
it's rare that I watch TV. I run 339 doors of real estate, excluding my side hustles. I almost have no time. The little bit of time I'm on Discord on stock market servers or on this flat Earth server that I've found you guys from.
The honest truth of that is, what does it profit a man if he gains the whole world but loses his very own soul at the end? So it's all vanity, my friend. There's no need to possess more. It just possesses you at a certain point. But anyways, let's go back to SpaceX. SpaceX is just another way of manipulating and programming the public since the establishment of NASA. They just needed to come up with a great new image, something new to get the next generation fed on those space stories. That's just
your opinion. That's your opinion.
It's just the obvious things that you see. They make this fraudulent dude that obviously has established nothing in his life, just frauds over frauds. When you really look into his business life and what this guy actually reached, he's just an actor, dude. He's just an idol, an actor that they worship. Most people worship and think he is like a genius and he knows everything. Did you know that Werner von Braun actually wrote a book called Project Mars, where he imagined a human colonist on Mars who would be led by a person called Ellen, sorry. It's, dude, everything about this reality is a made-up story, my friend.
It's just like the same thing that there was many stories of the Son of God who came. One of them was named Horus. The other one was named Jesus.
That's all bullshit. It's completely inconsistent.
It's a story.
It's a new age. No, it's new age bullshit. I can send you a lot of videos debunking this. It's completely made up, inconsistent. You want to see that video debunking that? I watched the Zeitgeist movies back in the days, man. I even was a new ager. I was completely deceived before I knew what the truth actually is. Okay? I know all that stuff that the devil tries to give us in order we find something to hide even further from the truth, which is the one who is above. It's all about feeding you something so you can be distracted and you can keep on hiding behind your little bush until the time is over and you realize you're standing in front of your maker. That's the only reason why the prince and power of the air gives you these little tiny candies in his kingdom, because he want to keep you distracted from the truth, which is that the truth is not from this earth but came into this earth and was crucified. That's the whole story. It's pretty simple.
Where are you from, buddy?
Germany.
Very nice. Beautiful country you have.
Yes. I'm not. You know, the only reason why I tell you this is because I really love you, and trust me, I question everything about our Maker. I question everything regarding the Bible, and it's not just blind belief and whatnot. You know, I come from sides of being very much into occult things. You know, very much into satanic things. I embrace darkness once in my life. I know the other side. I know who's running this earth. Okay. Maybe I don't know him personally, but I know how he works, how people get deceived, what these types of spirits are when they're acting within your temple. I know how they can put you even in a higher deceptive state and so forth. I lived it, you know, I lived the deception. I fed from it. It was, you know, I was so carnal-minded at a certain point. I wasn't even sure if I was a human being anymore, you know. I thought at one point I was a reptilian species or something. That's how
old are you? How old are you?
22.
Oh my God, you're so young, man. You have a lot of time to go, man.
It has nothing to do with age, you know. It's just a blessing by the Creator, in order that I have been through the darkness, through the valley of shadow of death, that I can expose darkness. Because how should I expose darkness is if I don't know how the enemy works, right? So the only way you can expose the darkness is if you either was once a part of it, or you research it and dig deep into it to understand how the mechanisms of this kingdom of Satan, which we all live in, which we're all deceived by, works.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, man. Kudos to you. Well said.
Yeah, thank you. But, you know, it's not about me. Absolutely not.
So let me ask you something. You used to study Satanism?
Yes.
And you were actually following in the footsteps of Satan, worshipping Satan on planet Earth?
Not directly worshipping him in a way that I would be in a cult and do rituals. Gladly I didn't do that, but
I'll tell you something. Okay, I'll tell you. It's a good thing you're out of there, man.
I know, to the grave of the Most High. I know, I'm pretty happy, but I know it was a reason why I, in the first place, was so much interested into it and embraced it actually into my life. Yes, Tim, I have been rock bottom, yes.
Amazing, man, and you're so young. You have a lot of potential ahead of you, man. I wish you nothing but the best.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to wish, right? I surrendered, so everything that is happening is going to happen, and what he has imagined for it to be happening is predestined, so I don't need to worry about anything. He has me in his hands. That's the great thing about being completely surrendered, right? There's nothing to be afraid of. Once you tasted what true life means, you are also certain to have no problem with tasting what death means, right? That's just how both things play together.
You know, we as a human race are so lucky to be living on this planet, and we're not conscious of how lucky we truly are. We're not conscious of it, and we take every day as if it's for granted, and we really shouldn't. And when I say we, I'm just talking as we as a general population, but we should really rethink that. I enjoy what you're saying, Seal.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. The most important thing is when you understand that it's not even a planet, but it's a plane that you're living in, which is contained, and there's no way out. If that makes sense, it's only made for you. You know, it's made for you because you're very important to someone who made you, as everyone else who's in here.
The creator.
Yes.
You might call him God, others might call him something else, but
yeah,
I hear you, man.
Yeah, but we should also try to not make this all about religion or spirituality, because this channel is mainly reserved for empirical evidence or discussions.
But your mic's really low. I don't know if anyone else is hearing him pretty low.
No, I can hear him good. He just basically said that we need to get back to the painting.
Okay. I mean, maybe
stick to the topic.
So back to the topic. We've been lied to all of our lives, right? NASA's been NASA and the governments on planet Earth. I mean, they've been lying to us, telling us we've been living on a globe, and essentially,
hold on. Why do you keep saying planet every time?
Well, essentially, that's what
you can't say realm because you don't know the shape of the Earth even to begin with. Do you? Do you have any evidence of the shape of the Earth? Since you keep saying planet.
I have no the only evidence I have is the same you have, that NASA and
so why do you keep saying planet then?
Because I've been taught my whole life that it's a planet, right?
Well, now you know it's not a planet, or do you still believe in it?
I'm not sure if it's a planet or not. I'm on the fence here.
All right. Are you interested in knowing, or just keep saying planet every time? Stuff you believe in.
My wife believes strongly it's a planet because of what we've been thought, right?
I can hear her shouting. Tell her she's wrong.
Tell her she's wrong.
I mean, believing doesn't take any effort. Thinking does. So once you don't do the, due diligence of research, you'll find out it's not a planet.
Exactly.
To begin with. So
it can't be a spinning, rotating sphere flying through outer space, being on a tilt axis and wobbling at the same time and doing crazy amounts of speed around other so-called stars or planets. It makes no sense because it does not line up with what reality actually shows us, which is a sky that never changes, which rotates above you. You're standing still, you're firmly and stably standing still every day when you have your feet on the ground. When you look at water, it lays flat. It is the properties of it. There are so many things that indicate that you're living on a plane rather than a sphere that flies through outer space that is ever expanding, whatever that means, flying through nothingness. That it's actually really, really retarded. Okay, so, and I'm not saying that in general people who believe that the Earth is a globe are retarded. I'm just saying that believing in that specific topic is retarded because it's actually against what your senses and the things that you observe show you, which is also the horizon being horizontal, which, where the word comes from actually, or level does definitely not mean curve, even though that's a new trend of globies to proclaim that level is also defining a curved surface, which is absolutely ridiculous and just shows how, how silly certain things are that these people go for, far to claim. But yeah, man, what is very important is to make yourself aware of your reality, and also researchers understand how this whole system of deception regarding a spherical Earth and its heliocentric religion has been established within your brain, and how it was indoctrinated into, you know, into the society that you live in
Into
today.
society, yeah, I was about to say that.
Thank you. And what really helps is to do it on your own. I mean, it's you can also always feel free to ask questions, but there's so much information, let alone on this Discord, on underneath with the hashtags, where literally everything can be answered. And I mean, but you don't even need to go as far if you're just intellectually honest and just be honest about the how water works, for example. Then you're on a good path, you know. Or be honest about what you experience when you look at the stars that never change and that perfect clock that always goes above our heads, which is
What do we say about moving clouds?
that water vapor moving within the winds. You know, the funny thing is that these moving clouds are simultaneously huge amount of waters which, you know, can float seamlessly, while huge amount of waters, which is so-called the oceans of the earth, are being stick to a ball, while you have no problem going up, sitting onto a bench and just standing up with any problem regarding gravity, while huge proportions of oceans are just sticking upside down onto a non-contained spherical earth. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that a cool story? Man, I can tell you so many cool stories about fairy tales.
Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you. Me and my wife, we travel a lot, and every single place we've been, the ocean is always, you could see out into the horizon, right? There's no sense of curvature whatsoever.
Yeah.
So how do we explain that? We essentially, that would mean that the Earth is somewhat flat, right? To our knowledge.
They're not even somewhat. It needs to be flat because, like I said, the properties of water is to seek level once it's contained, right? It takes the shape of the container, but it will always flatten out, right? When you have some water in a bottle and you twist the bottle, turning it around, and then you hold still, you will see it always gonna create a flat line, right? That's why we also have water levels to actually know what to measure something level, as if you want to build a brick wall or whatnot. So yeah, man, it's all about being honest to yourself and actually getting out of the indoctrination. Another cool observation, man, you can do is you can do a time lapse of the sun, or just during the day you're just gonna go out sometimes when you have some time in the break, and you're just gonna watch the sun actually in the morning coming closer to you, flying over your head and then going away from you. Literally, it you can see it with your own eyes that the sun is just going over you and going away from you. It's not us spinning around it.
Okay, so hold on, wait. Let me bring it back here a second. So there's waves, right? What the waves essentially, like you said, water always wants to be flat. Well, maybe it isn't being able to be contained. Then that's why there's so much waves in the ocean. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud here.
Wait, so when you're in a swimming pool and you jump into it, does this contain water, create waves?
No, I hear you, but the swimming pool is a small analogy. Let's like the sea example, right?
Yeah, wind's causing waves by blowing across the surface of the water. The sea is so big, I don't think that's really connected to the containment part, to be honest.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I could see.
Anyways, we know that the sea is contained because we have something as called as a shoreline, right? You cannot fall out of the sea. There's something physical which the sea is in, right?
Right. I see what you mean.
And certainly sea level doesn't mean sea curved. Even though there's probably a lot of globies, fundamentalists, religious fundamentalists, who are gonna try to explain to you why actually sea level means a curved surface. You know, that's what a cult does. A religious cult is gonna try to make you disregard reality and sense and logic.
Well, yeah, of course. They have to prove their religion is. Yeah, of course, man. Of course.
Right. And what are flat earthers doing? What are we doing here? Are we dishonest about the observation of what we see in reality, or are we just pointing out the obvious things that we can all
No, you're pulling out the obvious factual information that we actually see and actually that we can state. Then again, there's a bit of how can I say, maybe conspiracy behind things like example NASA and SpaceX, which we don't have the right documentation, the right data to actually state. We don't know what goes on behind the closed doors. Then again, I do see all of your points. Look, I'm skeptical about this whole flat Earth thing.
That's how everyone started, right? It's skepticism, then you try to debunk it, and then you find out it's pretty hard to debunk reality, right?
I think you should be skeptical about the globe, since they don't provide you the data you need to be watching over, actually, to do the type of research. It's the missing data, the missing link. So being skeptical about flat Earth is kind of, I think.
All right, guys. So I'm actually cooking a chicken on the barbecue, so I gotta get going. But it was a pleasure speaking to all of you, and I'll probably be back in here later on in the evening. Have a good evening.
All right, man. Have a nice meal.
You too. Thank you.
No problem.
What a guy.
He's not gonna get it.
He's not gonna get it. Is that the tattoo song?
Yeah, or not gonna get us, but yeah.
Yeah. Skeptical of fucking flat Earth. What the hell? He literally said there's no data providing for their flights, like actual data to proving where they're going.
You know, and when you end up at a point where you're just being a cultist or religious, heliocentric, numpty, you're gonna end up saying things like this.
Well, he admitted that he just believes in the globe. He didn't have any evidence, sadly.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to play something. I completely messed it up.
When has anyone in your group, Nathan Oakley's group, when has anyone measured to that horizon? Because the Black Swan states that every measured horizon must be 1.22 meters times this whatever, right? When have you measured it? And when was the Black Swan put through the scientific method? You can't destroy 2,500 years of science with logic.
Yeah, these people do not like logic. That's why I don't understand anything we say.
That's what I'm meaning with these people. Anti-flat earthers.
That's why they can literally not understand what we're saying. How many times is it that you talk to a globehead and they just do not understand the reference points that you use regarding obvious logic that we can all observe in reality? It's if they are, not capable of, understanding basic first grade logic. But I mean, no wonder, my friend, no wonder. We live in a time where people don't even have the logic to understand if they're male or female. So, how do you want to explain to people what the shape of the Earth is if they're already so confused and retarded? Sorry, I need to say it how it is. Some people are literally retarded.
Kind of offensive to retarded people to put them in same both to those that don't know their own sex.
Yeah, but retarded also has a different definition, right? just slow thinking.
Yeah.
And I'm not obviously saying that, retarded people.
I was
you know
just
what I
making
mean.
a funny input.
Okay, sorry, it's okay. I got it. Maybe I'm retarded sometimes.
And we
You
all.
said you love him. You said you love him.
Yeah, I love him,
What's up with
man.
that, bro?
I love him. Yeah, that doesn't change. That doesn't change the fact that someone is thinking slow, right? It's just truth. If I love someone who's very obese and fat, I'm gonna tell him, "You're fat, boy. You need to lose some weight." That's not because I hate him or want to make him feel bad. I'm just pointing out the obvious truth, because maybe most of society will just disregard and tell him lies that, you can just go on, eat some more McDonald's and get more fat. It's just reality, my friend. So if someone is retarded, slow thinker, then I'm gonna tell him that he's a retarded, slow thinker. It's not hate. We need to get to understand what truth is. If I would say, if he's obviously retarded, and I would say, actually you're a pretty smart guy, I really like how you think, I would just be lying, because in my back of my mind I know he's retarded. So either we stand for the truth, or we're just gonna make up a fairy tale land where we all please each other with some nice words. So if someone is fat, he's fat. Deal with it. That doesn't mean I don't, that doesn't change the love that I have for him if he's fat. I do not care. I'm just pointing out, maybe you should do something about your health.
More guy to love if he's fat. There's more of him. There's more of him to love.
If you want to look at it this way, yeah, why not? But I mean, am I wrong with what I'm saying? Isn't it that today, in this society, that we like to please people with lies instead of actually saying how it is? That's why we end up in such a confused society, because we're not truthful to each other anymore. We just lie to each other in order to please men. To please the flesh, Or actually, it's okay if you do this, because I know if I'm gonna say the truth, you're gonna be probably butthurt. So I'm just gonna lie to you, because I love you so much, right? No, that's not how I think.
One of the big things with societies when they started giving out awards for participation, right? You get awards just for showing up, and no, it doesn't work like that, right? You got to compete to win your stuff.
Exactly.
Dude, you stated it very well. I think you put a lot of stuff into. Oh, sorry. You put a lot of things into perspective. I think it was very well stated. And it's a bit of a smack for a lot of people, but it was very well stated.
I appreciate that, and I also talked to Mike Sierra Delta, whatever his name is. I talked to him and pointed actually out why I had the conversation. When I'm saying someone is retarded, I'm not saying that the full person must be retarded. Maybe it's just retarded towards a certain topic, which, for example, is something more very experienced cognitive dissonance in some people, which maybe leads to being retarded because they're thinking too slow regarding the topic. I sometimes try to do that separation, because I actually think that people are not dumb in general. I mean, it's just many people have been programmed and indoctrinated and so far put away from what they could have actually been that, they're not capable to get out of it anymore. I don't know how to explain it, but I think dumb people are a made up thing, by society, by the influence of other people. It's not like you're being born dumb. At least that's what I think. It's how people made you. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, the air show was above the house? Or that close? Nice.
He lives right next to military air base, I think.
Yeah, right next to Hill Air Force Base.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
they fly over all day long, just landing. We live right in the path of the landing strip.
That must be
And that
great.
That was the Blue Angels I was taking pictures of.
No, the Thunderbird.
Or the Thunderbirds, I don't know. Something like that. My mom said it's the Thunderbirds. Yeah, we're just sitting in the yard watching it in the shade.
That's
like a nice
that must be great, to have something like that. Because, like me as an aviation enthusiast, I would love to watch airplanes. Like I've actually never seen an airplane show yet. I really need to visit one someday. It's really not frequent here in Germany, I think.
Hey,
Yeah, I know
Clay,
it's not.
do you?
I know it's not on topic or anything, but I just thought I'd post a few pictures that I just barely caught just minutes ago.
They're lovely, man.
That was a question, I guess.
Yeah. What do you? Going back, because we were talking a while ago, we were talking about aviation and we were talking about planes. Do you know anything? What do you know about roads? What do you know about, like, for example, the roads that the planes?
You mean the airways?
Yeah, the airways.
Yeah. I know. I know how to read charts and so forth. Like I know VORs. I know how to read airwaves. Like Juliet 247 until next waypoint. I don't know, Slorak or whatever. They have weird names. Every airway and the waypoints in itself have different names.
Dude,
No, it's like
planes. Planes travel in a straight line, right? They follow a straight road, right?
Yeah, there are straight lines, but I mean that you have intersections, right?
Intersections.
And you have intersections. So it could be that you go one straight line and then you end up at a certain VOR, for example. Like here's a view. I'm gonna send you a picture.
Okay.
So you understand it a little bit better.
Yeah.
So to the test. Okay. So
I mean, if you can recommend me, yeah, I'm gonna take notes because I'm kind of like interested in this topic. It's something that I can like kind of search, It's something that I can do.
Yeah. So imagine the whole plane, which we live on, is completely outlined with specific roads, like you have for the car, just in the air, invisible roads that are programmed within the within the FMC or MCDU or within the flight computer in general, regarding the airplane that you choose to fly. The different navigation systems, frequently used in GR airplanes, general aviation aircraft, which is the ones that fly on the low routes. There's a high-end route and a low-end route. The high-end route is for jets and so forth, things that fly high, and the low-end route, which is another airways in itself, is for general aviations. So VOR flying, for example, is where the pilot has a radio, a VOR radio within his plane, and you put in the frequency code or frequency number of the next VOR you're gonna fly to, and that radio shows you the distance, how far you're from the VOR. And once you fly over the VOR, you're gonna dial into the next VOR that you have already planned. I mean, you gotta plan your flights. Then there's another method, which is GPS, which is also used by airliners, right? The ground positioning system. which where all these these intersections and the stuff that I send it in, for example, is programmed into completely programmed into the airplane, like you have like you would have in a navigation system for your car, right? It's actually the same thing. So what the pilot does is he creates a flight plan. Let's say you want to fly from what can I use? For example, you want to fly
From one continent to the other, from Europe to America, for example.
Yeah, from Europe to America. That's an interesting one because that comes to satellites, quote unquote, which do not exist. Because when you fly over the ocean, you do not follow these specific roads anymore. You get, as far as I know, you still need. I mean, you're gonna definitely be in contact with a center, but you're gonna fly via coordinates, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
So, because you have no GPS signal when you fly
You
over.
program. You have to program the plane to go by itself, no? To follow, no?
Yeah, it's not a. It's when you fly over over the pond, you have you have a grid system, which in this grid system you have coordinates, and these are the ones programmed in. And once you get back to the coast or closer to the coast, which in this case would be when you fly to New York, for example, would be Canada, you're gonna fly, you're gonna go back onto the normal road system where I posted the picture, that is flying via GPS. Because for some reason you don't get a GPS signal over the pond, right? We all know why, but
Now, let me ask you a question. These roads in the air, now what are they called? Airlines? Are they called airlines? No.
Airways.
Airways, sorry.
Yeah.
These airways, what map that they're based on?
So they're different. I think there are two companies. One is Jeppesen. Yeah, they do charts, and I actually never questioned what typical map it's based on.
Like what map they use,
The
to
flat
create
Earth map.
the route. Is it the globe?
No.
Yeah,
no, but like
flat Earth map.
Just bring the
flat
globe. Just bring the globe and navigate.
What map they use? Dude, I swear, I asked the question the other day on the other server. They're like, dude, what map? What's the real map, guys? They couldn't fucking come up with a fucking answer, man. I was like, I'm getting like tired. Give me the fucking map, man. It's a globe. What globe? Is there? It's the globe. No, it's a globe. They're like, it's a globe. Okay, what globe? Do you guys have one globe, or do you have like? I mean, you suppose that you would imagine they have one, right? So I'm like.
I mean, this doesn't look like a globe to me, right? All these roads, these straight lines.
The continents are all different on different globes because the whole thing is contrived. Size of Greenland, size of Africa, the distance between continents, it's all different depending on what map you use, what globe you use. Because there's no what's the word?
Universal.
There's no original. No original.
People thinking of themselves characters in a story and trying to convey that story in their own way, you're gonna have conflictive stories because it's not based in any fundamentals that they can actually objectively demonstrate. So you have many people with this story in their minds, and they're trying to tell you, the story about this place that we're telling you is true, but you'll get multiple stories because it doesn't have real fundamentals. That's the thing. There's many stories about this fantasy land.
That's what it seems, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
And you can make a math equation that works, but it doesn't mean it's reality.
So the last map that you posted, Clay, what does this one show?
Yeah, that's the airways. For Europe, for example.
Those are the airways. They don't
Yeah,
look very
these
straight, no? I mean, they look like patches of land or something. Okay, those are the
Do
roads.
you see the white lines?
The white ones.
Yeah, the white
I
dots.
see the green one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you seeing that?
I mean, they look kind of green, no? But yeah.
So,
was in my phone.
So, per definition, by the FAA, Federal Airways consists of VOR, Federal Airways, and low medium frequency LMF called Federal Airways. VOR Federal Airways are based on VOR Vortec Nav 8s, which normally are spaced no farther apart than 18 nautical miles. They may be based on more widely spaced Nav 8s. 1 second. Each Federal Airway is based on a center line that extends from one navigational aid or intersection to another navigational aid, or through several navigation aids or intersections specified for that airway.
It's a lot of roads, eh?
I mean, they only call these charts for aeronautical charts. I mean, they don't have any specific map they use.
No?
No.
Now, the interesting thing about airlines is that they're supposed to take the shortest road, no, to get to a destination.
Right.
So you would assume that you could do some sort of you could
Well, you want to compare flight times with different maps, or what?
I'm not sure exactly what I want to do, but I think, like, for example, if they go in a straight line, well, if we assume that they go in a straight line, you could actually what maps would make more sense. That makes sense. To kind of get an idea of what is the map that they're using. But would it make sense in both globe and flat Earth, or would it make more sense in one of them, like on the flat Earth map? I mean, would it make sense on the globe? Would a flight go in a straight line on a globe?
No.
It should, right? It should.
Yeah, but a plane flies over a plane. Simple as that.
Right, but for example, on a globe, right? It should go in a straight line. No, there's no reason why it should not go in straight. Because I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube, and you can see, how ridiculous sometimes the flights they do really distort. But what about on a globe? I mean, does it show anything? Is there anything that does it also make sense on a globe? That's what I kind of had a question. I don't know if anybody knows anything. Because Because it might make sense on a globe as well, right? I mean, flights might go in a straight road on a globe. Maybe.
No, a straight.
No?
Well, a straight line. But what do you mean by straight line? Straight in one direction doesn't mean straight in another. So up and down on a globe, no, they wouldn't be going straight. They'd be going in a curved pattern following the shape of the globe Earth.
Ah, okay, right. Yeah, but yeah, and so, but okay, but not sideways. I mean, if that.
At the equator, sideways.
I mean, it's okay if it goes in. It's okay if it goes in a curve, right? Because it has to follow the curve, obviously, right? So, but I mean, like, no sideways. I'm talking about no. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry about that. I'm just like, sorry. Questions that I have, but they're not very questions that are not very well articulated. Maybe I need to work more on that.
Yeah, I mean, they use the flat map. I mean, for navigation.
They use the flat map, right?
It's not the globe.
Yeah, every map is flat, right?
I mean,
projection maps. Yeah.
But you can still make a straight line on a globe, right? Like if you draw on you can draw on a globe a straight line.
No, no, because
if you grab a globe in your hand, you can still draw a straight line on a globe, no?
It won't go straight though. You can draw a straight line, but it won't be straight.
What if you look at it from up from up? You can make it look straight, right? The line.
Let's say you're in New York, right? And you draw a line, let's say going from east to west, okay, straight.
Yeah.
It won't be the same latitude. You're going to end up hitting the equator or going north across the North Pole. You won't be able to go straight because of the curve, right? So you can't draw straight lines on a curve unless you also cut the lines or unless you're going to go somewhere different. Just take a globe and put a ruler, and you'll notice that if you do a straight line, you're always going to hit the equator and go south, or you're going to go north. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
you can't really go straight.
Yeah, but from a 90-degree angle, the line's straight though.
The line is straight, but you're not. But you're going, different directions on a curved surface. Though the line is straight, right? You can't go straight per se, as if it was a flat map. You can go straight. If you had a flat map, you can draw a straight line and it's straight. But if you have a globe, you draw a straight line and it's going to put you on a curved path. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but from a 90-degree angle, like if it is straight though, you can still look at it.
See, that's where the globers try to debunk the flat Earth. They say if you do a 90-degree angle, the angle's not straight, so that's how you know it's a globe. You see the other argument? So you're getting yourself into the other argument.
I mean, if you see a line,
because they draw a triangle and say, "Look, it's not straight. The triangle's not straight, so it must be a globe." That's what they say. You know the argument, right?
No,
you're saying you draw a triangle and it's straight. Well, there's a conflict right there.
No, okay, but from a certain perspective, but from a certain perspective, you can still make that line. Like, for example, if you have a globe in your hands, you have a ball in your hands, you draw a straight line, right? I mean, if you look at it, if you turn the ball, it's going to look like an angle because you're drawing on a ball. But if you look at it from a 90-degree angle, from you can make it look like a line. If you look at it,
yeah, but you can't put it on the surface of the globe because the moment you put it on the surface of the globe, it's going to be crooked.
Now, what about straight? Can you go straight? Like, for example, do flights go straight? Like, you can straight road.
I don't think any flights go straight. They always take a curved path. They always take a scenic route or some kind of an assigned path. And that's another thing. When you have international flights, for example, if you notice, the pilots don't just joyride there. They don't do a straight line. They don't do a beeline. They follow a predetermined path they have to go. Okay, you can say weather, you can say whatever, jet streams, but they never go straight beeline. So you never know how far you're really deviating from, let's say, a straight line path. And that might be That's a good way to use foolery to determine distances. Let's say if it was a flat map, because if you can go, for example, if you can fly 450 miles an hour from here to here and take a scenic route, is exactly the same as flying 550 miles an hour and taking a straight line route. You see, so because of that, it's very difficult to prove how far you're going, where you're going, and it's very difficult to match distances on continents.
So it's more complicated than what it seems.
I mean, on the flat map, anyways, if you have a compass on the azimuthal map, you can, let's say, go east and make a nice mild arc all around. You can hit all the continents, let's say from the equator. Keep the compass pointing north. You'll make a mild circle on the whole world and get back to where you started. So again, not straight. Using a compass, not straight.
The compass. Compass. Like, how they use the compass, like, to not get kind of weird, no? How compass work? Like, how are compass used? What are they useful for? Compass. I mean, you can find the north, right? I mean, everything, like, it always points to the north, but you don't have like a way of measuring. Kind of like, who uses compass? Like, do we use compass nowadays to like? You can't really rely on a compass for traveling long distances, no?
Yes. Ships use compasses. Every ship has a compass.
Yeah.
Unless you're a rowboat.
I'm not a rowboat, okay?
You know, some small sailboats, like less than 20 feet, don't have a compass, but anything like 15 feet and larger all have compasses.
Right.
Yeah. Depends how far out they need to go.
But like, for example, but the compass, like, I mean, if you're going north, great. Or if you're going south, great. But if you're going like east or west, like, it's going to take you around, no? It's not going to take you in a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. No? You'll have to be constantly adjusting to appropriate yourself in relationship to north. That's what the compass does.
You have to continually reorientate yourself in a mild arc if you're going around the flat Earth, compass pointing north. Same thing a plane would have to do going from North Pole to South Pole. Continually reorientate downward to stay with the sphere.
And also there's some deviations also when you get to different places. You need to make an adjustment it'll be adjusting in kind of odd ways, if that makes sense. Not predictable ways. That's because something to do with the magnetic field that Earth is in or part of. There's anomalies, like if you did a test with ferrite, like iron and magnets, you see the differences between where the lines are. That's the same thing on Earth, in my opinion.
Though the planes would have to continually reorientate downward around the sphere, the globers would tell you, oh no, the atmosphere takes care of that, the gravity takes care of it, you don't notice. You just,
Gravity
So
takes care of that.
Yeah, gravity took you around the sphere. Yeah, there
Takes
you go.
care of everything, bro.
Yeah. Don't even know what's happening. It's taking care of it for you. Gravity's taking care of you. Hey, kids. Second grade. Good thing for gravity. Otherwise, we all float off into space. Thank God for gravity. I'm alive because of gravity.
Let's pray to gravity. Time to pray to gravity. So so gravity takes care of that. Gravity takes care of the plane, making sure the plane.
I would say that gravity pulls the plane downwards, not with the nose down, but the whole plane down. So no, gravity would not spin your plane around a sphere. It would just pull you downwards evenly.
Gravity knows what to do whenever it needs to do it. Everybody knows that.
Period.
Gravity's intelligent. Yeah, I mean that's it has to be intelligent, otherwise it wouldn't work at all. It needs to keep the gas down and the vacuum up. So yeah, it must be intelligent. And it must like that.
Compasses require a flat plane.
Compasses require a flat plane.
Right. Do you understand that?
I learned that in the Boy Scouts.
Do you see the voice text?
Let me see.
At 55 minutes, I'll just read it, what I just wrote. So compasses on a globe where the magnetic field is in the center of the ball, then all compasses needles would be pointed downward towards the center of the ball. They would be completely useless because with the needle pointing downward, it would hit the bezel or the face of the compass. It would be hitting the face of it. It wouldn't be able to rotate, in other words.
Exactly.
It would be useless.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So what are the Globers' excuse for that? Like the excuse they have for aircraft is that everybody is on top of the ball at the same time. This is a paradox, the Bob and Alice paradox. So does that mean every aircraft in every location is on top of the ball at the same time? This is magic.
I think I heard something about it's a combination of gravity and the toroidal field on the globe. This is why they get the globes or something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
No, the poles, not the globes, of course.
Yeah, but they have no way of verifying or validating.
No, it's just a story, but that's just the official story, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the official story.
Everyone is on the edge at the same time. Everyone is on the edge.
That's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
What do you mean on the edge?
On the top of the ball. Everybody's on the sagitta at all times. How is that possible? So that means like 1,000 miles away, you're on the sagitta, and I'm on the sagitta too. Yet the sky is up for both of us, not down or sideways. It's hilarious.
Give me a break.
Yeah, it's really.
It's all relative. You see, what you should do is you should dump your wife and like divorce her and don't take care of the child that you had with her, and marry your cousin.
Yeah, it's really bad, Sonny, because you're supposed to be on the sagitta, and the ball's supposed to be curving away from you. You shoot a laser across the lake at your friend near a target. It hits the target. Your friend's supposed to be at the sagitta. The Earth is supposed to be curving away from him. So, where's this butt cheek Earth we're looking for?
Gosh, I was just thinking of a meme and I lost it. But yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. Bob and Alice. Let's see if that one works.
So, what if you have Bob, Alice, Jamesy, Sonny, and you have all the members in the server doing the Bob and Alice thing? You're gonna have like I don't know. That Earth is gonna have a lot of bumps everywhere. Then you have Bob, Alice, and then you have Jamesy on the other side, looking at Bob and Alice.
Yeah,
it's
you
gonna
can
be
see each other, but there's supposed to be a gap between you guys. You just can't see the curving down that both of you are supposed to be seeing towards each other. It just looks flat, because refraction.
Yeah, Jamesy looking at Bob and Alice, looking at each other.
Who's Bob and
And then
Alice?
in between Bob and Alice, Jamesy and Sonny are looking at each other from the East Coast to the West Coast.
Here's Bob and Alice. I'll show you right here. I got it. Here's Bob and Alice. So tell us how the laser's hitting from Bob to Alice. Doesn't the laser have to be going down around the curve like the ballers are saying it's doing? Oh, what about Alice? Is her laser going down at the same rate? So the laser should be down in the middle of the
Jamesy and Sonny in the middle of that observation.
Yeah.
Across them.
Wait, what's happening in the picture?
I guess the Earth is donut shaped.
Oh yeah.
And there's a quantum eraser video to go with it. Since he created Bob and Alice, or he made the meme, and he's got a video.
Right. Cool.
Chom chom chom.
So did anybody new come in the last couple hours? I was away.
Where were you, man?
Look away, look away.
Look away.
Hello, everybody.
Man. Hello.
Hello, Andy.
Nice to talk to you.
Hello. Nice.
Right
I just thought of a meme, actually. Can somebody make me a meme?
A meme? Well, we have memes.
€5.
What kind of meme? What kind of meme? There's meme experts here. I'm not the expert on memes.
Paul McCartney is playing at Glastonbury. And
Oh, really?
He's 80 years old, so I thought you could just make a meme that said, 80 years old, Paul McCartney, still going strong. And then underneath it just says, baby's blood works.
Oh, shoot. No, you didn't.
Oh,
I thought it was going to be something more like dad joke.
Oh, shit. I'll tell you what to say that. Oh, shit, sorry.
Oh, well, it's all right. Don't bother me, man.
Oh.
I'd find it hard to...
I don't want to get into the terms and conditions, sorry.
Oh, no, you wouldn't be shocking me with anything you say. Believe me. But you might shock the surfer, yeah.
Just make your point, articulate, and wait for a response.
Sonny got seen some shit today. Sonny has lived through some bullshit.
Yeah, here's one of my favorite new memes that I found. Let's see here.
Oh, mi amor.
I love you. I love you.
Chimsy.
He saw Julian, he was scared.
It's always the same with you, Jamesy.
Here it is. I got the meme. It's called what Larry was referring to. It's called what you need in that case is all-seeing eye drops. Like that.
Makes sense.
How come Gemsy is muted? Oh.
Hot miking.
Got it.
Because Jimsy was God rocking.
Yeah, he was God rocking the mic.
Yeah, Jimsy was teaching manners to the cat. Cat is not supposed to be in the kitchen. So, out of the kitchen.
Yeah.
You don't want cat hairs in the food, for sure.
Yeah, next thing you know, they'll be sitting in chairs and eating at the table. Like those dogs in the freaking card game.
Hey, how do cats work on a globe?
They don't work.
They don't work. They lounge around for like 18 hours a day, and they can be bothered to like eat and walk around and take a dump for like 6 hours.
Oh. Good to know.
Got some freeloaders in my house right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there would be no life on the globe because all of the air would be evacuated, and then all the liquids, and then no life.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a spinning globe, you know how cats you can have them upside down from a 2-story building and drop them. How would they right themselves to land on their feet every time on a spinning globe?
They would have a hard time.
Do they have a? Actually, I shouldn't say that. They do have a gyroscope, the vestibular system.
Yeah, but the gyroscope wouldn't actually help them if the Earth were rotating because it would give them different results based on where they are on the rotating body.
We're not getting anywhere. This is cat science.
The angle.
Yep. There'd have to be some kind of
on another server. You have to go to another server. Oh, we should have a channel about cats.
You're interrupting Drace. Stop it.
Yeah.
You're forgiven.
What a shame.
We're going to interrupt the race once a day. Let's try to keep it down to a minimum, guys. It's not fair.
That's funny. The cat coming out of the ceiling. That's what it is.
Can't be picking on the Icelanders. They're the minority, right?
Mm-hmm. Drace's logic and intellect is very much appreciated here. I'll say that.
Agreed.
So when I was studying religions, I try to study the big ones. I haven't studied all of them. But when I was looking into like Norsemen, one of the things it said is be careful because those who practice the old religion, they still believe in human sacrifice. I'm not saying Grace is one of those, but I'm saying like oh okay, some of these dudes still do human sacrifice. I'll keep that in mind. Come off the Christie's goblet.
The biggest religions do practice human sacrifice because they promote war. They call themselves like, I don't know, whatever religion, and then they say, hey, let's go to war. Let's send the young man to die. That sounds like a sacrifice to me.
Most definitely, yeah.
Come from the land of the ice and snow, the midnight summer where the hot winds blow.
I believe they are called eugenicists.
Yeah, no, we don't believe in religious sacrifices, or never did. We had pretty brutal punishments for crimes, and we didn't fear death so much because we knew if we died in battle, we would get into heaven, if you will. It's kind of like if you believe in Jesus, you get into heaven, so why not believe in Jesus?
Valhalla!
What about the African or this tribe in Amazon? Where do they go?
They're probably sun worshippers.
They've never they can't read.
They couldn't read the book if you gave it to them.
I think that
Oh well.
based on their actions, you know. I think that God's law is written in man's heart, and no one has to explain to a 10-year-old, you know, that stealing is wrong and poking people in the eye is wrong.
You know what I said
Hopefully not,
yesterday?
right?
Yeah, right. Is the spirit within or not? Of course it is.
Right. So there's an old Cherokee proverb that said, you know, you got two wolves, a white wolf and a black wolf. And it's like, you know, whichever one you feed, that's going to be the one that's dominant. So I guess it's up to you. You know, are you
I
going to
like
feed
that.
the shadow?
That's a good analogy.
Are you going to feed the shadow and, you know, ignore it? Or are you going to, you know, realize that you have a shadow and then tame it? And a lot of people say the monkey mind, right? In the East, they say the monkey mind. And it's like you're always out there like, I could just grab this person and shove their head in the toilet and flush it if I wanted to. But I'm not gonna. But I could have. You know, and it's like that little battle going on in your mind. Like, you just mouth him off, just let him mouth off. Obviously he's drunk, there's no need to break his spine. We'll just let him walk away. You know what I mean? So there's always that war going on in everyone. So I think, you know, basically if you have love and compassion, for the most part, it covers a multitude of sins. So, like, I work on Saturdays, right? But I don't know if I'm supposed to work 6-7 days a week, but sometimes I do. And I just think, well, maybe if I give some money to the homeless guy, you know, and don't ask no questions, just here you go, bud. Hope it works out for you. Like, maybe that'll make up for it.
So you're using the homeless guy as a karmic wishing well? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, I wish him well, and you know, I hope that my good deeds don't go unpunished.
The giving money to people feels nice sometimes, eh?
Yeah, but I don't like letting go of money that I had to work for, watching this guy sit down and chill. So it doesn't feel nice. So that's not why I do it. I do it to serve man, and in doing so, hoping that it will be accepted as service to God. So even if the guy goes and cracks it up, I mean, that's his free will. Isn't that what God wanted him to have his free will? I mean, hopefully he goes and gets some nutrients, you know, from like a market or something. He doesn't go to like McDonald's, but it's none of my business, you know, what he does with his money.
It's nice when they tell you exactly what they're going to spend their money on. Like, I don't care what it is, but when they're honest and somebody tells you, like, dude, I need 10 euros to, like, wash my laundry, for example. I'm like, okay, like, it's nice when they tell you, or like, I need, for example, $2 to buy a beer. And they make it really easy for you. Like, okay, $2. I have a hard time when somebody asks me for money and like, how much do you need? And, you know, and they don't tell you how much. I like when they make it easy on you and they're like, dude, I need 5. Okay, 5, it's easy. Here we go. Or whatever the number is. But if I have to think about like, how much do I have to give you? It's kind of like, I have a hard time with that.
That's certainly a sales tactic.
Yeah,
giving you a
definitely.
number to that's easier to swallow than uncertainty is always harder to swallow.
Like if I would ask
I
for
know
money, I would be specific on how much I want. Like,
for me, I know that like no one in the United States is starving, you know, so it's pretty obvious that, you know, there's things that you can do to get help, right? And if you're homeless, like, basically there is a way to get out of it. You know, I know it's not easy. I know it's doable, but some people just can't work. And I guess maybe what like 10% of the population have like an IQ so low that they can't really learn anything. So, you know, if I'm giving to the right person, great. If I gave to the wrong person, you know, I ain't got time to analyze their life and decide. So I don't pay tithe to any organized religion. So the way I see it is, you know, I should give something directly to the people. And I learned that from Cat Willie.
It's really nice also to like give money to people that, like for example, when you know the person needs it, and that you give it to them without letting them know that you gave it to them. So like the person doesn't know where it came from. It's kind of cool. Like,
yeah, I find oftentimes you don't need to always be giving people money. You can also just give people your time and help them out. You see an old lady who's struggling with her bags, just help her out.
Sounds too much like communism for me. What's up?
I think a good way to do it too, Drace, is don't tell anybody later. Like, oh, I helped this woman, or oh, I did this, that, and the other. Just do it and let it have been done. And because I used to go around doing stuff and then be like, yo, I gave this guy $5 earlier. It was crazy. It was cool. This is how it happened, and blah blah blah. And I was really just, you know, like touting myself up as some kind of Robin Hood or whatever. And yeah, so not telling people about it. I think, in my opinion, is a better way to go. No boasting, no gloating. Like, you did something nice, cool. That's cool. Move on. You know.
Yeah, that's
keep it to yourself.
Sorry, I was just going to say that's where you're putting it out into the world as a good deed and not doing it for yourself.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, who would want the clout anyway? Like, you gave somebody $5. Like, dude, you pissed up $5 this morning when you got out of bed. Like, whoop-de-doo, you know? You gave somebody some money. It's not really worth like trying to get. Oh, look at me! You know, it's not really worth it at all. I think it's way better just to do it secretly and move on. But
yep, it's between you and that person or those people, and that's it.
How are you guys enjoying your new gas prices?
They're going down now.
Really?
Well, where I live, yeah, they're going down a little bit.
The government seemed to be easing up on the taxes on it. That's why it go down. They do it here in Denmark too. It's like insignificant amount, but it's starting.
Well, our taxes were up pretty heavy for a while. That's why he's asking the question.
Oh yeah.
In the UK, it's always been stupid. So you've had a taste of what we've always had. As far as I can remember.
It's the same in Denmark.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I've been looking for a new car and kind of limited to, you know, I'd like an electric car, but they're so expensive and they just don't go very far, unfortunately. Well, the ones in my budget don't. So yeah, I was just going to mention the phony war. Did you know they called the World War II the phony war? That's how they referred to it.
I don't think the algorithm wants us to talk about this on YouTube.
Oh, right, yeah. Good call. Yeah, better be quick to do that with me because I tend to just speak and I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But
there is just some topics we have to be careful about.
Absolutely. I imagine it's the medical topic is one of the knots.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a shame.
We can't talk about war either.
Do you guys know who Alex Stein is?
Yeah.
Right. Did you see his little thing? He just went around in New York City. He was in Union Square, and it was like one of these like pro-abortion protests. And he was like, "Do you believe in my body, my choice?" And they were like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Do you believe in vaccine mandates?" And they were like, "Ugh." I'm just so pissed off. Oh, it's so great.
I gotta see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was going to say the Constitution limits the government, but it doesn't limit corporations from impeding on your rights. So apparently, the government, they can't be racist, but you can create like a private group that only lets certain types of people in. So even though the government can't do it, I guess you're free to do it. And that's kind of where we're at in YouTube.
yeah. Well, I like the show on YouTube, so I'd like it to stay there. Although I'm going to refer to it as DemTube from now on. It's a bit ridiculous when it's called YouTube, but you can't really speak. He's just. I'll try and speak in code, and I think everyone here gets it. I'll just say, I don't know, that experimental thing. God, I hate speaking in code. It's so annoying.
I was looking into today.
Mhm.
I was looking into this because someone DM'd me about this yesterday. We had a whole debate on it. Is about specifically the Chicago skyline thing and how refraction works. And it's funny because I was thinking, I was looking at stuff, and I was like, wait, this isn't how light works. Like, that's not how light and refraction works. So,
I don't know if it works, to be honest. I just think if I see a thing, then I just see a thing with my eyes.
like it was like, so basically the theory, the pseudoscience for them is like the light from, so where if you're saying from Chicago and I can't remember their city, but it's across this big lake, and apparently that proves the Earth is round or whatever. But the problem is you can see the Chicago skyline very visible, like you can see the whole entire buildings and everything. And they're
Mirage
freaking
or
out.
something, right?
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's a mirage, it's refraction, right? Well, no, it's not, right? Because that's not how refraction and light work together. So,
Yo, Andy, what car is in your display picture?
The MX-5.
Oh, okay, a Mazda. Okay.
it's like light doesn't bend enough in the explanation they use, or to prove it, like there's like the curve there. It wouldn't bend enough that it would need to in order for the entire skyline to be visible. And then he showed me a video experiment or whatever. Basically, they took a picture. They took a camera on a flat surface, mind you, a flat surface, and then they used a magnifier glass to resemble the refraction or whatever. And it's just what, flat surface and a magnifier glass. Okay, it definitely doesn't work with refraction, but nice try. Try again, buddy.
And I just would like to see how that represents reality at all. I mean, they're they're like, oh, you think refraction isn't a thing on Earth? Well, let me create this thing that is nothing like Earth right now and show you. Yeah, see how it works, huh? Earth curve, bitch.
That's right.
So we used to say that you can see Chicago, and they would say, but you can't see the streets. It's like, but you can see Chicago. It's like, but you can't see the street level. It's like, bro, you shouldn't be able to see any of it. They're like, oh, well, you can't see the streets. It's like, and then finally, years later, they started saying refraction. And it's funny because, going back and if you were to listen to those old arguments, they would just be focused on, see, the bottom's cut off. It's like, oh yeah, what does that prove? Like, your numbers are wrong.
Globers have made the words common sense an oxymoron. The common man has no sense, not anymore.
I just saw gas prices at $4.52. Thanks, Putin.
I just saw gas prices like at $5.50 like today. Well, you live in Texas, so that's a lone republic of Texas.
I heard there's a town in Mexico where there's like no government. Like they kicked them out. You're not even allowed to come into town with like a political bumper sticker.
There's many towns like that in the southern or southern labeled regions of the world. There's many towns without government.
Yo, quick question for y'all.
Go right ahead.
I don't think it's a good one.
What's up, my dude?
So if flat Earth is like real, right? Then like, would that technically like prove that like a higher being exists, like God?
It would highly suggest it.
It has nothing to do with it. It's mutually exclusive.
Yeah, but what if that makes sense? Because what are the chances that we're like naturally in like a dome with water above it and like nothing else? Like what?
Who said dome?
There's no dome.
I don't know. You're the one who said dome first.
Oh no, it's because I was in the server before and they said there was like a firmament above the Earth, right? Or is that?
Let me put it to you this way: there's a second law of thermodynamics that can't be violated, and that is you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since we live amongst gas and air pressure here, it's contained somewhere, somehow. I'm not going to make a claim about a dome or a firmament or anything like that, but we are contained. That's all we know.
So is there nothing outside of that?
No idea. You've been there? I've been there.
In the contained environment, I mean, the necessary antecedent to the gas pressure is the containment, right? But the shape, the size, and the color and the taste of it, I don't know. But to have the air that you're breathing right now, the container is required.
Oh, what if that's just like the different layers of atmosphere?
Gas can't contain gas.
Gas containing gas.
You need a physical barrier.
Can you go to the propane guy that sells the propane and say, "Hey, can I get some propane? But I'm just gonna carry the propane in my hands." Can you do that?
Oh no, I get it. Okay, how about what do you think is like under Earth? Like, is it just like dirt?
No idea.
Wouldn't that wait? So okay, above the barrier, right? Is it true that it's like? Is it just like water? Some people say like there's like the water. Okay. If there is though, wouldn't that kind of prove something out there? Because like this is kind of crazy to be natural, isn't it? Like.
No idea, bud. That's the thing. The more questions that are asked about anything but the makeup of the ground that we stand on should usually be met with a I don't know answer, because we don't know what's outside. We don't know what's under.
That's the way you can approach it. But if you're asking about the waters above, we can observe certain features and characteristics that can similarly be demonstrated down here. So you can say, hey, I can demonstrate light passing through, like water or liquid, and it kinda looks to the observations that we do of the luminaries. but you're going into a speculative way of thinking, because we cannot go up there and kind of verify what is actually happening. But you can see similar things happening down here, so you can kind of demonstrate it, but not at the level of what we observe above as the sun, the moon, and the luminaries too. So to make a claim of certainty of 100%, this is how it is and this is how it works, I don't think anybody here can do that. But we can make some speculative talk, but we can't go up there and verify it. So that's you gotta think about that.
To give you the basic, we don't have a replacement cosmology. There are a bunch of religious views that have their cosmologies. That's not part of what we do here. We falsified the globe model, and that is completely independent of any replacement.
Interesting.
Okay, fair enough.
I see that you're a 3 points participant. Have you thought about what those guys told you back then? Like, there is no curvature, we can't detect motion and gas pressure without a container?
Oh, no.
It sounds to me
speculating about a creator, pretty much.
Wait,
it sounds to me like he's skeptic about the globe right now. Like you kind of get it. Like in your mind, you're thinking about it. You're like, you're questioning the globe in this moment. That's why you're asking these questions.
I don't know what to believe. That's why I'm asking questions. So here's another question. Is it true that we're surrounded by an ice wall?
I mean, when you look at the exploration papers and when they talk about the way they describe these regions of ice, they do describe something, and there's imagery and video about what people call the ice wall, and it goes for hundreds of thousands of miles in the documents, right? But I don't know exactly how big it is or what's the complete story about that. But there is an ice wall. And
so we can go to the edge of the Earth, right? Without is there a place where ice wall ends, you think, or?
We don't know, because exploration is not allowed to those regions. So so once you get on a boat, right? Let's say, and you go headed south, people call it whatever Antarctica, and that's the information that we've been given, that you're gonna reach an area where you're gonna meet a wall of ice that is over 200 feet tall.
Well, that's kind of crazy. They got boats like monitoring that like crazy. Like, how come people can't go hiking in the Antarctic ice wall? Or not hiking, but like exploring.
Because there's a treaty, an international treaty that most of the nations, bigger nations hold, and they say that independent exploration is not allowed. And if you want to go there, it has to be supervised, or you have to follow certain parameters to be allowed to go there.
You think it's because of danger, or they're trying to hide like something?
Yeah, that's one of the say they think. I mean, it's too dangerous, whatever. You're gonna freeze to death, and that's a big possibility. If you try yourself going there, you most definitely are gonna die.
Tylenol is dangerous.
How come they let people go on Mount Everest?
Yeah, people go to Mount Everest. Yeah,
how come they let them do that, but don't want to put ice wall?
About the ice wall, right? That might be the shore of that region, right? It might be containing the waters that we navigate, right? Because the waters need containment as well. We talk about containment, right?
Oh, yeah. Or else it would just fall off, right?
And dude, the difference between the Mount Everest and the Antarctic, according to the mainstream narrative, is they want to retain the pristine condition of the Antarctic, and so you're not allowed to explore there anywhere without first an environmental study being done, which costs a lot of money. And even then, after the study is done, you might still get rejected. And if you
ask me, they have that whole area that it's not just the Antarctic, it's also the inner circle, they call it, which is let's say the North Pole, whatever. There's an area that you cannot go to beyond the north area, right? And then there is the outer circle, the Antarctic region or whatever. For everything I've gathered and I looked at, they don't want people to go to these areas, and it might be they've doing things in those areas that they don't want you to see, and that's it. And they might have like a VIP section of the earth that you're not allowed to, unless you're someone that is invited to these areas, and that's it.
Damn. Holy shit.
Maybe like a cool kids club, and you can't go because you're not a cool kid.
That's insane.
I mean, how many towns? I mean, how many areas of this place that we are actually sending in many of these nations you cannot go to? Like, there's military areas you can't go to.
Oh, Area 51.
Sure, that's one of them. So yeah, restrict travel is an actual thing. So that the inner and outer circles of the Antarctic and Arctic, because there's the Arctic and then the Antarctic regions, there is restricted travel to those regions. So yeah, you need special privileges to go to these areas. But I know there's something there. They probably build like big, I don't know, towns, or these people have access to all the technology that is.
The guy left.
There's also a bunch of hearsay that has come out from the Antarctic region on Facebook and other such media, where either military personnel or scientists or family of scientists claim that they're doing some research in the Antarctic region on something they call sky ice.
Yeah.
The guy left like 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, that happens here all the time. People join, ask questions, and leave. It's not a big deal. So do you say that that guy that asked the question is not here anymore? We have Samach. You've been unmuted. Do you have any questions about the topics? About the glad globe Earth?
It's not my Earth. Don't blame the shit on me.
Well, if you should, you gotta blame it on yourself, bro.
Not your fault.
Can't blame other people for your shit. Go ahead.
It's okay. So the Caesar from Rome. Did the Caesar just become the Pope? Question mark.
What do you mean? Question mark.
Caesar. Hail Caesar. Did he become the Pope?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the whole the ancient Roman Empire morphing into the Holy Roman Empire.
That's it.
And then
That's it.
The Church. Yeah, I see definitely similes there, but that's neither here nor there.
Neither here nor there. So
See what happened was
the whole thing.
What happened was there was this guy named Charlemagne, and he was a really nice guy. He beheaded like 500 Anglos or Saxons or whoever was there at the time. 5,000 of them beheaded them, and then as he began to Christianize Europe, the Pope, pretty much made him like the Holy Roman Emperor. So it's kind of an amalgamation of bend your knee for the axe or the sword, And basically, that's what the whole missionaries were doing. Bend your knee, right to Rome, and it was like some people would bend to the Bible and some would bend to the Acts. But either way, you had to bend your knee. Kind of like paying taxes.
You've seen the American presidents going to kiss the ring, yes? You understand that your country and my country, our great nations, are both in the servitude of the Club of Rome. You get that, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Good.
But as the politicians are public figures, right? And characters playing a role, just like the Pope. The Pope is a public figure. They give you a face that you can point at and a position. Like, yeah, these people control the world, right? But there's people behind them.
Yeah.
This is just public figures.
Yeah.
No different to Elon Musk. Actors.
Exactly.
And not even good actors.
Elon Musk.
They're not that good at it.
Elon Musk, melon husk. Huh?
They do rule the world. I think they're just puppets for the people who really do it. And I think even them, if you were to find out what was really inside their minds, you find out that they're not even really in control. They're just doing what they're told to do. Honestly, do you really think that if the government had the ability to do the things that we're claiming that they do you really think that they would give us any inkling about what the truth really was? Or even a chance to learn? I doubt it highly.
The government? No.
No idea.
Well, they give you a story, but the truth and the objectivity of reality is always there. We can open our eyes and say, and use our our experiences and our minds to come to certain conclusions and see how things work, and there's no way around that. But they're gonna give you an extra story on top of the layers of truth, and they're gonna point out to a certain direction that they wanna kind of like bring you towards, right? So they have these positions of power, and they can tell the stories, including the story that we here to talk about, the globe and that kind of stuff. So it's a bunch of layers on top of object reality, because we all experience the real thing. It's just that there's layers to the stories.
The government is just a tool, not the source of the lie or the controllers themselves. It's just a tool used to control us and make us think that we're in control.
Right, exactly. That's why
exactly
if you were the people in the government, they wouldn't know what you were talking about. They'd be like, "What do you mean?"
Bro, there will be no government without people. If people didn't do what we go out there and do every day, input the currency, the energy into the system, and do what everybody does in every day, there will be no government. So they need people to get stuff done, because they're not gonna do it.
Yep. I think it's funny how we all, I'm not saying anybody in particular, I'm just saying that we all seem to think that we've got at least some part of all this figured out, right? I really don't think we've got any of it figured out. I think we're just as lied to and just.
Bro, when you open your eyes, you figure that out, right? When you step on the floor, you figure that out. When you get ready and do stuff and cook food, you figure that out. And when you drive your vehicle, you did figure that out too as well. So we figure a bunch of different things. Everybody has to figure many things that are objective and actual things that work. But then you have those layers above and people in positions of power that kind of tell you to do things that you might not necessarily need to do. And that's the situation that we have today.
Yeah. That's some nice code talking right there. It sucks. We have to talk in code all the time, but there you go, yeah.
Which is kind of dumb.
Yeah, it just shows you that the government could be a good thing if we take all the money out on it,
Well, it is a good thing. Without the government, we wouldn't be able to keep the rest of the country going on the things that are running properly, right? You know what I mean? But the point is that they've got us all confused into thinking that we have an enemy, and we don't. The enemy is ourselves. They've trained us to deceive ourselves, is what they've done. We seem to think that there's someone to blame, and there really isn't. It's our own fault. We've accepted it wholeheartedly, all the way down the line.
Love to push that red blue tie, don't they? Though, love it.
That's not me. I didn't do. No, well, you did though. By not doing anything about it, by not fighting back against evils of the world, it makes you responsible, 100%.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't vote, and I've never voted. So,
bro, they're on the boat as well as us. They are on the boat. They're not driving the boat. They're on it, just like you and I.
Yeah, that's why when we go accusing them of stuff, they're like, "What are you talking about? I'm just like you. I'm trying to make it too." You know, like, I'm saying that's the deception. I think the whole deception is the entire thing. I think the whole thing is bull. I think it's all a lie.
They just live in a different section of the boat. They can see the sun. They can see the light. They can kind of look further than you. They can go to different sections of the boat, and they have a better going in the boat. But you just down in the in the.
Let's say I gave you
lower levels of the boat, but they're not driving the boat.
Let's say I gave you an unlimited fund, right, and told you to build a kingdom as big as you want. Just pick out from wherever we have on left that's on Earth, right? Just pick any spot you want, choose the land. We'll give it to you, and you can make it in any country you want. I'll give you all the money you need. You can build facilities, you can build infrastructure, you can all that. You can build nuclear plants, whatever you need, right? Just like you would in SimCity, right? Let's say I gave you that ability. Then I told you, well, hey, we got this new technology where we can just cover that area with a dome, and over the next 40 to 60 years, we can convince everybody who lives inside of that dome that's
what dome? What are you talking about? What dome are we talking about?
I'm just saying, in general. I'm not saying about any dome. I'm saying,
I think the dome is one of the dome is one of those things that they've been putting out there like a cookie for people to buy it. The dome. You've seen it? Nobody. I haven't seen the dome.
You haven't, huh? Well, you should look more often. You should look harder because there are pictures of that. So, anyway,
look, a dome. You're talking about like a, let's say put a.
Build this place.
So you're talking about ink in the sky. Anyways, people say dome. I mean, there's a container, but to label it and give it a shape, that's what Globers do.
Yeah, the problem is that comes from ancient cosmology, where they all seem to indicate some sort of vault in the sky that's hemispherical, and I think that it could be plates. Like this could be the ground level, and there could be like a ceiling that is just as level as the floor. We don't know, right? So when people claim
there is a ceiling. There is a ceiling, but to say it's a dome, I don't know, right?
Let's just get beyond about I meant ceiling.
You're really low, rookie.
I know. I got a shitty mic. I had to buy a new one because the other one sucked.
I'm gonna just turn you up a little bit then.
Sorry. Plus, my voice is really fucked up.
I wouldn't discard it. It is a dome, but I wouldn't claim it is.
Yeah. To say it's any shape, you would have to measure it. That seems kind of impossible.
Well, no, I'm not saying that I know the shape. I'm saying that there's something above us that stops the gas pressure.
100%. There is something above us. Yes.
Given that it was a dome on the strength and the integrity of something that would cover the whole place, I think it would have to be somewhat dome shaped, don't you?
No, we don't know.
Strength and considering arches are the strongest things for when it comes to holding weight and pressure and what have you. Although it might.
I mean, if we're gonna do the strongest, I would say a pyramid. It might be a pyramid shape in the sky.
It might be a sphere. It might be a sphere, guys. You know what I mean?
Well, we do half a sphere. Anyway.
No, but I'm just saying. I mean, all the best lies, dude. All the best lies have a bit of truth in there, don't they?
Part of it, yeah. See, that's the thing. Well, we kind of know they projected. Let's just say for the sake of argument, they projected the dome of the sky. Now I use that word dome very loosely, but they projected the dome of the sky onto the Earth, onto the surface. So there is something that seems to be hemispherical about the sky because it goes from horizon to horizon. But other than that, no one's going to be able to know
Perspective, though,
that.
Sonny.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Think about like the drone. It's 400 feet above your head, zenith, right? But as it goes towards the horizon, it's not actually dipping down in altitude.
Yeah.
Same thing with the stars, I think. I think that's exactly what's going on with the stars. But this is my belief, obviously.
Well, like you said, there could be layers or plates or bowls of lenses that carry
There are
the light.
definitely layers. Definitely.
Layers because they turn at different speeds. They obviously are at different. They're at different distances. What's wrong, Rookie? You're cursing on the live stream, Rookie.
No, I just realized that. I'm sorry.
Not that I don't fucking curse a lot, but that was different. Yeah, so different layers moving at different speeds and at different distances.
Not necessarily the layers moving. It could be like people call the firmament. It could be like a stationary thing, but the things. Let's say we are inside the container. The Earth is stationary. The container is stationary. But whatever is causing the in and out, the sun and the moon movement, the movement of the luminaries, that might be moving. So
That's
it's like whatever is causing the light show that we call the luminaries, that might be moving. But the medium that we observe, the luminaries happening, the phenomena. So the medium between heaven and earth, the firmament and the waters above or the layers above, I would say that's stationary. But what is causing the movement above, whatever mechanism that is, that's definitely moving. But the lenses that the light is passing through, I would say that might be stationary with the Earth.
It could be stationary. Yeah, it could be very well. Yeah, that's true. Now, if the lights are moving independently of the container, well...
But this is speculation, obviously.
It is speculation. Here's my speculation. And I'm just going to use could be. This is speculation. So they could be focused beams, focused in a certain area, focused in a certain location. Like, yeah, that's the only way I can describe it. But here's the thing. Here's some very interesting things about this, because when the sun comes by in your local area, it turns the nighttime black sky into blue. That's very interesting that it does that. And that blue moves along with the sun the entire time.
It's also really interesting that if you rise up enough, you can see the dark sky, or not see the sky above the illumination that's surrounding the sun in this.
You mean if you go up high enough in an airplane, you look above?
If you look at a bunch of hot air balloon footage, you can see it in a few of those.
Interesting.
You kind of have to hit the balloon at the edge of the illumination so you really see it.
Well, yeah, that's very interesting. It's really wild. So, like having worked in manufacturing for many years, as far as the gas pressure and the container, you would need to, it would take manufacture or some kind of building of this container before the gases started coming out of the earth. You would have to have it first. Okay, maybe not. Okay, I'll take it back. Maybe you could have the gases coming out of earth and then you manufacture a container. That's a little bit more difficult. That's like saying I'm going to build a propane tank after the gases have already started going omnidirectional. That doesn't make any sense. So logically, I'm saying you would have to make or build that container first to hold the gases. This is why I say there's no way around it in my mind. There has to be a manufacturer. Somebody had to build, somebody or something, that creator, whatever you want to call it, had to make this place. That's why if it's flat, stationary, and contained, which I know it is for a fact, there has to be a maker. There's no way around it. There's no way. Here's an example. Here's an example, real quick. You don't see gases being contained in nature anywhere on Earth except the Earth itself. Wouldn't there be examples of this if it were occurring in nature? You would see the beginning of them somewhere, right?
I mean, we can get into philosophy, but
no, it's not philosophy. It's physics.
What, the creator?
No, gas pressure and containment. That's physics.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about creator.
It's talking. Yeah, well, it has to be a creator, but the fact that it's contained, yeah, you can take that and separate it out if you want to, but since it is contained, flat and stationary and contained, I say because of those physics, there's no way out of there being a creator, a builder. It has to be.
I support that notion, or should I say I second that notion. Well done, Sonny.
Because you don't, okay, see, whenever you create a containment for gases, you have to be a builder. You have to build something. You have to make something. There's no way you can cause that gas pressures to be contained without doing that. Like I said, and here's my proof, is that you don't see it in nature.
I mean, it's a theory.
It's a logical axiom.
I don't think it's a theory.
It's a logical axiom. Kind of like energy can never be created or destroyed. That still requires a supernatural creation, or there still requires a lawmaker to set the laws, so that energy can never be created or destroyed.
Right. Because these natural laws have to be there first. You don't just haphazardly, you wouldn't be able to haphazardly, well, I don't know. I'm not going to say what God could or couldn't do, but in our reality, from my little puny human brain, all I can see is that these natural laws had to be set up first. That's information. The information of those natural laws didn't come from nowhere. Go watch QE's thing on information. And the creator.
For information, you need an informer, and specifically when you see cycles of things happening in certain manners, and also kind of see a fingerprint of design on everything.
Mm-hmm.
You don't drive your car out there and say, "Hey, this car is an accident." By nature, I've been thinking about this word nature. I think that nature thing might be like a word from the globe as well, from that thing, because Everything is being designed for this place to be the way it is.
Well, for the sake of the debate, like, I mean, you're saying that existence has been created, basically. Existence has been
Design,
created.
yeah, design and created the way, designed to be the way it is. I mean, if we have a container and we have these cycles of the luminaries that we can observe and they repeat daily and monthly and yearly, and then we know there's the container, I would say the necessary antecedent for the container is a designer. And for the cycles and for all the design that we see, there's always an informer, a designer.
Yeah.
There's no randomness, no accident.
And this part of it gets even deeper and deeper the more closely you look at any part of the system, like let's say the timing involved with the calendar that we have above us.
Yeah.
That timing involved with that those things are there in the same place every time. That if someone wants to say that's happenstance, that could just happen randomly, along with all of those natural laws that are occurring at the same time, I'm sorry. That's just a little bit too much information. Wow.
Hey, Elijah, you're God rocking.
I have a question, like, so if we assume that there's a dome, right? Like, how do we prove that? Like, can we prove that the sun and the moon are under the dome?
I have
We
answer.
don't need to prove any of that.
Because of that, we don't assume.
Like, how do we assume that they are, like...
We don't assume. We don't assume in first place, and that's good.
Yeah, we don't have to assume it, because here's the thing. We have the end result. The effect is apparent here with gas pressure.
That's why it's called an antecedent. En español, antecedente. ¿Entiendes? Antecedente. No, something has to be in place for this to happen in the first place. You need something for this to be the way it is.
No. I disagree. I disagree with that.
Okay, what part? What part?
I mean, you're talking about creating existence. Existence is contradictory in itself. Existence exists.
You're here. You're here,
that's right. I'm here.
You exist.
I exist.
Yeah, but my friend, think about what you are. What your minerals that you got from the ground, your mother ate, and she made you a meat suit with her genetic code and your genetic code, and you are living, walking minerals and rocks with consciousness. Think about that, bro.
I thought about it a lot of the time. But in terms of existence, but in terms of it, when you're talking about existence, just the concept of existence. I mean, if you think about existence, how the hell are you going? You can, like, it's a contradictory thought. Existence exists. You cannot create existence. You cannot come from outside.
Right?
You cannot. If I am God, for example,
right?
Cannot create themselves.
Why is we can answer, like, why is there anything at all? But the thing is, things are in place, right? Antecedents have been put in place for things to happen. The fundamentals, laws are in place, right? And things are the way they are, and it's no accident. There's a design and information in place, so there's an informer required for that.
Yeah, there's
what
an objective reality we're all experiencing with the cause and effect relationships happening all around us. We're not in a subjective world where nothing matters.
Yeah, exactly. That's the objective thing. But where you're trying to go, bro, is like your last question in this way of thinking will be, why is there anything at all? That will be your last question. If you keep
Leo, did you know that you started a sentence like this? I will repeat now. If I am a God, do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you know if you say that what you will do?
No.
No?
What do you mean?
Okay, say any sentence with that beginning.
Like, what do you want me to say? One more time.
Any sentence with that beginning. If I'm the God, and then continue whatever. Say
If
whatever.
If I were God.
Okay.
So if I were God, for example, and I would be like, okay, I'm going to create existence. I am going to create. You cannot create existence. Like you would like God. You just.
Okay.
What if like? So I can assume.
Now I want that we will go now. Now let's go to the, because now we will say, God cannot think like that. That cannot be like that, because I know what God cannot. Do you understand me?
Yeah, it's an infinite regress fallacy.
Okay, so you can think, for example, you can assume that God created everything, but why not? If you can think that, like, why? If a person thinks like, what if everything just what if it has always been like this? What if things are just eternal? It always existed. Why can't you like? Why? What is not?
Because the problem.
Why wouldn't that be a possible a possibility?
Because the problem still lies that we have structure, we have laws, we have stuff here that doesn't come from nowhere.
No, I'm not saying that it has to come from somewhere. I'm just saying like why can't you, if you can assume that there's a creator, why can't you assume that thing has always been the way they are?
Because someone wanted
You're saying that there was no beginning and there is no end. That's what you're saying. There was no beginning, therefore there is no end. What's going on with that?
Why do you have to assume there is a point on creation? Why? I mean, if you can, why wouldn't that be valid? I mean, just eternal nature.
So if we go back, let's say you're living right now, right? And maybe you have children, but let's regress before that. Your parents, your great grandparents, and before that, and before them, and before that. There must be a point where that started, or is it always been like that? There was no beginning. There was no moment where the father got with the mother and made a baby.
I mean, objectively thinking, you cannot think like, for example, there was like you just cannot reach that far. You just objectively speaking, it's like I dare to say that, for example, it's irrelevant. But going that far, you and I, nobody can go that far. Nobody can say, for example, oh, there must have been humans must have been created, and there must have been, or there must be a creator. I mean, you just cannot go that far, bro.
What are the options? What are the options? Either we have a father or our fathers and great grandfathers all the way to the beginning.
Yeah.
Right? And that's always been the case, because we cannot demonstrate any other case. And then the beginning of that, what could it be? Creator?
We don't know.
Jamesy, you're
you
right.
cannot go.
It's the logical antecedent, Leonel.
It's a theory. It's a theory.
No, you're appealing to incredulity.
It's a fact.
You're appealing to incredulity because you cannot believe how the creator could have created the world, and you cannot imagine how this could work. That doesn't.
I can imagine a lot of things.
Is it this story about chicken and egg?
I can imagine a lot of things, but objectively speaking, we cannot say for a fact. You just can't. I mean, you can.
So
it's a theory.
Leonel,
we have entropy, so we have laws. So there has to have been something that set the laws. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any laws. You wouldn't have anything to order.
Really.
You wouldn't even have anything to define anything. You wouldn't have
Leo.
any matter. You wouldn't
Yeah.
have any existence.
Leo, you have all your organs in yourself inside with real purpose, and they are doing that what they are doing. They are not evaluated to do. The lungs is not evaluated to do our breath to that we can breathe. That was made. That was put it inside that we can breathe. How to say? That was. I don't know how. Of course.
Leonel, I think Sasha brought something good. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Nobody knows, man. Nobody knows.
So what came first for the vehicle, the engine or the engine or the tires? Listen, 1 second. What came first for the engine? The engine for the vehicle, right? For the car. What came first, the engine or the tires? Or maybe there might be something before that, the designer.
Who's selling the egg? Who fertilized it?
We're talking about existence. We're talking about existence.
Yeah, the vehicle exists. The vehicle exists. A designer put things together and created the vehicle, decided the engine, put the tires together, put the gas pressure inside the tires, right, for you to be able to drive it. And there was a designer for that vehicle.
We're talking about living organisms.
Jensi, can I try?
Go ahead.
Look, Leo. Look, if you say what is came first, chicken or egg? Let's say chicken. And then you'll say, but chicken came from the egg. And then you say, okay, it's egg. And then you say, but you cannot have egg without chicken, That means...
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's the truth. But that means that somebody made or chicken or the egg.
There was a beginning point where either the egg or the chicken and the rooster, because it's not just chicken and the egg. There's a rooster and a chicken. So there was a point in time, or a point, some moment, someone or something made either the egg or the chicken and the rooster. And then an egg came after that.
I forgot the rooster. That now it's complicated.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
well, you can say. Yeah, but you're making assumptions. You can say, for example, both the chicken and the egg were appeared as. Yeah, but you're making assumptions.
My bad, bro. That we're talking about a beginning, a moment where something happened first. Something had to happen. There has to be an antecedent for something to happen.
Not necessarily. I mean, I know it sounds really fucked up what I'm saying. I know. But you just, objectively speaking, you cannot say there was a beginning. You just cannot go that far.
Why not?
Yes.
Well,
so if there wasn't a beginning, why is there an end? If we call all the listen to this, right? If we kill all of the chickens and we destroy all of the eggs, we kill and eat all of the chickens, and then we eat all the eggs, and then whatever is rest, we throw it and we break the eggs, and there's no rooster getting on top of the chicken anymore. There's an end to the chicken and the rooster. So there was a beginning because there could be an end.
And look at the devil. We cannot produce any more chicken if we destroy them.
Yep. There is an end. There must be a beginning, bro.
There's nothing living that has no beginning.
You've never experienced the end. You never experienced the end of the world. Never.
No, we haven't. But there's nothing living that has no beginning or end.
Just because you haven't experienced something doesn't mean it cannot come to be.
You cannot prove a negative. What are you saying?
Your beliefs onto everyone else and against the logical.
No.
I would like some coherent arguments to back.
I'm just saying that we cannot prove it. I'm just saying. Objectively speaking, you cannot prove the creator. That's it. I can believe. Listen,
I can.
Lionel, question for you. Do you believe in Jerusalem?
Hey, it's cool, bro. It is cool. But remember, under this design environment, ecosystem, dynamic system that we live on, information, like when you right now in this Discord, to be able to have this Discord place, that a coder need to put a lot of code together and put things together and make a cell phone and a computer and a server and that kind of stuff for this to even happen, to be able for us to even have a conversation, and then for us to have a mind and a body and a consciousness. There's a design to that as well, bro. We can see it everywhere. You can see a fingerprint of design everywhere on nature, and or what we call nature, or live things, like you said, like things that are alive. And even when we go to the next step, to the vehicle that I was talking about, you see design in the vehicle, and then you go to the life. You said the vehicle is not alive, obviously, but then you go to the things that are alive, and you see design on all of the things that are alive, just like in the vehicle.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove, you cannot prove that there's a designer. So you just cannot prove that.
Man,
Arnold, do you believe in Jerusalem? In Israel?
You can make an assumption, but you cannot. That's not a proof.
Okay, great. Can you have information without creator?
You're talking about creator again.
I'm telling you about information. Can you have information without creator?
Without the coder? Can you have a code without the coder?
Can you have this language? Can you have this? Can you have mountain, like a mountain? Why you call mountain? Because people decide to call mountain.
He doesn't understand logical proofs. He thinks it's assumptions.
Yeah, but
all things what exist, how they came. One guy came and said, "Look, this is going up to the up." And so it's look like
I'm going to create
listen me, Leo. Somebody called that mountain and said, "This is mountain," because he saw the something is coming from the earth and is going up, and he said, "This I will call mountain because it has sense to call mountain." Is it that true, Leo? For you, you think that one man called that mountain?
Yeah. A man can call a mountain. Yes. What's your point? What's your point?
What's my point? How one human being realized that love will be love, and that spread it all around the world, that love will be love.
He's trying to show you that things are defined. If there was nothing defining anything, there would be no definition between anything, and nothing would exist. It would just be endless of the same.
I understand. But it's when somebody comes to me, for example, it's quite upsetting when like somebody comes to me and they talk to me about the creator, like if you cannot prove it. I mean, like, I can believe in the creator. I can go to bed. I go to bed and I pray. I can believe it, okay? But I cannot talk about the creator. I cannot because
Leo,
I have no way of proving it.
If I may,
my position, Oli. This is my personal position. I was almost atheist for my 40 years. That means not religious, nothing religious. But now I can tell you for sure, the science proved me that the creator exists because of information. Only you cannot.
What the fuck is that?
Somebody's hot mic.
There you go.
It's okay. I courtesy muted him.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Okay. He'll be all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yourself, yourself like a body, like a human being. You are made like a perfection, man, with your DNA and everything.
I know.
You cannot be. That was in my mind. You cannot be like a poof. You evaluated through the year. I don't know, but it's not only that.
Mm-hmm.
All information for everything.
I don't take it for granted. I don't take it for granted at all. But when somebody starts talking about the creator, like if actually there is a creator, I just can't not conceptualize it. Like I can talk to God. I
Leo,
pray.
do you believe in Jerusalem? In Jerusalem, Israel?
I pray.
Jerusalem,
I pray.
Israel. Do you believe in
Okay.
Jerusalem, Israel?
But I cannot talk
Is this
about
thing on?
God.
Creator or not, Earth measures flat.
Whenever I hear
Is this
somebody
thing on?
talking about,
Hello?
Yeah,
Is this
King,
thing
you're
on?
there.
They're just ignoring you, bro.
Because I keep on. This is like my fourth time asking. Leo, I have a question. Do you really believe in Jerusalem in Israel?
no, I don't believe in Israel, in Jerusalem. What do you mean?
You believe? I'm asking you the country, the place, Jerusalem. Is it real? Is it fiction or is it nonfiction to you?
It's a real city, dude.
I'm asking you a question, Leo. Is it real for you?
I assume it's real. Yeah.
Okay, so
That's a troll. That's a troll question. Knock it off.
Does King David exist in your world, Leo?
Who is King David?
David's been dead for 1,000 years or more. What are you talking about?
King David is the lineage of Seth, and Seth is the third son of Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
No kidding.
You're talking to the wrong person, man.
Well, I'm saying to you
should
that
be talking to somebody else.
Thank
I
you.
know, but I can't stand troll questions like, do you believe in Jerusalem? I mean, that's a stupid question.
Hey,
No,
raise
it's
your hand.
not,
Anybody
because I
believe in
believe,
Jehovah?
here's the thing. Okay, if you're going to edify Jerusalem, I'm saying to you that you edify King David, right? King David is the son of Seth, and that gives lineage to the creator, does it not?
No, it doesn't. If something's written down, it doesn't make it true.
Please stop.
That's ridiculous.
Now you're talking about scripture with like
it's written down, so it's true. That makes no sense at all.
I
Not
was
to me,
talking
anyway.
about physics. I was
Hey,
talking
can you
about
guys hear me?
physics earlier. Sorry.
I mean, if you look into history even a little bit, let's just look at the 20th century alone. We can see that it's all grabbled. It's all nonsense.
Nonsense.
It's all these histories. It's all these things that they say it's this, but it's not that at all, is it?
Seriously, can you guys hear me real quick? Yes or no?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much.
9/11 is a good example. So you can't just say, well, it's all grabbled except for this book. That's ridiculous. So anyway, there is some brilliant truth in there as well, of course.
Truth and lies everywhere the eyes can see.
See,
How about we
here's
get
the
back to
thing.
flat Earth?
So, Leo, like in your mind, how did this place get here?
It didn't get here. It just is. It exists.
Okay,
That's where I am. That's where I am. That's where I am.
Fine. Okay, fine. So, how is it? How did it come to be as always is?
I don't think about that. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm asking you. So now
You're
you're
asking
thinking
the wrong person. No, because like I don't think about like existence becoming existence. It's existence exists. That's where I am at. Existence exists. You cannot create existence. It just is what it is.
Well,
Consciousness is what it is.
Do
It
you
exists.
exist? Do you exist?
100%.
Okay. Did you come about from somewhere?
No.
Whereas before you weren't
No,
here?
I don't. No, I don't think.
So there was a time. So you were always here, even though you weren't in this body. Is that what you're saying?
No, but existence exists, and it has always existed.
Okay,
and
from
it's
the
never
okay.
been different.
Okay, was there a time before your body was born that you didn't exist?
Was there a time? What was the question? Was there a time before
So, is there a time, let's say, before you were born, where you didn't exist until you were born?
Yes.
So then you came about from a certain point in time, right?
Yeah, I think I am an expression of existence. You know, I
Okay,
exist.
so there was a beginning.
Or what if it's
A beginning for what?
If
A
it's
beginning,
Your
a
exist-
beginning
so
for
there was a beginning of your existence.
sure.
Hey, is there a beginning to the Earth measuring flat? Let's probably talk about that.
We are, basically. We're still.
No, you're not. Come on.
What do you mean?
We seem to be
This
dancing
is
all around.
creator creationism talk still. Let's talk about the Earth measuring flat against globe math, please.
We'll come up with a
Por
question.
favor, senor.
Okay.
Come up with a question if you want to change the topic.
For the Earth to be flat, stationary, and contained requires a creator.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't require anything but the things we observe. We don't know how or why it got here. No idea.
I have a question.
I didn't say how or why. I just said.
Okay, now you're sounding.
Sometime in the mid 1800s, early.
You already lost me. Sorry, go ahead.
A small group of people came together and they said, "We're going to take over this place using measure and number." Now, who were those people?
Blah, 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 blah.
Were they Freemasons?
Rosicrucians? I don't know.
I don't know who they were.
Blah, 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 blah.
But they'd certainly use measure and number, didn't they? I mean, if we think about this elevation angle argument and their little symbol that has a square and a compass on it, I mean, it's perfect.
Well, I guess that does kind of make sense, yeah.
A heck of a job. Yay!
Square and compass, I mean, none of those things can work on a curved surface. None of them.
Do we have things out in the natural world that are flat, stationary, and contained all at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, what?
And contained also?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where?
For example, a gallon of milk, for example.
I said in the natural world.
In the natural world? A coconut.
Yeah.
A coconut.
Milk came from a cow. Coconut came from a tree.
Wait, what's your question? You said something in the outer world.
A flat, stationary, and contained. Is a coconut flat?
No, but the water is leveled, no, inside.
Well, level. What if it's moving?
Oh, wait. No, a coconut is flat if you get close enough to it, remember?
No.
I don't think I understood the question.
If the coconut is big enough, it becomes flat, remember? That's what they keep saying.
Don't get off track. Is there anything in the natural world that is flat, stationary, and contained all at the same time?
I'm sure there is. Can you think of something?
I'm asking you.
I said coconut, but...
Well, I just proved that because coconut's not flat and it's not stationary.
What do you mean? So you're asking for a specific shape, like a square or something?
I didn't ask for shape. I said flat is a surface description. Stationary means still, not in motion, and you know what contained means.
Well, I don't think. I think I know what you mean. So.
Okay. Well, it's not. You don't have to think about what I mean. It's exactly the words I said. Is anything occurring in the natural world that is flat, stationary, and contained at the same time?
What do you mean by stationary? That it doesn't move?
That means not in motion. Not moving.
Can it be an object? Can it be an object?
Jesus Christ, dude! Could you be?
As long as it's not moving and not movable.
In the natural world, no, I cannot think of anything at the moment.
Anyone else?
Bingo.
This is like a class.
Can anyone else anywhere on here think of something in the natural world that is flat, stationary, and contained at the same time? Please tell me.
So you know, everyone else doesn't do it means everyone else.
Yeah, still lake.
Cave. The Great Salt Lake, Sonny.
Sonny, the answer is no. What are you getting at?
No, actually, he's right.
And he said contained also.
What are you getting at, Sonny?
Water is contained in a still lake, and it's not moving and going anywhere, so it fulfills the criteria.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. It's already inside a system, though.
Inside of a system.
Yeah, it's inside. It's contained.
Right.
But you didn't stipulate that beforehand, did you?
Well, no, I don't mean contained by the system. I mean contained by itself. Like this system here is contained by itself. It's not. It's not. As far as we know, it's not inside another container.
I don't know. I haven't checked that. Have you?
No, I don't know that either. But what I'm saying is, in the natural world, let's say that everything that's inside of here, is there something that occurs naturally that is flat, stationary, and contained?
What about artificially made?
No, it has to be natural, not man-made.
Why?
Was Earth man-made?
What's your point?
The point is inherent in my words. I don't think it's that difficult to understand.
Well, I don't understand where you're going with this.
Well, okay, here's where I'm going with this. There's nothing that occurs in the natural world that is flat, stationary, and contained at the same time, like Earth is. Therefore, come to your own conclusions about that. I'm not here to make up anyone's mind.
Okay. You should be. You should have a point.
That is the point.
Well, maybe I don't get it.
The point is that it can't occur in nature by itself. It has to be made.
Oh, okay. That's your point.
Alrighty, saw that one coming. Okay, so are we gonna do flat Earth at any time against the globe math?
That's what I was just doing.
No, you were bringing it back to the other discussion.
Okay, so we can go back to flat Earth, yeah. The empirical nature of this place we live, yes.
There we go. How about, are there any Globers who want to defend the globe math? Sorry, what?
I don't understand. I'm confused.
Sorry, what was that, Rookie?
No, I won't comment because it'll just give you trouble.
Okay, good idea. Yeah, so the globe math doesn't match reality. That is something that people are struggling with and will continue to struggle with because there's a lot of people on Earth, right? And most of them are still pretty indoctrinated. So we're here to help out with that. If you're listening and you want to know how the globe math doesn't match reality, and you're truly willing to learn why there are so many flat earthers and why we keep growing as a community and there's just more and more people waking up to this truth, come on in and talk to us.
Are they?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Indubitably. And and if you think about it, that's the only way it could go, is more of us.
Right.
It's almost like the law of entropy. Like you're not going to go from false to truth and then flip-flop back to false. I mean,
you can't do that.
The fence. You may ride the fence for a while, but once you come to the truth, it's going to be very difficult for you to lie to yourself any further and go back to a lie.
Yeah, but some people want the fancy pants and lollipops, don't they?
They sure do.
Reality. And I suspect that person will die, and I'm glad. I hope they die while they live in falsities.
Wait! What? No, dude. Did you just wish death upon someone?
If they live in a lie, yeah.
No, don't do that.
Why not?
Please.
No, because they're part of us. Like those people are as much a part of you.
Are you making death into a problem? Death is not a problem. Death is not.
You don't know that. Either way, you just don't wish bad upon people on a live stream.
Yeah.
Be a good Christian.
Look, you should want more than. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Drace.
There's people coming here and they're shining you on, and it's so obvious, and
that's fine.
It just pisses me off because we could be forwarding. Well, we could be at least talking amongst ourselves and having a good conversation, but
we do.
We can do that at any point. This VC is not for that. This isn't for just shooting the shit and acting a fool and wishing harm upon others. That's not what this is for.
Well, I mean, if they're just going to live a lie, what I mean is that they're going to inevitably die. Do you understand?
Well, yeah, we all inevitably die. Listen, we all You should want those people. You should want those people to come to their senses more than anything, and want them to come to the truth.
You missed the point. You missed my point. The point was, my friend, that they'd already came to the truth, and then they decided to go against it for fancy pants and lollipops. You obviously missed that bit.
The Freemasons. Okay,
in other words, they took the ticket. Do you understand? They took the ticket. So fuck those people.
No.
Okay, all right.
No, this isn't for that either. You can make your own Discord where you talk about that. This is where we talk to new people and get them acquainted with the information that we have gathered.
It's for the trolls that come into this server and they shine you on.
The trolls are just examples that we use. Don't get upset. Don't get your panties in a twist.
I'm telling you.
It's
just
fine.
for the trolls that come in here and they get paid to shine you on.
Just relax.
And they're in Nathan's comment section.
We want the trolls to come here because we want to talk to them. Sometimes when the trolls come in here, they start all trolly, but if you're just reasonable and calm, they actually calm down and start thinking.
Because you're making the money. You're making the money, you fool.
You want them to think for themselves.
When they
don't
comment,
want them to just run away because somebody is
when they
talking
comment
crazy.
under Nathan's videos, when someone replies, that's how they get their tips. That's how they get the tips. Do you know when people argue with them? That's how they get more money.
Trolls are not just trolls. Okay? Like, trolls are not just
they paid
trolls.
trolls. Hello? They paid trolls. And
Well, how do you know they're paid? Come on.
You've seen the documentation.
Okay. Documentation.
Well, we'll give the benefit of the doubt, to people who are actually questioning. If you hit a troll that's super unreasonable, you can call them out on a paid shill. No, it's a fruitless.
But I've been a troll. I've been a troll before. Like when I go to the Flat Earth debate server, I've done trolling there. Not consciously. I mean, it's just like you get a little bit emotional. You start defending your side, and I've done it, and it's not. It doesn't feel right.
As long as you're not getting paid to do it, by the government or something.
No.
So Sean Hawkins is in my inbox. And for every paragraph he's written, I've wrote, "K, God bless." And the thing is, like, this is what, from the beginning of time, this kind of person is done. Antagonize, curse.
Well, we're interested in
vilify.
The truth.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Right.
Since the beginning of time, the same thing that he's doing to me is the same thing that they're doing to us. It's the same thing that was done since as long as the history has recorded it. And what that is, and I'll describe what he's done. So he said, spreading lies, this, that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. I think I called him. I called him a boy, or something like that, or you don't know what you're talking about, kid, or something like that. And then he responded with lies and all of this again, and I'm like, yeah, well, your perception of things, I did kind of respond in a kind of a bitchy way, I guess. But then I was like, yeah, fam, like, okay, we don't agree, so God bless. And then he repeated the same thing, and I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, God bless. And then he is like, said the same thing, and I'm like, see, I didn't come antagonizing these people. I didn't bother with these people. thought was, okay, I live in the world, and then I realized there was something that wasn't true. All I did was ask my friends, hey, do you know that, have you ever looked into the moon landing? You know, people don't believe in that. And what are you, a flat earther? This, that, and the third. All of the ridicule, all of this, that, and the third. And it was weird because I was just asking a question. And I was like, all right, fam, like, never mind.
They answered
Never
you,
mind.
yes, we believe in the moon landing. Yes, we love NASA. Yes, we believe in Mars missions. You know.
No, they didn't. They just assumed I was a flat earther, which I didn't even.
No,
I didn't say I was a flat earther. I didn't know. Yeah, all because I was questioning one part of the narrative, and it questioned, and
they don't want to have to argue the moon landing. It's a losing battle right there. So, and they know it. They know it's bullshit. Come on.
Yeah, I guess my overall point is, when I came here, I was just trying to figure out why things didn't add up. Hopefully, somebody who knew more than me could make sense of it all.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
We're truth seekers, right? Just want to know what the
That's
real
what I
thing is,
thought.
you know? We don't care what it is. We just want to know what it. You know, we don't care if it's flat or round. Whatever the truth is, we'll go with that.
Even before that, I thought that the truth was that it was a globe. So with that came questions. Well, since I can't experience it, how was it measured? How did they measure the distance to the sun? This, that, and the third. And I was met with, fuck you. If the earth were flat, da-da-da-da-da. If the
You're roboting now.
Really badly.
Yeah, the main point was, can you hear me?
Yes, now yes.
The main point was just, why are they so bothered? Like, when I got here, it was just a horde of people to detract away from the thing that I really just wanted validation for. Instead, they invalidated something that I didn't believe.
Yeah. Well, you're
I
attacking
see
their
your
religion.
point.
You're attacking their worldview. That's why they get hostile.
Are you talking about when you first came to the server, or like when you first came to this server? When you first came to this server?
Conversation.
Yeah,
in general.
About this server.
The conversation in general. Can you confirm that you heard me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Not this server. No. Conversation in general? Yes.
Well, among like your friends you see in life.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe in the moon landing, you can't be their friend as much. Is that how that works?
Not really. I guess not, but I don't really have a desire to hang out with them because we were intellectuals, and they they liked me because I was intellectual. I thought about things. When it came to this, it was a big rift, and not even. It's like we went back and forth, and the more I learned, the worse their arguments got because I was more equipped.
Yeah.
And they're not equipped at all. Like they're not here in this debate. They have no idea what anything is. They just Google stuff. But they don't. But I Google stuff too. However, I'm looking for a source, or I'm looking for a specific source, and I'm looking for confirmation, or at least some kind of correlative data as to why I'm saying what I'm saying. They're just gonna Google something and go, see, look, it's true. And I'm like, no. I know that's the claim, but my critique of that claim is this. And all they do is just repeat it. And it's like, I don't really have interest in hanging out like that.
Okay.
Who's banging over there?
I was hoping that they could that if they thought it was a globe, they could. Shit, I blew that. I thought if they had proof for the globe, they could show. I just don't want my friends to be a numpty, you know?
Letty. Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, has anybody got any real proof that people are being paid to come on the web and defend the globe?
No, I don't think so.
There's a office of JTRIG. They're agents, cyber agents. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I remember back around 9/11, I noticed these people. I started getting into all these long arguments, the comments under a YouTube video or something, and I finally figured out I'm talking to shills that are paid shills, and they don't listen to anything you say.
There's this guy, I don't know his name, and he's on the other server, and he's a flat earther. And boy, man, I feel so embarrassed. Sometimes, this guy is just insane. I mean, he really sounds. Sometimes I think, is he getting paid to act like a flat earther and make us look like shit? I do think
that's another tactic they might use.
Oh man, it's so annoying. It's like, dude, stop talking about the third eye, please. And it's really new. He's really into new age and stuff, and it's like, oh shit. And he misbehaves.
I would think maybe
really
NASA.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think, NASA might be getting a little freaked out about the amount of content showing how fake they are. They might, this might spawn the idea of let's get some people out there acting like normal citizens, just defending all our garbage. Get an army of them.
A counter-reformation, you might call it.
Yeah, apologists for scientism.
I like how they call this topic dangerous misinformation. What justifies that? People question it. I don't know how dangerous misinformation. That's kind of.
What did you say? What did they call it?
Dangerous misinformation, questioning the world we live in.
I
mean, I think I've said this. They can call COVID dangerous because it puts lives at risk, quote unquote. But it's kind of sus. When I reason with certain people in my day-to-day life, I'm like, why do they censor this? Apple released an emoji showing a guy getting pregnant. Isn't that misinformation? So it's kind of like
Just ditto. Inversion of reality.
Who is that guy? What's your name?
Oh, I'm Tariq.
Hi. Right.
Yeah, I like the little example you gave. I think I saw that earlier. I think I saw that in one of these live text voice chats. Yeah, Tariq.
Yeah, Tariq.
Yeah.
I like the sound.
What does misinformation means? Like, don't you supposed to be like an authority or?
I can answer this. I think.
Yeah.
Technically, misinformation is when you knowingly know something. Like if you tell somebody Tylenol doesn't kill pain, it does something else, right? Let's say you did that, and they take that particular drug and they get sick and die, or something happens to them, or it contradicts with something else they're taking because you don't know that because you're giving them medical advice. See? And then that goes wrong and they get hurt, they can sue you and you will be held liable for that because you're not a doctor and you're not supposed to give them advice. That's how that works. But it doesn't work where you just talk about some experience that you have in your life and someone takes that wrong and then does it to themselves and then tries to sue you. It doesn't work like that. But just in case you didn't know.
Grammatically and rhetorically, right, this quote-unquote misinformation word, it's a euphemism for a lie.
Okay, but if I am not a doctor and I talk about medicine and I tell you, like, for example, you should take poison, is that misinformation? No, because I am not I'm not a doctor. I don't have the authority, so I can say whatever I want, and it's not considered. No, wouldn't that be?
Well, yeah, that's how it's supposed to work.
Perfect sense.
Like, is it considered misinformation if I just say whatever I want? But I am not a doctor, so
yes. Why would a classification?
They would have to find you.
Why would a classification? Why would a classification? Why does a label matter? Like that's the problem with this world, labels and shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
they kind of smokescreened. They kind of smokescreened the term flat Earth.
If you
maybe if I would be a doctor, it would be considered misinformation, maybe. But if I am not a doctor and I just talk shit.
Well,
you just repeated the same thing. You just repeated the. Hello, guys. Is my mic low?
No, you're good.
Am I interrupting y'all?
Yes. No, just kidding. You're fine.
Must be like
if I did interrupt,
Mercury retrograde or something. Yeah. Please don't do it again.
Yes, sir.
I've just been. I mean, that happens a lot here, everywhere. It's not even y'all. It's just my life. I mean, whatever. But yeah, no. If you tell someone something that is not true, then you've given them misinformation. What's?
Yeah, like how is that a crime? No. That's not a crime.
Hang on, we're losing the point. The point is that when the media uses the term, they use it as a euphemism for a lie, so as to decrease, right, the severity of trying to counter whatever the alternative narrative is against the mainstream. Now, in common usage, if we use it in common speech, of course, someone may have given misinformation in the sense that they thought what they said was true, but from further scrutiny, you learn, no, it was not true.
That's why I wanted to give the definition for misinformation or false or inaccurate information, especially that which is deliberately intended to deceive.
See, in other words,
that's disinformation. That's disinformation.
Okay.
Disinformation.
Yeah, disinformation is intentionally lying.
Disinformation and misinformation are synonyms.
They are.
Well, that's not the way I understand it. I could be incorrect.
The same.
Disinformation is a lack of information, I think. No.
Did you just read a definition? How do you say your name? Lionel. Lionel. You read that right?
No, I didn't read anything.
Oh. Because I was going to say, if you read that, and perhaps if you did read it, I'm what will settle this? If you read it, type it up on Google and read it. But perhaps someone, probably fact check me. When you look at the definition of misinformation and disinformation, they're going to be rather synonymous. And the way it's used, even in legal speech and in the media and in common talk, it's going to be very synonymous. Some may emphasize one word over the other so as to emphasize one sense over the other.
I just think that it's like so, yeah, who knows?
Well, what I was getting at is that they'll use it against you in both cases, depending on whatever situation they happen to have you in. You know what I'm saying? If they're trying to get rid of you or what you're talking about online, then that's what they'll use in order to wreck you or ruin your career or try to attempt to deface what you really stand for, right? And they would use the misinformation or disinformation, whichever one you decide to use, would just be an attempt to convince people that you didn't know what you were talking about and you were trying to deceive people. Even though that's probably the furthest thing from the truth. You're simply telling everybody what you've learned or what you've experienced or what you've witnessed, whatever that case may be, is the way I do it. And if I happen to be wrong about that, then hey, I'm wrong. I'll apologize for it, and you show me the truth. You show me your reference to it, and I'll change my attitude and I'll start preaching that. But until you show me something different or show me how I'm actually wrong and not just tell me, oh well, that's not true, then we're all talking misinformation, aren't we?
Exactly, right? And we have the right.
They use the word against you in order to make you look like a bad person. I'm sorry, go
ahead. Yeah, just rhetorical ridicule to undermine the alternative narrative rather than giving an argument.
They're imposing it on people, such in a platform like YouTube. Why don't they apply it in the world of news on TV? No, they're applying it on people, on citizens like you and I. Like they're applying it on citizens like you and I. Like why don't they apply it, like for example, on the news or on? I wouldn't agree 100%, but on the citizens, on a public platform like YouTube,
telling the truth. Citizens have big mouths and they tell the truth, and they don't like that. They're pushing lies. They're selling lies.
A horrible example is this, and I won't get into exactly details, but basically at the beginning of all this sickness stuff that we started talking about, there was this saying that people who wore coverings, right, that was going to protect them, right? So what did I do? I went out and took that seriously, right? So I went onto the CDC. I went to all different websites, looking at all different kinds of health, all kinds of stuff. Asked my doctor all this stuff and asked them exactly whether these paper masks are actually worth using. And all the information I got was not exactly what I heard on TV. But yet, when I said that on a live stream, I got yelled at and said that was misinformation. And I'm like, well, how is it misinformation if I got it from them? That doesn't make sense, right? But that's how this is getting twisted around and used against us, which is ridiculous. But it's still how it works, though, is that it'll never go to court. They'll just prolong it, and then they'll just drop the case because they're just trying to destroy you and what you're talking about. They're not really interested in misinformation. They could care less whether you said something that killed somebody. They don't care. All they care about is that you're saying stuff they don't want you to say. That's it. That's what misinformation is, in my opinion.
And we've all been alive long enough to understand this. We've lived long enough in our human experience to understand that there is wickedness in the world, including liars. And that does not exclude politicians, government officials, and the media. There are people who lie. And there are people who are more rhetorically
as well as some of us as well.
Skilled. Yes, both the governors of the world and the common citizens. Some are more rhetorically skilled than others, and they like to use euphemisms, including misinformation or disinformation, so as to sound sophisticated and astute and neutral-minded and sound, rather than just saying, they lied! They lied! Don't listen to them! That's not very sophisticated. It's not very persuasive.
But when you do that, then somebody has to decide later on who was the liar, and then if they turn out to be the liar, then it all turns bad. This way, they don't have to do that. They can just deny it. They can just deny it all and just drop the case later. But they've already ruined your career and your ability to get out your information, which might actually have been the truth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the most subtle way to go about successfully stifling the people who resist. That's the most successful way because it's the most subtle way. They maximize the disguise of objective inquirers and seekers of truth and defenders of justice, blah blah blah, when they're really not.
And I would say that you're wrong about people, all of us knowing better. I don't think most people do know any better. I think that's the problem. I think it's gotten to where that's just changed. Like maybe those of us are in here, whether we're on either side of the argument, maybe we're the only really like thinking people left in the world. You never know. I mean, we have to like start thinking that way. You know, like it could be possible that we've all been like, yeah,
yeah. I was talking about that in our human experience. We all know that there are liars, that there is wickedness in the world. That's what I mean. I wasn't saying that everyone knows that the media and the government are wicked oppressors.
Well, no, I'm not saying that either because I don't think all are. I think people go along with it.
NPCs have taken over communications and only allow information that isn't really information.
That is such a hilarious. It's such a hilarious. What's the right word? A metaphor. Calling people NPCs.
Don't you find though, Gregory, when someone's lying to you, that it hits your ear in a funny sort of way? Regardless of the words, forget logic.
Because I think I agree with that.
We talked about this earlier.
You're not talking to me.
like cymatics, like cymatics or something. I can't explain it, but it's there. It's true. Because I've listened, I can't listen to Anti-Flat Earth. I cannot listen to them because I know they're lying. I just know they're lying. But I've listened to one. I think his name's Ruhif. I've listened to this guy for I can listen to them all for about a minute total. I listened to this guy for a minute total too, because what he was saying was clearly wrong. I think he was talking about the horizon. I can't remember. But the only way I can put it is what he was saying, he believed. Because the Spidey sense, that cymatics, it wasn't tingling. And I don't know how best to explain it. But when somebody lies to me, I can hit it, like hits me in a funny way, like it grinds on my ears. And I can't explain it any other way than that.
But the way we humans interpret information when spoken to us in propositional language is through a prior knowledge base, both the knowledge that we're endowed with and the knowledge that we've gained over our human experience.
Sorry.
And that's whether it's assumed or not, too. You know.
When I hear
when you say forget logic, that's a forsaking of the laws of logic, and when you do that, I'm going to say to you, then you don't.
I'm talking about like cymatics. I'm not talking about.
No. Language. You don't forsake the laws of logic.
Right. I'm not talking about words and language. I'm talking about something else that I can't really explain. But when I hear
no, you're missing my point.
Of the words, I know that it's truth for some reason. You are stood in truth for some reason. That's why I said to you yesterday, I want you to like read a book, and so I can go to sleep to it. And I mean that. Because you just
I can do that.
Yeah, please, like an old Sherlock Holmes book or something like that. And I'd just put it on and
all right, stop trying to creep out the old man in me, okay, guys? With the book writing, Kurt shit, okay.
Well, I always thought.
Let's be real here. Yeah, I admit he's very inspiring. I think him and Elijah both are very much so. That's why I like him. But I don't know about all that.
But you like somebody's voice.
Yeah, I like his voice, and I like what he has to say.
Morgan Freeman's got a great voice.
He is a very smart guy. Well, I mean, let's not blow his head up too much, you know. We love him and all, but we don't want him to get a big head. He might go off crazy. You never know. Anyway,
I can't carry all that. I can't carry all that weight on my shoulders. That's too much.
I agree with you. I agree with him. You know, but not as far. I'm not going to go that far.
Yeah. The point I was trying to make about logic. When you say, "Forget logic," I don't care about the laws of logic, then my response to you is, well, you don't. You do accept the laws of logic.
No. I didn't say I didn't care. I didn't say I didn't care about the laws of logic. I just said this is what I'm talking about is beyond that. It's beyond it.
Well, it's certainly not beyond that. It's a matter of, is it sound or unsound? Is it valid, invalid, weak or strong? Is what is being said valid or invalid, weak or strong, sound or unsound?
So you don't think there's anything beyond logic?
No.
Well, what do you mean by beyond logic?
Maybe entertainment.
Wait. What do you mean by is there anything beyond logic?
Is there a vibration?
Wow.
Well, that's not necessarily beyond logic. That's just a different entity in reality than logic.
Well, what about
should we abandon logic? What for? What though? What should we abandon logic for?
Excuse me. What about a sound vibration?
Yeah, that's not above logic. That's just a different entity.
So there is something else.
Your senses?
Of course. I mean, right now you are propagating sound waves into the microphone, being transmitted through whatever into my ears out of my earphones. Okay, but the propositions you are saying are utilizing logic.
Well, I've got to.
If you did not use logic when you were given the propositions you're saying to me, you wouldn't be thinking and you wouldn't be speaking, and what you said wouldn't be intelligible.
But I've got to use language. I ain't got any choice but to use language.
That's right.
And logic.
And language needs logic. For instance, the law of identity. If you cannot identify this is this and that is that, you can't talk about anything.
I heard you, whoever said mic check.
So it's not a matter of forsaking the laws of logic. The laws of logic are a necessary precondition, a necessary thing for us to use in order to identify a proposition being true or false.
This is why I said sophistry last time. I didn't mean to say that, by the way, Gregory. I apologize.
But some people.
The reason I said that is because of these headphones, and they're annoying me, and I was trying to sort of make sense of it, and like it's like I've got them both. If I put them both over my ears, I can't hear my own voice, and I know what a deaf person feels like, and it's a nightmare. It's awful.
You sound good though.
I appreciate.
Yeah, you know what? That's part of the reason why I cut people off is because sometimes I can't hear myself. I can't hear myself talking, and when I start talking and when you start talking, it gets confused easy because there is it makes like a delay. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, all I actually heard was word salad, so I said sophistry came flying out of my mouth, but I didn't mean that at all. So I apologize.
Just an involuntary knee-jerk reaction.
I didn't comprehend what you were saying. That's all.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, whoever said that, thank you. You just made me laugh harder than I have in like a week since I left. Things have been real rough for me, so thanks for that laugh. That was good.
Elijah, what you doing, man?
But some people put belief in like as something more important than logic, for example. I think sometimes we put belief. We think that what we believe it goes before logic, so they prioritize belief. They make logic
the problem is,
secondary.
That's credulity.
The problem is you have to believe.
You
have to believe logical sequence. Everything begins with belief, whether you want to believe it or not. Yeah,
it's true.
Yes, 100%.
Because and also it's a matter of facts too. It's a matter of work. Because some people will say I believe something, and they're not really meaning it. They know it, but they say believe because it's such a common word to say. So it gets misunderstood as that means you don't know it, right? That's what happens with me most of the time, and then people misunderstand me, and I get mad at them. It's like, dude, come on, I didn't say that. It's like, come on,
listen,
man.
In order to know something, you must also believe it.
Yes.
Yeah,
I get that, but I'm saying on a logical sense, when you're having a conversation and somebody throws that at you, it's usually because they're trying to obfuscate some conversational piece that they're trying to avoid. They're not really trying to say you're doing it wrong. They're just making something up to get people's minds off of what they're saying.
Yeah, AI knows
I
that.
disagree. AI. I think that I believe Jesus Christ is the Messiah, right? But it requires belief because I have no first-hand primary knowledge, right? But I know that there's this guy calling himself Joe Biden, and he's the president, right? So I know Joe Biden's the president. It doesn't require any belief because, it's verifiable. Like you can go to Washington, knock on the door, hey, who lives here? Oh, it's Joe Biden.
See, the problem is that the definition of knowledge is belief. So it's the base.
No way.
Yeah, the philosophical definition of knowledge.
No.
Listen, kid.
No, the base of
let me finish my. Okay, you're muted. Thank you.
What?
Why would you over talking like that?
Okay, so I have
Listen, guys. Hold on. I was in the middle of a sentence and I had to mute that guy so I could finish it. So don't be the next guy. Suffer the same consequence.
Yep.
Okay, anyway, the philosophical definition of knowledge is justified true belief.
Yes.
Right? So those elements are present in knowledge. Now, you could argue that that's not the case, but, you're going up against powerhouses of the field. So I'm going to mute that other kid now.
Okay, so can I ask my question about that topic specifically?
Yeah.
Does once you have true knowledge, if there is, so once you have knowledge and know something for a fact, does it displace the belief part?
No, it requires it. That's what many people don't get about epistemology. This is not a controversial issue. The only people who think it's so controversial are people who are unfamiliar with epistemology. But once you like you could just go on YouTube. Like it's really not controversial.
Their own ass. Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's very, very easy. You just type it up in Google and it'll pull up epistemology and it tells you. And you listen to debates even, and so this is not widely disputed. This is commonly held. And then the people who try to dispute it, they really are climbing up a mountain that is smooth, and so they can't go up it.
So I got the definition on justified true belief, right? But let's say I'm in an MMA fight, and the guy kicks me in the head, and his big toe goes in my eye socket, and it gets stuck. Like, do I believe his toe is in my eye, or do I know? You're saying it's both. I believe and I know his toe is stuck in my eye socket.
Yes, if you know his toe is stuck in your eye socket, that means you have a justified true belief, acceptance of the supposition, and the sensation in your eye socket that this guy's toe is stuck in your eye. Now, I just added a parenthesis statement in what I just said when I said that which is a supposition that is accepted to be the case, right? Accepted to be true. That's what a belief is. You have this proposition, and then you accept the proposition as conforming to reality, that which is the case. It's true. That's belief. When I say to the globalist, the earth is a globe, they accept that proposition as being the case, as reflecting reality, that it's true.
Okay. Is there such a thing as an unvalidated belief and a
yes, there is.
Like verified belief is different? Like knowledge occurs when you validated or verified the belief.
That's called a bald-faced lie.
Is that correct?
There is an unjustified, right, unvalidated, unverified belief, and there is a justified, verified, validated belief. Yes, a belief can be true or false.
Right. Okay. So that's what I'm kind of getting at. So you can have an unjustified belief that is not backed by any knowledge, right, or factual information. So if you have a belief that is backed by facts, then it is a verified belief. Then, right?
Yes. At least it's substantiated. At best, it is adequately substantiated, and for it to then become knowledge, you have a justification.
Okay. So this is awesome, because then what that tells me is then you need to specify, like, if I have a belief, that's okay to have a belief, but it needs to be kind of clarified in speech. If this has been verified, or it is just a belief by itself standing alone, or if it is something that is backed by factual information.
Yes. Is it merely a supposition you accept as true, or is it a supposition you accept as true and it's substantiated?
I see.
And or it's a supposition that's substantiated and you have justification to claim that you know this to be true.
Right.
Yeah, look, and it's not like you haven't experienced this with the Miggy's 3 points, right? It's the same exact conversation.
Yeah.
He's trying to demonstrate to them that they have only a belief.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you agree that having to argue about this form of of intellect with a person who's educated is ridiculous. I mean, come on.
It really is.
If you have to teach the person how to understand intellect, then what the hell is the point of even arguing with them about it, right?
That's one of the most disreputable flaws of academia. Have this basic epistemological blunder in the minds of the academics of the world.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't have a lot of this information in school, like what school I went to. As soon as I was able to, I was out traveling. So, I mean, I learned a lot of probably things just on my own, using my own intellect, which is faulty, you know? So then,
Yeah, but that faulty intellect got you an answer on what was right? Because you did it the wrong way and it turned out bad. So you thought, well, maybe I should have done it that way. And you changed it.
Yeah.
But you could have been safe from that if people would just be honest with you, right? Wouldn't that have been easier?
and my curiosity of like, okay, like, is something wrong with my logic here? Because I seem to be making some mistakes here. So I need to go back and rethink what I'm believing about something, you know, because I'm acting on something that isn't backed up. And so, there's a mismatch. I guess that's the best way to say it.
You're doing something that most people don't do, and everyone should do it. Self-scrutiny, as well as scrutiny of the alternative position.
I have to, man. I have no other choice.
I do that all the time and I get yelled at for it. Everybody goes, why do you do that? That makes you look weak. And I'm like, I don't care. It's the truth, right? Like,
it's very opposite. Also.
Don't do that. It makes you look dumb. I'm like, it makes me be honest, bro. It makes people understand that I'm not trying to lie to them. I'm not trying to deceive them. I'm trying to find the truth too. And we can't help each other if we're not going to be honest with each other.
There's a fine line between self-deprecation and self-work.
Yeah, but see, Rookie, that is very common with extremely left-brain thinkers, and we live in this left-brain, materialistic only, black and white structure of society has been set up that way, as well as the education system.
Well, now you understand why I stand so highly and so passionately against it, and all that it stands for, because it's bullshit. We all have the same feelings in our hearts. We all want to be included. We all want to think that we know the truth. We all want to think that the world isn't out to get us. We all want to believe that our family loves us and that people that we meet don't think we're dumbasses and we're idiots and all that. You know what I mean? We all want that, right? But the way we get it is so wickedly crazy. How some of us fight so hard for such a little share of that attention, and they get so little out of it, but yet they still fight so hard. And it never really gets them anything except misery. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know. When I see people that are in that mode, it's like I have to try to stop them. It's like, do you know what you're doing to yourself? You know, I can't help but to feel bad for them. And then when they react with like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just a religious nut or something. It's like, wow, dude. Like, okay, I guess, you know, maybe I don't want to help you. I don't know. It's like,
well, yeah, you really have to. You really have to consider the source.
Yeah, honestly. I know, but it's like it gets disheartening after a while. It's like you try so hard to like put yourself out there to show that, you know, to show people that you're human. You know, that I try to do that all the time, to show that I'm human. I make mistakes, but you know, I am who I am. You know, and I think we all deserve to be that, as long as it's not harming other people.
Rookie, you may even be more sensitive than I am.
Oh, maybe. I'm just saying. You know what? At the same time, you know, I'm a religious person, I think, in a way that you guys would say I was religious, right? But I don't look at God as this answer for everything that I don't know the answer to. And that's beyond. That's like the last thing I would ever think of using God as an excuse for was because I just didn't know how it works. So I'm just going to say I believe God and I don't believe anybody else. That's ridiculous.
I don't think it's
when I hear people saying, "Oh, religion doesn't belong here," and none of that, so I don't believe that's true. But I think we're confused on what religion really is, right?
You're mixing religion with spirituality.
Do you know
maybe
what?
so. Maybe so.
Do you know? I think I figured out about this place, and this.
Hold on, my daughter's calling me. I'll be back.
The trick to this place is to become comfortable with not knowing. That's a really big deal. If you can become comfortable with not knowing, that's a real struggle. Whoa.
Yeah, it's okay to just ask questions and not get answers immediately.
Especially comfortable with not knowing even things about your own self. If you think you're a done deal and you're finished, then why would you look for improvement or any changes? Why? I'm complete. Like, no, we're all a work in progress.
I guess the first thing people should know is know the truth about their own selves.
And the truth is, there's always room for improvement. So anyone who tells you you're just fine the way that you are, no, you're not.
Yeah.
You could do better. You could do better.
Yes, exactly.
I know that's what they tell the people in churches. They go, "God loves you just the way you are." No, He doesn't. He's not. He's not real happy with the way you are.
Back to the flat earth.
Well, that would depend. That would depend on your denomination, but also within one's own paradigm. If God is the entropic source of all things, then the answer is axiomatic that God is the reason for all things. So to say God is the source of all things, yet He doesn't explain all things, how does that even make sense? That's not a rational worldview.
It's on a need-to-know basis.
There you go.
I would say
that's pretty honest.
That statement I just made, to become comfortable with not knowing, that must be the most difficult for you, AI. I don't know your first name, I'm sorry. But that must be the most difficult for you. And because I would say the more intellectual you are, the worse it is to become comfortable with not knowing a thing. And also, by the way, I'd never debate you about anything. The back of my own hand, I wouldn't debate you. Terrifying.
Yeah, you do have a certain presence when you're around. And I do like to hear you talk. And when you're around and some of the other guys that have been here longer, I do like to give them floor when you're around. So definitely a fan, yeah. Not trying to brown nose. Just saying. I don't know, man. Maybe you the other guy's completely wrong about you. I think the beginning of wisdom is realizing that you know nothing, and then next to nothing, and then very little, and then mostly nothing at all. Like, I think that's the beginning of wisdom. So I think AI has already passed that stage where he realizes he doesn't know very much.
Yeah, so it's not only a need to know, it's a capacity to know, because honestly, something that there may be something that I'm not capable of understanding yet, just like everybody else. So I have to wait for the right time. Maybe I can strive to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, maybe I can strive to understand these things I don't yet understand, or maybe have an inkling of what they might be, but I really can't see them very clearly. Then, yeah, I can't. I got lost right there. But I think that was a good stopping point.
I properly understand how we measure elevation on surface and everything, and that I don't know what was the question there. I only don't see the globe there, and we need to wait that somebody say from officials. It was wrong. Sorry, people.
Yeah, there's still a lot we don't know about what we actually observe here. But for us to say, oh, I know what that thing is, that is really, no one really understands completely, is fallacious. To put it nicely.
Yes, entirely we don't know. And maybe we will never know.
Well, part of understanding is reflecting on your own faculties about logic and reason and how it fits together. Like for example, the statement, "You can't have a sphere without curvature," right? How can you possibly prove that statement for yourself? I mean, you really can't, in a sense, like out in the world. It can only be proven in your own mind upon reflection, right? You have a proposition of a property about an object. You have another proposition about a property.
Isn't it obvious that if you got a sphere, you got curvature and nothing but curvature?
Yes.
Exactly.
Obvious, right?
But you need to know what a sphere is first. You need to know that that's a property of a sphere.
Oh my God, that's so difficult.
It is. I mean, to be fair, it is for some people.
But maybe for some people, but I don't know. For some kids, it's very easy to understand. It's like even monkey. I maybe can understand what is spherical.
So I said to a few people the other day that I got shouted down a bit, and I just left it because I was like, okay, I'm probably wrong. But I heard Alan Watts say it once. That's why I parroted it. I said, any point of a sphere can be thought of as the center of a sphere. Was I wrong?
No, that's right.
Oh, because I got shouted down by 2 or 3 people, and they were like, "No, that's not right. No, you're an idiot."
Of course it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So after
any point on a sphere straight up is a million different directions, depending where you are in the sphere. So up is a zillion directions, and down is in a million directions.
Google said I was wrong too. That any point on a sphere is not the center of a sphere. So I just thought I'd let you know that. But Google doesn't mean much to me, so.
Okay. Let's tilt now that sphere in the space.
If you mark a dot on a sphere and you turn the dot to where North Pole is, that's the center. Okay, I mean you can make any point, twist the thing, and make it the center.
And reference point is for that tilt. The space is a cube.
Mm-hmm. Any point on the surface of a sphere, when centered in your field of view, right, from a perpendicular angle, would be the center of a circle in your view.
So any point is the center. Is that what you're telling me?
No.
Infinite
on the
centers.
surface.
Is there infinite centers?
It would be the center of a circle in your field of view if you put it directly in the center of your field of view.
Is there no centers? Sorry,
Yeah.
I shouldn't have Googled.
The center would be where all the radius meet. That would be the center of the sphere. But as you're looking at a sphere head on, straight on, right, it would look like a circle to you. And so any point on it, as long as you're facing it straight on, would look like the center of the circle. But of course, you'd have to move your position to the next point in order for that to then become the center of the circle. Which is actually a valid point, and this is what a couple of guys noticed when they were thinking about how high you have to be to see the quote-unquote curve of the alleged globe, which is why guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson and another planetarium director said you couldn't see curve from the height of the Red Bull jump, and the other one said you couldn't see curve from greater than the height of the ISS. For that reason, being that the center point from your perspective is straight down, and every point to the horizon from where you're at is equidistant. So there's no discernible differential information in your field of view from which to discern any curve. In other words, the horizon would be rendered at the same distance all around you. And if you turned around in 360 degrees, it wouldn't change at all. So how could you possibly see a curve in your periphery, left to right?
And if you went up, it'd slope away. The horizon would slope away, so you'd have to look down.
I mean, when you see the ISS so-called footage of the Earth, they're flying over, you see this big curve on the edge of it, like it's a ball. Of course, that's fake, but...
I mean, if it's sloping away in every direction, if you go straight up, surely you'd have to look down at the horizon, no? That's how it seems to me, anyway. No matter how big the ball is.
Yeah,
well, I mean, that all depends.
It's got to
on
go
visibility,
downwards.
too. That all depends on your visibility distance, also. I mean, yeah, if you had perfect visibility, yes, it should rise with you. But like, is that ever really the case? That you have like perfect visibility?
No, but I'm just saying at 125,000 feet, it's there, isn't it? At eye line, it's in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, pretty much.
Shouldn't you have to look down, is what I'm saying. Shouldn't it be sloping away from you?
Sure. If you lived on a ball.
Right.
It's a model argument. So the reality argument is we see what we see. Did it get quiet just because I came in?
Nobody likes you.
No, I know that.
That's not true. Even though I disagree with some of the things he says, I still like the hero talk. It's different because he's a lot different than the rest of us. He has different ideas. So I appreciate the different ideas that he brings.
Yes, I do. I'm skeptical about my skepticism. And like I'm a very disagreeable person, but I try and be polite about it. If that makes sense.
Like what views do you hold that are so strange that nobody here has it?
Chemtrails. Ask him about.
Oh yeah, chemtrails.
Ask him about chemtrails.
Yep, I don't believe in chemtrails.
Okay, what are they?
Tell me.
They're trails of chemicals.
Oh, okay. Have you gone up and tested them?
No, they've got some residue tested.
Well, see, the problem with the residue is that all of that does occur naturally in all soil. All the residue that they say comes from what they call chemtrails, I'm just going to call them trails in the sky, because that's what I see. All of the chemicals in there.
They're pumped out of an airplane, right?
I know, but what I'm saying is all the chemicals that they say they're pumping out occur naturally in all the soil. That's the problem. There's uranium in the soil.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I am 41, and I used to be a big chemtrail guy. That was the first thing that ever freaked me out.
Enough to know then what planes used to look like, from the contrails, right? You're old enough to remember how they used to just disappear straight behind the plane.
Absolutely, I do.
Or do they? They just spread out and go for miles.
But it doesn't mean I know what they are.
No,
and it also doesn't mean there's some other explanation, because chemtrails are an explanation ultimately for what they are.
Ah, right, I see.
And for me, I'm not into explanations. And ultimately, where the facts of chemtrails come from is from the CIA. In 1961.
By the way, the CIA stands for Catholics in Action.
Yeah, Catholics in Action. Well, the
could be
the whole chemtrail thing.
They could be there
the
for good,
chemtrail thing,
and not bad. Yes.
Yeah, the whole chemtrail thing comes from the CIA. They put it out there. Why would they tell everybody that? And this is the same CIA who, under oath, said when everything the American people believe is wrong, we'll have done our job, or something to that effect. We'll know our program is working.
Right, but also you saw that, and I saw that too.
Yeah.
You understand?
Well,
you only see what they want you to see. Is my point.
Yeah. What is interesting is I do have my grandpa had old photographs from the Korean War, and there were the long-lasting, long contrails that were not disappearing in the sky when they were in Korea. In the photographs he had. So I don't know that there's not some kind of proprietary engineering going on up there that is causing those. Maybe there's some kind of engine we don't know about, and it's a natural side effect of it. And so they're like, just tell them it's poison and scare them.
What if in the Korean War chemtrails were used for the satellites, the satelloons, and when the images would come back, they would see the chemtrails and go, okay, relative to the balloon's location, that puts the map here, and line up the map.
But see, that's the thing. It's like all the stuff that they say are dropping out of them occurs naturally in the soil, and because those samples weren't taken before they purported to start taking them, we don't have any straight line deviation of, okay, there's more now than there was in, say, 1930.
Real quick. Captain Dan, you are hot micing. Captain Dan, you are hot micing, brother. Thank you.
Ooh, man, I got silent. But I don't discount people who do believe in them and who do investigate them. I think that's worthwhile to investigate them and find out exactly what they are. But it's not a scientific investigation. I think it's a paperwork and historical investigation. It's like you're going to have to go down a lot of rabbit holes to find out who does what, where, how they know this. Is this reliable? That's an investigation. Not really.
It's a good attitude. To have. It's a good attitude to have, because you're just saying, "Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it."
Yeah.
That's fine.
And that's my view on it.
That's great.
Yep. It's the same reason that I'm not a flat earther. I just see the Earth as it is. I don't know what the Earth is to call it an object to say what it is. The Earth appears to me to be a realm. Yeah. The Earth appears. Yeah. To me, the Earth appears to be a realm, and I don't understand how far it goes. I don't know if it's a shape or not.
Just jump from one claim to another, but I completely agree with you.
Yeah. I'm trying to eliminate all claims from my mind and just approach everything completely esoteric. That's kind of how no models, no preconceptions, nothing.
Yeah, and it's certainly a triggering phrase to other people. You may have noticed.
Sometimes it is.
That's a bit of a problem.
But sometimes it's a good perspective to have, especially if a lot of people live in fear, a lot of fear. And so I think sometimes my perspective can assuage that fear sometimes. Like, they don't have as much power as they claim they do. Maybe they're lying to you about how much power they actually have.
I forget that it took me years to sort of accumulate all this stuff to say, okay, the Earth's probably, well, it's level anyway. And I forget that sometimes when I tell other people, and like the people say, "Oh, flat smacked him," and I'm like, I just speak, and it comes out, and then later on I go, why did I they didn't have the ears to find this out. But then it reminds me of my favorite Russian proverb, which is, it's better to be slapped by the truth than kissed by a lie. Isn't that great? I always like
that's
that.
a very Russian. That's something the Ivans would say, isn't it? It's better to be slapped by truth than kissed by lie.
Perfect.
So,
wish I could talk in a Russian accent. That's so cool. Slapped by lie.
But yeah, that's my perspective on chemtrails. I don't think it's unreasonable, and it's certainly not dismissive of the idea that they should be investigated and looked into, because everything the government does needs to have a light shown on it. Period.
It should be transparent, obviously.
Yeah.